For some reason, it was very noisy around us. There was a strange bonfire, a spit, and something roasting on it. Some people had set up a party by the fire. They were dancing, singing, clapping, and waiting for the meat to cook. Oh, it seems the main character realized where he was. It was a camp party. It had been a long time since he'd been to such an event. Judging by the looks of it, the guys had prepared very thoroughly. Everyone was in costumes, and there were girls there too. And the smell of roasted lamb was simply mind-blowing, and of course, he had to join the group before they ate it all. So the hero couldn't hold back any longer. His mouth was watering, his eyes fixed only on the spit, because this was his favorite roast lamb. It was hard to make out the girls from a distance, but they were most likely some of his classmates. They were so domestic. But the hero decided not to wait. Beautiful girls and delicious food can't be left unattended for long. The young man ran as fast as he could, but suddenly realized that doing so was very difficult, because his hands and feet were tied with ropes. Suddenly, a game screen appeared before his eyes, and the young man realized he had been given a mission. To survive for 12 hours, primitive people would be hunting him. The young man looked around and saw a couple of very menacing-looking primitive men with clubs in their hands. This was already getting pretty boring. Plus, it wasn't clear where the girls had gone, and without the girls, there was no point in even moving. The boy realized he was kneeling with his hands tied in front of two enormous primitive men. Clearly, some kind of mistake had been made. And then one of the Neanderthals reached out his massive hand toward him. The air smelled of burning, and the young man remembered everything in horror. He really had ended up in the days of primitive communal society, when dinosaurs flew in the sky and people lived in caves or out in the woods. 12 hours ago, the young man had found himself in a wild land on a beautiful seashore. Nearby were a forest, cliffs, golden sand, and wonderfully clear water. The young man made his way to the water and happily plunged his face into the crystal clear sea. Fish swam right beneath his feet. The young man remembered that the day before he had been keeping Mrs. John company. They had gone shopping together to buy her some jewelry. All that remained was to figure out how he had ended up here. Then the young man thought that this was God's punishment for being a gigolo. But still, letting a woman buy you gifts isn't a crime. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some noises. The young man turned around and saw people in strange clothes. Most likely, it was some kind of prank. The young man asked these actors which theater they worked at and how he could get out of there. However, instead of answering, one of them shouted, "Dilly dilly!" and threw a stick at the guy. The stick whizzed past his face and even grazed his cheek, and he realized that these men were very serious and that they were not to be trifled with. The young man kept running, thinking that he was still a good runner and that ordinary people would have a hard time catching up to him. Besides, this was a strange group, and the boy was quite small. Surely these people wouldn't hurt him. The young man kept reassuring himself until another stick struck his body, and then he realized this wasn't a prank. It was all for real. At that moment, a window popped up, and it was stated that the boy's main quest had begun, and his goal was to survive. The boy couldn't understand what main quest they were talking about. The boy kept running, pondering his situation. It occurred to him that he had ended up in another world. He could have pondered this further, but another spear struck his neck, and the young man realized he was done for. And now he woke up to find himself bound hand and foot with people nearby who looked like primitive humans. While the strangers roasted their prey and the mud near the fire mixed with ash, the young man received a notification from the game that he had completed the Survive quest and had even earned 1 survival point. The young man read that his name was Chen Li. He had received a survival starter pack and had to manually allocate his earned points. He realized he had entered a game world. The young man acquired basic language skills and a survival guide for beginners. A universal map was also activated, which would display the area where the player would be. Chen Li checked and made sure he could equip a battle axe. A survival mod had also been installed for him. The men around the campfire were bragging about themselves. One of them claimed he was the fiercest and bravest and could kill the biggest beast. Thanks to his basic knowledge of the language, Chen could understand these people's speech and grasp their primitive tongue. Chen Li realized that this was an ancient world, where culture had not yet emerged and everything was still in its formative stages. The player's goal was to survive and build a civilization in this world. It was an open-world strategy game, and in principle, this type of game was quite interesting. The young man decided to start by gathering resources, then allocate points to strength, acquire a battle axe, and use all of this to bring order to his new primitive life. Although Chen Li hadn't changed his situation, he was still sitting there bound. He now held an axe in his hand and his strength had increased. Finally, the young man gathered his courage, jumped to his feet, cut through the ropes and was now ready to defend his position. Chen Li noted that even a single point spent on increasing his strength had added more than enough to make him feel confident. The local men, of course, noticed that their captive had broken his bonds and now stood there looking far too confident in his abilities. It's unclear what was going through their minds or what plans they had for the stranger, but an order was immediately given to seize the prisoner and prevent him from escaping. Chen Li was completely calm and had no intention of running away. The masked man said they were going to kill him and then eat him. Chen Li shouted at the men that they were a bunch of ignorant savages who dared to defy God himself. The masked man, mace in hand, said they didn't know what God was and didn't understand the prisoner. Chen Li replied that he was the authority among this band of primitive people, as well as their leader. He had been sent by the heavens to rule over them, and they would be punished for insulting him. The man was furious upon hearing this. How dare some scrawny captive threaten him? He immediately charged forward, leaping high into the air, raising his arms and swinging his club, carved from the bone of some giant animal. Chen Li had been given a task by the game, to intimidate the primitive people, subdue them, and become their leader. If he failed, the boy would be stripped of his battle axe. The primitive warrior looked very imposing. Chen Li understood that he had only one chance. Under no circumstances could he lose his battle axe. The young man knew that without a weapon, surviving in this society of primitive people would be very difficult, and he raised his axe above his head. He managed to block the axe, preventing the club from coming down on his head, but the ground cracked from the wild giant's leap. Chen Li hadn't expected such strength from the savage. The young man realized the battle would be no easy feat, and now the opponents stood face to face. The savage's club was locked against the young man's axe. The axe was sturdy enough, and the young man was strong enough to break the savage's weapon. Everyone was simply stunned and stared at the severed piece of the bone club, unsure of what to do next. Chen Li realized that his troubles were about to multiply. The young man had a bad feeling. The offended villain was furious. After all, this insolent upstart had dared to break his weapon, so he immediately called on his companions to charge and tear the stranger to pieces. Chen Li tried to say something about a fair fight. After all, they'd agreed to duel one-on-one, and now he was forced to flee from the mob. The young man didn't wait for an answer. He ran away, thinking it was crazy for such a crowd to attack a single guy. Although Chen Li was fast, he soon felt that one of the savages was chasing him right on his heels. This fast runner caught up to the young man and swung his club to strike, but Chen Li slashed at him with his axe. After that, the young man stopped and turned to the primitive people, saying that they were a mob of savages who would never stop chasing him. The young man declared that he didn't want to fight them, but now they had simply cornered him. Chen Li promised to spare the guy if the rest swore to stop chasing him. Watching what was happening, it was clear they weren't the brightest bunch. Chen Li hoped his bluff would work, since in reality they could easily have taken him down. Just then, some local women arrived and began calming down all the men present, both their own and the stranger. But suddenly all the savages turned around and, with loud shouts, ran off. Chen Li couldn't understand what was happening or why they had suddenly run off in the other direction. The young man didn't understand why they were afraid of him, since he seemed pretty handsome and not all that scary, and in general, all the women had always considered him a real heartthrob. Suddenly, a game window appeared in front of the young man. He now had a side quest. To fight a saber-toothed tiger, he needed to help the primitive people get rid of it. Chen Li still didn't understand what was happening. The game window disappeared, and the young man felt someone's warm breath on his back. Turning around, he saw a true horror. There really was a saber-toothed tiger behind him. Chen Li sprinted at top speed, running for his life. The boy thought this was too much. Not only did savages want to kill him, but now he was also forced to flee from an ancient predator. The saber-toothed tiger had not only huge teeth but also very sharp claws, and Chen Li barely managed to avoid being struck by them. The young man realized that if this continued, he would soon die. It was a very strange side quest. The guy didn't know how to drive the saber-toothed tiger away, since the predator could swallow him whole in a single bite. At that moment, a powerful clawed paw reached the player's back, and he howled in wild pain. The boy fell to the ground at tremendous speed, realizing that now he would surely die, and that luck had finally turned its back on him. The young man jumped to his feet, realizing he could no longer run away. He had to fight right now. But at the same time, charging head-on against such an opponent was out of the question. He had to figure out how to outsmart it. Chenli began to think quickly about what he could use against the saber-toothed tiger, but fear left his mind completely blank. The young man looked back and saw smoke rising from the campfire. He remembered that all wild animals are usually afraid of fire. Chenli knew he had only one chance. The saber-toothed tiger's sharp claws did not inspire confidence. Chenli raised his axe and turned to his opponent, saying that now he would fight this nasty beast. The young man was going to roll under the predator's paws and break its claws, but he didn't succeed. Then the guy ran off. He decided he wouldn't try any more movie stunts. Chenli understood that a saber-toothed tiger was just a big cat, and all cats love to play with their prey. The young man ran to the thicket. He thought the trees and bushes would help him get a little distance, and then he would make it to the campfire. The saber-toothed tiger was desperate to devour its prey. It swung its paws, slicing through trees and bushes with its sharp claws. The situation was extremely dangerous. But finally, the young man saw the long-awaited fire ahead of him. There were no people nearby, and the meat was still roasting on the spit. The young man almost ran out into the clearing when suddenly the tiger's paw caught up with him, and the boy tumbled toward the fire. Chenli was battered. His scratched back was bleeding, but the boy still didn't give up and looked at the fire with hope. Chenli snatched a burning stick from the fire and thrust it with all his might into the tiger's eye. Wild pain spread through the animal's body, and it began to growl and thrash about, trying to escape the fire while shielding its injured eye. Chenli realized that his tactic had been correct. Fire could wound a saber-toothed tiger, and now the young man stood more confidently against his opponent. The young man hoped the animal would back off and stop attacking. Suddenly, a loud and terrifying sound caught the young man's attention. He realized it was someone stomping, but judging by the sound, it seemed that the creature making the stomping noise was much larger than a tiger. The tiger also heard the footsteps of the mysterious creature, and a look of fear twisted its face. The wild beast forgot about the man he had been fighting and ran off as fast as he could, trying to save his life. The young man was left feeling somewhat disappointed. The saber-toothed tiger had fled, even though he had challenged it. However, at that moment, a notification from the game appeared, and the saber-toothed tiger's expulsion was complete. Chenli received 2 points in the gratitude of the primitive people for successfully driving away the predator. However, the sound of unfamiliar footsteps hadn't gone away. Chenli continued to listen intently for them. The sound was even getting closer, and he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The boy decided to add 1 point each to his strength and agility. After that, Chenli ran away, holding a burning torch and an axe in his hands. The young man immediately felt the physical changes that had taken place within him. He ran faster and became more agile, leaping over obstacles. Chenli ran far enough away to a safe distance and suddenly saw primitive people hiding in the ravine. The men noted with surprise that this stranger had run here alive, even though he should have been eaten by the saber-toothed tiger. Chenli called out to everyone present and declared that this puny saber-toothed tiger was no more frightening to him than an ordinary cat. As soon as he attacked it, the predator immediately fled. Chenli wanted those present to see him as their master, fall to their knees, and immediately begin to obey and follow his commands. But it seemed that people weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, the young man felt one of the girls staring at him, unable to look away. The girl kept staring at the young man and moved closer and closer to him. Chenli had no idea what was going through this primitive woman's mind. Suddenly, she lunged forward, fell to her knees, hugged the young man's leg, and began shouting that he was a benefactor who had saved them all. Hearing these words, the other savages also began shouting that the young man was their savior. They thanked him and asked him to become their leader. Chenli decided that this was the very reward for the mission, the affection of primitive people. The young man hadn't expected this affection to be so literal. The people were kneeling, their heads bowed low, and greeting their benefactor. Chenli realized he had achieved his goal and addressed the people, saying that they were very hospitable, that they should first get up from their knees and promised not to let them down. The savages were ecstatic. They were on the verge of tears, for their savior had agreed not only to live with them, but also to become their leader, and he was the most powerful of all men. Chenli felt practically like an emperor, a Chinese mandarin, and the French Napoleon all rolled into one. After that, he ordered everyone to stand up and said that from that moment on, the young man would be their king. The game window reported that the player had successfully joined the nameless tribe and completed the main quest. The boy received 3 band-aids and 1 point. Chen Li allocated the earned point to his physical fitness and felt his muscles grow firmer and stronger. Any improvement in abilities led to qualitative development, and that was a cause for joy. The more points a player adds, the easier and simpler it will be for them to complete tasks. Chen Li asked the game to open his inventory. He had a band-aid and an axe. In addition, there was an effective medicine made from various herbs. It stopped bleeding and promoted healing. But the medicine had one major drawback. Its shelf life was only 1 day. In other words, once the medicine was taken out of the inventory window, it had to be used within a day, or it would have to be thrown away. Chen Li decided to use the medicine to see how it would work on the wound on his back. The young man applied the medicine to the wound and immediately felt the skin on his back begin to tighten. The item turned out to be surprisingly effective. In a critical moment, such a bandage could save a life, and the savages looked at their leader in amazement. Chen Li turned to the warrior and said that if there were any wounded among the savages, he could treat them right away with the medicine. The primitive people were deeply moved, and now they were ready to weep at the thought that their king was both powerful and kind. Chen Li said that this was necessary in order to properly protect his subjects, since he had taken it upon himself to be their king. Well, if they were going to live together, it was necessary to get to know the primitive people better. Chen Li pointed to the man he had been fighting and asked him to introduce himself and describe his skills. He was a savage named Shigu. Before the king arrived, he had been the leader of this tribe, as well as the best fighter. Next to introduce himself was a man in a cat skin. His name was Agun, and he was skilled at hunting. Next was a man named Wolf Bone. He could roar loudly and scare away wild beasts that way. The bald bruiser was named Huanxi. He was the strongest in the tribe. But suddenly a blonde woman appeared next to the man and said that she was actually the strongest. The woman stepped forward and said her name was Shanglin. She was very strong and good at throwing stones. There was also a rather pretty girl named Shu Shou. She could climb trees and gather fruit. Chen Li had just thought that people of normal size seemed to be starting to appear, when suddenly he was knocked off his feet by someone's gigantic breasts. Standing before him was a pretty blonde named Ayu. The girl apologized for accidentally bumping into the king. She introduced her 2 sons to the king, but said she hadn't thought of names for them yet. Chen Li immediately realized that the woman was far from being a girl. She had sons, which meant she probably had a husband somewhere too. But then a very small man stepped out of the crowd. He was a hunter named Xiong. He didn't have any special skills, but he had keen eyesight and hearing and could find any path. Chen Li immediately realized that this Xiong would be very useful as a scout. After that, the king introduced himself to his subjects. He said his name was Chen Li, but they could call him the king, the boss, or Brother Chen. The king said he knew everything about civilization and had come here to share his knowledge with the people. The primitive people looked at him with puzzled expressions, repeating strange words. Brother Chen, civilization, pass on. The young man realized that he would later teach them many things, and that the people would change and transform their lives. In other words, the king had guaranteed his subjects that they would be able to eat every day. The phrase, "eat meat every day," turned out to be very clear, and the subjects began to praise their king once again. A game notification appeared stating that the civilization had gained a master's consciousness, and the main quest had been activated early. The goal was to help the primitive people build a dwelling, officially establish a tribe, and increase the population to 50. 15 days were allotted to complete this task, but since the quest was launched early, the game added an extra 3 days. In addition to points, completing this quest would reward a treasure chest that could be passed down as an inheritance. Chen Li counted all the tribe members. Including himself, there were 15 people in total, so they had to immediately begin the mission to increase their numbers. After all, they had to more than triple the tribe size in just 18 days. This could only be achieved by merging with other tribes. Otherwise, there simply wasn't enough time for children to be born. Chen Li understood that the days ahead would be very difficult for him. He would have to try his very best. The large chest and the inheritance were probably a good reward. The young man had never seen anything like this before, and now hoped he wouldn't be deceived. Finally, everyone calmed down. Night fell, and the primitive people lay down to sleep on the bare ground, with absolutely nothing to cover themselves. Chen Li lay down at first, hoping to fall asleep quickly, but soon he got up, tormented by the hard ground. His body ached and found no rest, and the young man could not sleep. One of the women lay hugging a bone and licking it. It was hard to see how one could conquer the world on an empty stomach, so Chen decided to find food first. Chenli noticed that the tribe members were very simple-minded people. They hadn't even left any guards. The longer the night went on, the more distinctly and loudly his hungry stomach growled. Chen could think of nothing but food. Suddenly, the young man remembered that during the battle with the saber-toothed tiger, meat had been roasting over the fire. Perhaps the wild beast hadn't eaten it yet. Then the boy remembered the giant creature that had frightened the saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps that beast was still roaming nearby. But at the same time, he could die of starvation. Chenli told himself it was worth the risk. He shouldn't worry or dwell on a possible encounter with the giant beast. The young man armed himself with an axe and ran in the direction of the campfire and the meat. The forest was completely silent. Not a single animal or person was in sight. The full moon shone in the sky, and the untouched meat was still on the spit. Chenli approached the fire and saw that the primitive people had left other game near the fire when they fled in fear from the unfamiliar giant beast. Chenli understood that now that he had become king, he could no longer think only of himself. The young man tied the carcasses of the slain animals together with a rope and decided to take them to his tribesmen. Chenli ran quickly through the forest, dragging the prey on a rope and looking around. He couldn't understand what was happening. At some point, the boy got the feeling that the terrain had changed. But he didn't have time to react, because the forest suddenly ended and the young man felt himself falling, letting go of the axe. Fortunately, it wasn't a very deep pit. Chenli landed with a thud at the bottom, losing his prey and weapon. The young man looked around, wondering who had dug such a large pit. Soon he saw a shadow that belonged to him, but it was unclear where the moonlight was coming from in this jungle. There were also broken trees lying nearby. Chenli began to look around carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and soon the whole picture came together. It turned out that some kind of giant beast had indeed passed through the jungle, breaking and trampling the trees, leaving tracks on the ground. Chenli tried to guess whose tracks these might be. For some reason, the young man assumed they belonged to an ostrich, even though such enormous ostriches don't exist. After that, the young man surmised that it was a dragon. Most likely, only a dragon could have left such tracks. At that moment, it dawned on the young man. After all, he had only recently fought a saber-toothed tiger, and the people he was forced to live with were primitive humans, which meant this wasn't just the age of wild beasts. The boy realized he had ended up in a time when the most terrifying creatures of antiquity, mammoths and dinosaurs, roamed the earth. He needed to find a safe place as soon as possible and settle there. He couldn't waste a single minute. It was with these thoughts that the young man faced this day, which was bound to bring new adventures. When the people woke up, the young man handed out food to them and watched in disgust as they began to gobble it down raw and uncooked. On top of that, they were constantly fighting and arguing, which infuriated the king to the utmost, and he ordered everyone to stop immediately. Chenli realized that these men didn't know how to build a fire, lacked manners, and didn't understand the principles of frugality. They had a lot to learn. The king announced that today's food would go first to those who went hunting. He asked who would join the king on the hunt. Shigu explained that they usually hunt in turns. Yesterday, Shigu, Agun, and Huangshi had hunted. Today, Luton, He, Jutao, and Wolfbone are supposed to hunt. But if the king goes hunting himself today, then of course all the villagers are ready to go with him as well. Absolutely everyone nodded in unison, except for little Jun. The king announced that if everyone wanted to, they could go hunting together. Furthermore, the king wanted to choose a place for the whole family to build a new home. But it turned out that these primitive people had no concept of family at all, so he had to start with the basics. A family is when you and your loved ones live in one place. Just like the roots of a tree, they go deep into the ground, providing the whole family with nourishment and safety. Shanlin really liked this explanation. She realized she wouldn't have to worry about her children. Moreover, she immediately decided that she would live with the king. The girl literally took the king captive and held him tightly against her. Chenli was forced to confirm that they were now one family and would therefore live together. The young man realized that after such an embrace, it wouldn't just be blood flowing from his nose. Shanglin took the king's answer literally. She immediately announced to the entire tribe that the king wanted to live with her and have a child with her. There was no point in arguing. Shigu asked where the king wanted to build a new house. The man wanted to begin the process immediately. Chenli called all the tribe members to come closer to him, and he tried to explain his vision of the situation to them. The young man took a stick and began to draw on the ground. First of all, they needed to find a large, flat piece of land. A plain would be best, with mountains to the north and a river to the south. This would not only ensure easy access to drinking water, irrigation for the fields, and the collection of firewood and minerals, but would also guarantee a safe, sheltered area to reduce the risk of attack. On the other side of the river, there should be a forest for hunting and gathering, as well as a source of wood for agriculture and building houses. He would also like the sea to be nearby. Chen continued to think about the necessary details, while the primitive people didn't understand even half of what their king had said. The river delta could provide fertile land and a favorable environment for further training and swimming skills. When the king finished speaking, the hunter Xiong stepped forward and said he knew of such a place, the very one the king had just mentioned. The king was overjoyed. He asked that they be taken there as soon as possible, and if Xiong had indeed found such a place, he would become the tribe's chief minister. Zheng replied that the place was not far to the east, but it was best not to go there because a herd of bulls lived there, and it was best not to mess with them. Chen, on the other hand, thought there was absolutely nothing to fear from the bulls. After all, it would be very beneficial for the community to have a herd of cattle. It would provide not only a large amount of meat, but also dairy products, and the people would learn herding skills. Chen Li weighed everything and announced that today's hunting goal was to capture a herd of calves. Chen Li raised his battle axe high and called on all his tribesmen to take up their weapons and set out toward their new home. All the men enthusiastically cheered and shouted in support of their king. The surroundings were quite calm and familiar. The sun was shining, and the dense forest held no signs of danger. The scouts reported that everything was calm and quiet around them. They just needed to wait a little longer, and then they could set out. It was the hunter Xiong who served as the tribe's scout. Chen saw that the young man was very nervous and tried to calm him down, saying that everything would go well. The king told his tribesmen not to worry, since the young man had already driven away a saber-toothed tiger, so he would easily protect them in future situations. Zhun pointed to the top of the hill and said that from that spot, they could clearly see where the herd of bulls was gathering. Shun ordered everyone to lie flat on the ground, just as he was doing, and to be very careful. Chen listened attentively. Chen surmised that there must be other wild beasts besides the herd of bulls if the hunter Shun was so worried. Looking over to the other side of the hill, the boy saw a wonderful landscape, a plain, a forest, a river, and high mountains. Besides, he could smell the sea, and it turned out to be the perfect place one could only dream of for building a settlement. Chen Li decided to check the game map first and asked the system to open it. The young man confirmed that there were indeed high mountains on three sides, and the sea on the other. This place was perfect for building his first city. But Chen hadn't had time to do anything else when he felt the hunter Xiong tugging at his arm, trying to show him something. Wang begged his king not to speak so loudly, lest the black bulls hear everyone. The hunter was very frightened. The king promised to be careful, approached the rock again, and peered out from behind it. Chen began to analyze the plants and animals using a basic survival guide. He saw a green sunflower that could be used as a remedy to relieve stomach pain. In addition, the young man discovered a dragon's whiskers vine, whose sap was extremely poisonous and could paralyze a person. He also found a longevity tree, which had high-quality wood and had been growing for about 100 years. They also found a gray squirrel that fed on nuts and had soft, tender, juicy meat. Chen Li, impatient, turned to the hunter and asked where these large black bulls were that he kept talking about. Shun claimed that the bulls lived just beyond the grove on the riverbank, where the river made a sharp bend. Shun volunteered to lead everyone there, and now the primitive men were on high alert and set off for the dangerous place. Half an hour passed before they arrived. The hunter Xiong said that if they spoke, they would be discovered immediately. Chen Li, though cautious, still didn't understand what was going on. It was very quiet in the grove, and he couldn't figure out what was so scary about these bulls. The young man continued to scan the area as he went along. He recorded the plants and animals he had managed to identify in his field guide. Chen Li soon began to worry that there might be terrifying monsters nearby, because they hadn't seen a single calf yet. But still, the hunter Xiong couldn't be wrong. Chen Li was just about to tell the guy that he'd probably gotten the grove mixed up. But at that moment, Xiong pointed somewhere without saying a word. Chen Li peered intently into the distance, but soon seeing nothing, he only noticed that the black tree was moving. Chen Li continued to stare in horror at the moving tree. The young man had already guessed that it wasn't a tree at all, and indeed some kind of gigantic animal was walking through the forest. It was black and blue stripes ran along its body. Soon the animal opened its mouth and bellowed loudly throughout the forest. It was indeed a black-horned bull. The animal belonged to the bovine subfamily and exhibited pronounced territorial aggression. All the hunters, along with their king, felt a terrible sense of fear. Shigu, stammering, asked if they were really going to hunt such bulls. Chen decided to act like a true king. He ordered his men to lie in ambush while he went to scout the situation. Chen moved away from the men and began to cry. He really didn't want these kind people, who admired him so much, to die in vain. From behind a tree, Chen watched the two bulls nearby. The young man could rely only on his own abilities, which were very weak. The young man estimated that the bull was 3 times his size. On top of that, it had huge horns and strong hooves. It would be foolish to engage it in battle. He simply needed to find a calf and practice on it. The bull looked very scary. It resembled a monster more than a member of the cattle family. Finally, Chen spotted a relatively small specimen. This young bull had small horns and was watching a butterfly fly by with interest. He needed to try to communicate with the animal first. Perhaps bulls have a docile nature, and then people wouldn't have to risk their lives. The young man approached the bull and asked if the grass tasted good to him. The animal was very surprised to see an unfamiliar object near it, and in the very next moment, the bull calf opened its mouth wide and bellowed loudly and desperately. Chen didn't know why the calf was bellowing, out of fear or rage, but he saw a herd of enraged bulls charging toward him. Now the stripes on their bodies were glowing red. Chen tried to explain to the bulls that he had simply come over to ask a question and that they shouldn't all charge at him at once. But soon the young man realized that his only salvation was to run. The boy ran to the river and jumped into the water, hoping the animals wouldn't follow him. But as it turned out, the bulls weren't afraid of water. Chen didn't understand why they were so angry with him. The young man looked back in fear, realizing he wouldn't escape the herd alive. The primitive people watched what was happening from the bushes. They believed that such a brave man was worthy of being their king. The men decided that the king had provoked the entire herd. The young man feared nothing and was now going to take on all the bulls at once. The primitive people saw that their king had run up to a high wall. It was a dead end, but perhaps the king was planning to surround the bulls. Chen was terribly frightened, so much so that he began jumping from one ledge of the mountain to another, gradually climbing upward. At one point, the young man heard a loud thud. It turned out that the bulls had crashed into the mountain wall because they hadn't thought to slow down first. This gave the boy a glimmer of hope. It meant these animals weren't particularly intelligent. Standing on the ledge, Chen began to taunt the bulls, telling them they'd better come up to him, and then he'd take them down faster. Now the black bulls stood at the very foot of the cliff and glared at the man with fierce eyes. After a while, the animals turned away, and Chen thought that he was safe for the time being. Chen decided that today, when he returned to his people, he would tell the hunters all about this and also give them weapons. However, it was still completely unclear how to do this. He needed to climb down from the cliff, but the raging bulls were waiting below, showing no intention of leaving. Chen decided to keep climbing upward and take a detour, and at the same time sketch the view from above. The young man climbed the cliff, and when he reached the top, a marvelous landscape unfolded before him. He saw the sea, the plains, and the high mountains, and he decided to establish a tribe, a city, and eventually an empire right there. Chen realized that this game was just beginning, and that over time it would become even more interesting to him. Some time passed, and the herd of bulls looked quite calm. The stripes on their bodies turned blue again, and they began to return to their habitat. The people couldn't figure out where their king had gone. Perhaps the bulls had trampled him. Shigu was determined to find a way to take the king's axe for himself at any cost. The man climbed a tall tree, but suddenly, right next to his foot, a battle axe plunged into the tree trunk. It was the king, who had returned after hearing that Shigu was planning to find his weapon. Did Shigu really want the king to die? The primitive people were very surprised and frightened when they saw their king alive and unharmed. They surrounded the king, and Shigu began asking how everything had gone and whether the bulls were really that strong. Chen replied that he was going to replenish his strength and suggested his fellow tribesmen do the same. The hunter Xiong was very pessimistic. He claimed that these bulls were impossible to defeat, and Shigu also believed that these animals were beyond their capabilities. Chen was ready to explode. He didn't ask the hunters for their opinions. They just had to answer yes or no. And the crowd shouted in unison, yes. This answer satisfied their king. The young man pulled his weapon from the tree trunk. The king raised his hand high with his battle axe, and announced that starting today, he would teach the people how to create powerful weapons. In addition, the king planned to teach his tribesmen advanced hunting techniques. And in just a few days, the people would return here and deal with the bulls easily and simply. The men were absolutely thrilled by this plan. Chenli began by demonstrating how to chop down trees with a single swing of the axe. All the men of the tribe were absolutely thrilled and amazed. They watched with their mouths agape. Shigu asked his king why he had cut down an inedible tree. It had no fruit, so chopping it down was pointless. Chenli told the men that this was material for making weapons. The primitive men had to watch closely how their king would do it, as it would be useful to them in the future. First, they had to choose a wooden stick about 2 meters long. This stick needed to be sharpened at one end, which could be done with an axe. One weapon had already been invented and counted. It was a stake, or, one might even say, a spear. Chenli received more points for this invention than for completing tasks, and now he even had a technology entry, though the boy didn't yet understand what it was for. Chenli showed the people the weapon, saying that it was called a spear and was used to pierce the enemy. After that, the young man demonstrated exactly how to throw the spear to hit a target at a long distance. The men were thrilled. They realized that their king possessed great strength. Shigu examined the spear, which was firmly stuck in a tree, and said that this weapon was very powerful. The people were very happy. Now everyone wanted to try throwing the spear. Besides, before this, they had simply picked up sticks and didn't know that they could be turned into real weapons. Chenli announced that he was giving the spear to Shigu. The primitive man was absolutely delighted. He began to thank his king. The king ordered the rest of the people to make more spears, and after that, they would begin training. Once all the men had weapons in their hands, sparring, competitions, and training began among them. Different people had varying degrees of success in learning to wield the spear. Agun, holding his new weapon, thought it was a very long, sturdy, and comfortable tool. Chenli had been training his men nonstop. Now he ordered 2 men to arm themselves with spears and attack him. For a moment, the men stood frozen in place, as if they didn't understand what was expected of them. But soon they rushed to attack the king. The men were certain their king would be unable to dodge them, and they took this task very seriously. However, Chenli soon knocked one of his tribesmen down with his spear, and now he had only one left to fight. A few more blows, and the king declared that the man was, for all intents and purposes, dead. It turned out that the battle was fought with simple sticks that were not sharpened. Otherwise, the victor could indeed have inflicted serious harm. The defeated man sat on the ground. He believed that the king was like a god, and that primitive people would never be able to defeat him. Chenli believed that men did not know how to handle wooden weapons and relied only on brute force. One must focus on the spearhead, use it correctly, and aim at the enemy or prey. Skills required training, and now Chenli announced that spear throwing practice would begin. The young man drew a target on the rock and explained to the people what it was. Chenli showed the people where to stand and where to throw the spear. He said that he would give his spear to the first person to hit the target. Shigu volunteered to be the first to try his luck. The man took a swing and threw the spear. The throw was very powerful. The spear flew at high speed and embedded itself in the rock, but it missed the target. Chenli praised Shigu, saying that the throw was good and strong, but that he needed to work on his accuracy. Hunter Xiong was invited to test his accuracy. Whether by design or by chance, the spear fell right at the king's feet. After that, the throwing practice continued. All the men took turns trying their luck, but no one hit the mark. Chenli looked at these unsuccessful men and thought that perhaps they lacked talent and he had jumped to conclusions. But suddenly a powerful spear flew right past the king's face, piercing a huge hole in the center of the target. Everyone looked in surprise at the young man who had managed to do this. It was the hunter Agun. The king congratulated the hunter, wished him luck, and told him to keep training in the same spirit, after which he handed him 2 spears. Suddenly, the training was interrupted by Shanglin, who shouted to the king that trouble had struck and a large beast was approaching from the forest. Chenli ordered all the men to take up their weapons and prepare for battle. The men froze and began to listen. They could hear the enormous beast approaching. They had to use this opportunity to improve their combat skills. And indeed, soon they saw the silhouette of a huge animal behind the trees. It was moving, snapping trees in its path. Soon the giant appeared before them. It had 2 long horns, a fanged mouth, and a massive shaggy red body. Chenli readied his spear and shouted to the men to follow his commands. Now they would capture this beast. When the animal burst out into the open, the king ordered the men to surround it on all sides. Chen Li was about to order the men to thrust their spears into the monster at his command, but things didn't quite go according to plan. Chen Li personally thrust his spear between the eyes of the giant beast, and it came to a sudden halt. Its momentum halted. Seeing this golden opportunity, the king shouted at his men to throw their spears at the animal's vulnerable spots. But giving orders is always easier than carrying them out. The men threw their spears, which struck the animal's massive body, but the effect was the opposite of what was intended. The animal was irritated and angry, but that did nothing to help defeat it. Then Agun hurled his spear with all his might. This guy truly had real talent and skill, as well as extraordinary strength in his arms. After the animal slowed down, it was Shigu's turn, along with the other primitive men, to hurl their spears at the prey. The men managed the task, and now the animal's entire side was pierced with sharp spears. It became clear that the animal wanted to escape to regain its strength somewhere out of the way. But Chen Li did not want to let it get away. Chen Li struck the animal with his axe, and the hunter Shang leaped from the treetop onto the beast and thrust his spear into the monster's head, which only enraged the creature further. Chen Li realized the beast was furious and ordered the men to dodge it so they wouldn't fall under the monster's powerful paws. The enraged, wounded beast thrashed about, crushing everything in its path. The people scattered in fear, but at that very moment, the king, armed with a battle axe, charged into the fray. The young man leaped high into the air, swung the axe, and brought it down right on the monster's head. The people watched the scene unfold with anxious eyes. They tried to figure out whether their king had survived or if something terrible had happened to him. Soon the smoke and dust began to clear little by little, and it seemed to the people that they could make out the silhouette of their king. And indeed, the king was standing on the head of the defeated monster. He told his people that they didn't need to shout, but should calm down instead. Chen Li praised the primitive people, saying that they had all done well. After that, the king announced that a great feast would be held today. All the hunters received this news with great delight. Hunter Shang had been holding onto his spear the whole time the beast was thrashing about, and he had thrust it into the monster's head. Now the king thanked Shang for his bravery and courage. The king personally helped the young man to his feet by offering him a hand. This deeply moved Hunter Zun. After that, the king summoned Agun and told him that this was also his achievement. Now Agun would be able to accompany him on all future hunts. The king also promised to create a special new weapon for Agun. The hunter was very pleased with this news. The primitive people were once again convinced that their king possessed the power of a god. With a single leap, he severed the boar's head. Of course, the king could not have severed the head without the help of all the men. Shigu noticed that Shanglin was carrying a huge piece of meat and asked her to give it to him, but the girl refused. She said she had specifically saved this wonderful ham for the king, and now Shanglin brought the piece of meat to her master. Chen Li was surprised and asked, "Do people really eat meat like this?" Shanglin didn't understand at all what was so complicated about the question or what was wrong. Chen Li recalled that the first time he saw people, they were using fire and building a bonfire. So why were they eating raw meat again now? Shanglin explained that last time they hadn't managed to preserve the source of the fire. The fact was that that fire had been accidental, and people didn't always manage to keep it going for long. That's why they'd gotten used to eating raw meat. Everyone knows that fire is the beginning of human civilization. It scares away wild animals, creates safer and more comfortable living conditions, and any development of civilization is inseparable from fire. Chen Li realized that his primitive people were even further behind than he had first thought. The realization that food cooked over a fire tasted much better only reinforced this idea. The young man realized that if he wanted to strengthen this primitive tribe, he first needed to teach them how to make fire. Chen Li stood up resolutely and ordered Shanglin to follow him, saying he knew a way. The young man gathered the tribe members, took a piece of a broken spear, and announced that he was now going to teach them something important. The young man added wood shavings to the hollow of the log and began to rotate the spear, saying they needed to be patient. Soon, the friction created by the spear's tip caused a small flame to ignite inside the tree trunk. The people were ecstatic. Their king was a true god. They no longer needed to eat raw meat. Shigu shouted to everyone that the whole world must know his king had conquered fire. The people immediately tried to learn how to strike fire and use it for cooking. Chen Li checked his game stats, and it turned out that obtaining fire had earned him a lot of points. In one go, the boy received 10 points as a reward. The young man realized that accumulating points was easier than he had thought. It wasn't yet clear what the technology points were for, but it soon became clear. Technology points could be used to identify rock art. It was a kind of reward for the mission. People used cave paintings to communicate and pass on information, and you had to spend technology points to understand the inscriptions. Hunter Shang interrupted the king's thoughts, saying that he had detected signs of nursing in this boar. This meant that the young of this enormous boar must be somewhere nearby. It turned out that while everyone was having fun and celebrating, Hunter Shang had spent his time searching for the den. The mission was a success, and he eventually found the wild boar's piglets. At that moment, a side quest to domesticate the animals was triggered. The goal was to capture the boar piglets and turn them into pets. The reward offered was a small treasure chest as well as a cookbook. Chen Li decided to accept this quest and ordered the hunter to bring the piglets to their settlement. Chen Li reminded the primitive man that the piglets needed to be kept intact, and he had to be careful not to harm them. Shanglin set off with the hunter Xiang to carry out this task. The woman said they'd be back before the king could blink. Chen Li realized that they needed to prepare for the couple's return and build a pigsty. Chen Li addressed the men, telling them that when they finished eating, they should come to him, and he would teach them something new. By the end of the day, the men were busy hauling sticks. They didn't understand why the king had asked them to gather so many branches, but they still obeyed his orders without question. At sunset, they returned with the sticks and watched as the other part of the tribe was engaged in a strange task. Shigu watched his fellow tribesmen with interest, not understanding what they were doing. The hunter Agan said that this was called a straw rope, and that it was much stronger than a vine. The king had taught them how to make it. You have to smooth out the straw in a special way, then weave the rope, and it will be ready. Chen Li called out to the men, telling them not to just stand there, but to bring the branches closer to him. Chen Li used his spear to poke holes in a circle and called the men with sticks to come closer to him. The young man told them to choose a branch similar to his, take a rope in their hands, and then repeat all the king's movements. Everyone had to make at least 5 of these wooden structures. They had to tie several sticks together with a rope. After that, they had to insert the sticks into the prepared holes in the assembled structure. Then they had to tie the sticks together with ropes. These connected sticks formed a cage, after which they had to carefully arrange the straw on the outside. And just like that, a simple dwelling or pigsty was built. The primitive people were absolutely delighted. They didn't even notice how quickly they had completed the task. However, a new problem arose. The people decided that this dwelling was for them. They crowded into the structure, believing that they would all live there together with the king and bear him children. Chen Li was losing his patience as he watched what was happening. He announced that the pigsty had not been built for people. Just then, the hunter Shang and Shanglin emerged from the bushes. Sung announced that they had found and brought back some piglets, and indeed the hunter was holding several small animals in his hands. A total of 8 piglets had been caught. All of them had been brought in, and now it was time to move on to the next stage. The king ordered these little darlings to be placed in the pigsty, but first the people had to vacate it. But the people had already grown fond of the pigsty and didn't want to leave it, so the hunters rushed to their king, begging him not to do this. How could such a fine den be given to some ungrateful pigs when the people would live there so well? The people believed that they would finally be able to shelter from the wind and sun in this place. All the primitive people wanted to live there, and they began to beg their king to build them a home. Chen Li shooed the men away and said that if they wanted to live in a pigsty, he didn't care. But once they built a comfortable wooden house, those men would no longer be allowed in. The savages couldn't believe their ears. Could a house really be better than this hovel? Then, of course, they agreed to wait. Let the pigs live in this hovel. After this decision was made, the king ordered the hunter Shun to take the piglets to the pigsty. The people didn't understand why they should spare the piglets. After all, they were their food, and they didn't understand why they should care for the piglets. Chen Li asked the men if they would be happy if they could eat plenty of meat and didn't have to go hunting. Of course, everyone loved the idea, but this was only possible by raising the piglets and letting them produce many offspring. Only then could the people live a good life. Chen Li realized that his words were incomprehensible to these savages, but he simply told them to keep learning and follow his orders. In time, they would figure it out. After that, the young man decided to check what reward he would receive for completing the quest to domesticate the animals. Inside the gift chest was a bag of salt, which came in very handy. With the help of a cookbook, Chen Li will now learn to fry eggplant, peanuts, scrambled eggs, lamb, and shellfish. The player realized that with salt and recipes, he would become a chef before science and technology began to develop. But besides delicious food, Cooking according to the recipes would unlock special rewards, so Chen Li decided to eventually focus on gathering various ingredients and spices. Night fell, and the people warmed themselves by the fire and rested in relative comfort, feeling full and warm. Chen Li approached the fire. A guard was now sitting there. Today it was the hunter Xiong. The king thanked the young man for his work that day, for finding and bringing back the piglets. Xiong replied that the day before, because of him, the king had been captured and had nearly died. So now Xiong, the hunter, wanted to do everything he could to help his king. Chen Li hugged the young man, thinking he was very good-natured, and didn't even consider that the king might seek revenge on him for something. Once the two had established a rapport, the king asked the hunter if there were any tribes nearby similar to theirs. Shun replied that there were tribes, but they were very unfriendly and unlike the king's tribe. Chen Li, of course, wanted to know everything about these tribes. He immediately asked the young man to tell him who they were, how many of them there were, and where they lived. Zhuan replied that there were 3 different tribes nearby: the Coconut Grove, the Sea Bay, and the Giant Rock tribes. Although the hunters said the tribes were not far from here, the distance to them was still considerable. To reach them, one would have to walk for at least a day. Chen Li listened very carefully to the hunter. He wanted to know about each tribe separately and in more detail. The Coconut Grove tribe was the closest to them. They lived to the east, just a few minutes' walk south of the herd of black bulls. There are about 30 to 40 of them. They don't like to fight, can travel long distances, and their leader is a woman who isn't easy to get in touch with. The Sea Bay tribe is about the same size, and they live in the south, by the sea. They look intimidating and are constantly killing each other. The Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful tribe and has the largest population. They usually live in the mountains in the southwest, but sometimes they all come down from the mountains together. They say their chief has gained supernatural strength and can kill a saber-toothed tiger with his bare hands. It's best not to mess with him. Chen Li figured if the information was correct, then the Coconut Grove tribe would be the best first target. Chen Li realized that these people were eccentric, but he couldn't treat them harshly. He needed to find a way to defeat them peacefully. Suddenly, the young man felt a chill behind him. It seemed to him that some kind of monster was approaching him. It was Shanglin. The girl was happy that her king was still awake, and therefore waiting for her. It was quite stuffy, and she immediately suggested they do something interesting together. Chen Li imagined what might await him, and his whole life flashed before his eyes. The young man had easily dealt with a saber-toothed tiger, but spending time with Shanglin was more terrifying and agonizing for him. The king began to smile sweetly, agreeing that the only things the girl was missing were a ponytail and ears, while at the same time reaching out to grab the hunter Shun. Finally, the king reached the young man, announced that Shun wanted to use the restroom and needed to be taken there, and rushed off, leaving Shanglin alone. Chen Li spent the entire night lying in wait with the hunter Shun. Finally, they saw what they had been waiting for so long. Several people appeared on the seashore. They were members of a water tribe hunting the dodo bird. Its meat was of poor quality, but the bird was a prolific egg layer. Finally, one of the savages managed to catch a dodo, and now the bird was shrieking pitifully for all to hear. Chen Li looked at these representatives of the Gulf tribe with interest. The savages looked very strange. They had blue skin, powerful builds, and were completely hairless. These people were aggressive. They immediately began fighting among themselves for the right to possess the dodo. These people had well-developed limbs, but their brains were very simple and primitive. Chen Li believed he could bring these people into his tribe, which would increase the tribe's numbers and allow them to capture the dodo as well. Shun was apprehensive because the Gulf tribe had twice as many people, and it would be impossible to fight them. Moreover, these primitive people were aggressive. They couldn't even communicate properly among themselves. Chen Li, observing the tribe, realized that subduing them would indeed be a major challenge, but if they acquired sufficiently advanced weapons, it might be possible. First and foremost, they would need to get rid of the herd of black bulls and then use the new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment. Having made up his mind, Chen Li told his companion that they needed to return to camp because there was still much work ahead of them. By this time, the sun had risen high above the ground, illuminating the surroundings and warming everyone with its rays. Shigu sat pensively by the nearly extinguished campfire. He wasn't in the mood to do anything. As soon as Chen Li appeared, people began shouting that the king had returned, and the faces of the tribe's members immediately lit up with happy smiles. Shigu honestly admitted that the men had searched for the king for a very long time and thought he had abandoned them, But now everyone was happy and crying with joy because the king had returned. The king apologized to the people for making them worry, but now he would tell them what interesting activities they would be engaging in the near future. Chen-Li ordered Shigu and a few other warriors to train in spear combat. Shigu felt practically like a commander or a minister. Now he was responsible for the tribe's army. The hunter Agun was responsible for teaching spear throwing. Besides, the young man himself had to improve his skills and performance over the next day. Chen-Li sent the men off to train, telling them that time was short and they had to take their training very seriously. Shanglin told her king which leaves were best to use for hygiene instead of towels. The king thanked the girl for her care and kindness and asked her to invite all the women because he needed their help. Chen-Li wanted the women to help him make a wooden tool. First, the women had to find stones, and then the king would teach them how to make a stone axe. Shanglin listened very carefully to her king and said she understood everything perfectly. "Are you ready to gather the women of the tribe right now?" After a while, everyone was busy with their tasks. Chen-Li was preparing sticks, and the women were bringing stones of the right shape and size. Chen-Li didn't forget to constantly praise the people. He noted that the stone the girl had brought was very suitable for sharpening. First, you need to place the rectangular stone on the whetstone and rub it thoroughly. After that, you need to make sure the stone has sharp edges. Then you need to tie the stone to a stick with a rope. In this way, the people were able to make stone axes. The women were absolutely delighted. They considered their king magnificent and capable of performing miracles with his own hands. Chen-Li checked the stats and found that he had received 10 points for producing fire, but only 1 for sharpening stone tools. It was unfair. Chen-Li ordered the women to follow his instructions, make an axe each, and bring them to him for inspection. Shanglin completed the task very quickly. She made an axe with 2 blades. She said that her axe resembled the king's magic axe, so she tried to make one just like it. It turned out that Shanglin's abilities could be attributed to identifying new talents among subordinates, and the transition from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic era was also recorded. It also turned out that the girl had a hidden ability to create tools. With the help of the talent detection system, Chen-Li would be able to identify each person's specific strengths. It was safe to say that tool-making was a talent. Chen-Li paused to think for a moment, while Shanglin couldn't understand why the king was staring at her. He must have fallen in love after all. The king showed the axe the girl had made to the other women of the tribe and said that they needed to make goods to this standard. They had to produce as many weapons as possible today. By evening that same day, the women had made about 30 stone axes. Chen-Li praised Shanglin highly. The girl worked tirelessly, and more than half of the weapons were made by her. After that, she set about making spears, and each subsequent spear was better than the last. Indeed, Shanglin had a talent for it. Chen-Li noticed the girl's palms. She had been sharpening spears and stones all day, and the skin on her hands was worn down to the blood. But the girl said it was no big deal, because as long as she could help her king, she was ready to work hard. But it turned out that absolutely all the women's hands were in such a pitiful state, and the question arose, did the king really not care about the rest of them? Chen-Li, overcome with a terrible sense of shame, began to make excuses, explaining that he felt sorry for everyone, and he thanked the women for their hard work. After that, the king announced that the tribe had enough weapons for now, the women could rest, and he would go check on how the men were training. Finally left alone, Chen breathed a sigh of relief, because the women had literally frightened him with their intensity. They demanded that the king blow on their hands. Suddenly, the young man heard a shout, "Get ready, let go!" and saw some kind of glowing object, completely unfamiliar and incomprehensible. The boy froze in place. It is unknown how this mission from the Stone Age would have ended if Chen-Li hadn't ducked at the last moment. A log tied to a rope flew over his head at tremendous speed. It looked like a battering ram. Hunter Agun shouted that Langachu and Huanxi had won, and the next group should get ready. Chen-Li couldn't figure out what the men were doing here. The king looked over the 2 logs tied to a rope, said that everything looked good, and asked for a report on today's results. Agun reported that the men had made great progress today. They were now able to hit a moving target. The hunter himself was an excellent thrower, so he was able to become an instructor for the other guys. Although Jun Tiao was strong, his aim wasn't very accurate. It was only by teaming up with Shigu that he was able to showcase his talents. Luton didn't like to talk, but he was the most diligent and was the first to master new skills. The most surprising thing was that Langchu and Huanxi, individually, weren't anything special at all. But as a team, they took turns throwing spears in quick succession and hitting the target. Chen Li praised the instructor and the rest of the guys and said that maybe the next day they would already be able to fight the Black Bulls. Egan wasn't so sure about that, but he trusted the king nonetheless. The king said that just in case, he would take a secret weapon with him. Agan was very curious about the secret weapon. The hunter was eager to learn the details, but he was too shy to ask the king. Night fell, but Chen Li didn't even go to sleep. He was busy making a weapon, sitting by the fire. To do this, the young man used one of the stone axes made by the women. Chen drove the axe into a huge stone with all his might. The young man was determined to make his secret weapon overnight, since everyone was so interested in it. The night before, Chen had told the guys that they needed to pick the black tips of the leaves, but if anyone had cuts on their hands, they shouldn't touch the sap. The game system identified this plant as a natural paralyzing agent. Chen Li hoped that the sap of this plant would be able to paralyze the monsters or at least slow them down. In the middle of the night, Shanglin came to the king. The girl had made another batch of spears and wanted to know why the king had dug a hole in the rock. Chen explained that it was a stone mortar, and soon the girl would understand what it was for. But first, Shanglin had to call the other women of the tribe. They would use the stone mortar to grind the green leaves into a paste and then coat the spearheads with the juice. The men couldn't sleep either. In the middle of the night, they came to their king and asked what they should do, because they too wanted to be useful. Chen Li sent the men off to eat and get some good rest first, since a great battle awaited them the next day. Chen Li himself also climbed a tree and happily ate the kebab the women had cooked over the fire. The young man added some salt he had stored in the game, and the meat really did taste much better. Soon Shanglin arrived and reported to the king, saying that everything was ready. The women had completed the task. Shanglin immediately decided to test the weapon and threw the spear with a sharp, powerful motion. Chen Li caught the spear in midair and made sure it was sharp enough and that its tip was well coated with poisonous sap. The king stood before his subjects and announced that the women would stay at home and protect the children, while the men would take up arms and go up the mountain with the king. Everyone in the primitive tribe was very pleased with this arrangement. The primitive people believed in their strength, and perhaps now they would make the monsters tremble and stop hiding and living in fear. The people reached the cliff and climbed to the top of the rocky plateau to observe the enemy. A few black bulls had taken refuge in the grass. The king went alone as bait. Many thought this was too dangerous because, until recently, the black bulls had been invincible. Shigu believed in his king, thinking that the king was very strong and could therefore handle any danger. The men watched the unfolding events closely and were ready to join the fight at a signal. The hunter Xiong watched closely what was happening on the opposite bank and noticed some movement there. The women were reminded that they must pass spears to the fighters in time. It was especially important to do this near Agun, who was the best thrower. He must not be left without a weapon. Shigu believed that the king had taken a huge risk for their sake, and now the people must not fail. 10 minutes earlier, several black bulls had been standing in the clearing. Chen Li was sitting in the bushes nearby. Based on his experience, he would be able to run safely to the opposite mountain. However, to be on the safe side, it would be better to lure the little bull, which the whole herd would then chase. Chen Li was very focused. He knew he couldn't make a mistake or stumble along the way, or he would die instantly. The boy threw a stone at the head of a bull that was drinking water on the other side of the river. The animal turned and saw the man who was drawing the animal's attention. He was shouting and taunting them. The black bulls immediately noticed the man, and the presence of this loathsome creature drove them wild. Chen Li tried not to move. He saw 3 bulls approaching him. Of course, that was too many. One would have been enough. But there was nothing he could do about it now, and the young man ran as fast as he could through the forest. Finally, he ran out of the forest and headed toward the mountain, and at the top of the mountain, the men prepared to throw their spears at the first bull. The men needed to focus on the attack and pay no attention to anything else. Shigu shouted to his companions to get ready. And so, waiting for the right moment, the men simultaneously hurled their spears at the bull. The animal immediately began to bellow pitifully. Wooden spears now jutted from its body. The enraged bull did not fall dead. On the contrary, it charged at the young man even more aggressively. Egan, the tribe's best spear thrower, declared that he would hit his mark this time and threw his spear. And indeed, the spear struck the black bull in the neck, and the bull fell with all his might to the ground at the foot of the mountain. However, the other bulls continued to attack the mountain, and soon rocks began to fall, and along with them, Chen Li nearly tumbled off the cliff. Shigu happened to be nearby and arrived just in time. The primitive man grabbed the young man by the arm, saying that the king need not worry, he would hold him. Li ordered all the men not to stop attacking until the black bulls were dead. Shigu pulled the king onto the platform and then returned to the attack, telling the men to aim more carefully at the bulls. Li was unharmed. He asked the women not to be distracted by him, but to help the men in their attack. Furthermore, the game revealed that Shigu has a talent for leading troops. Now it became clear why this Hulk commanded so magnificently. It seemed as though he had been raised to become a commander capable of doing everything on his own. At that moment, Shigu reported to his king that the bulls looked very bad. And indeed, the bulls lay practically lifeless. Some of them were already unconscious, while others moaned pitifully. Li hadn't expected the anesthetic to take effect so quickly. Could it be that the bulls couldn't rampage anymore? This was good news. However, the hunter Xiong shouted that other bulls were also charging. And indeed, a new herd of bulls was approaching from the forest, rushing to the aid of their kin. This was bad news. Everything had happened much faster than the young man had anticipated. Most likely, these bulls had been drawn by the cries of their fellow bulls. Chen shouted to his men not to panic and said that everything was going according to plan. They needed to focus on attacking the 3 bulls from below. They couldn't let the wounded ones escape. Li saw the wounded animals bellowing loudly, calling to their kind. The poison had slowed them down and now practically prevented them from moving. The men readied their spears to throw at the animals again. On command, they launched another volley of poisonous weapons. After receiving new stabs in the backs, the black bulls fell, immobilized by the poison. At some point, the king raised his hand and ordered his men to cease their attacks. It now seemed as though the bulls were completely incapacitated. They were paralyzed by the poison and unable to move. However, there was no time to rest. If they didn't hurry and finish off these bulls, others would soon arrive. Li wanted to know how many spears were left. Shanglin was in charge of the weapons. She reported that, counting those in the men's hands, there were 28 left in total. Hunter Zhang, who had the sharpest eyes, estimated that 20 bulls were approaching them. Li understood that the main reason the battle had stalled was the limited supply of weapons. But if they surrendered now, everything that had come before would have been nothing but a waste of effort. Li said that none of it had been a waste, but rather part of his plan. The king said he had never intended to pit such a small number of men against an entire herd of bulls. In fact, the war between humans and bulls had only just begun. The king's main goal is to kill their boss. As for the remaining bulls, they would naturally scatter in all directions. For this to happen, the 3 wounded bulls must remain alive. They will lure the largest bull, and for that, a decoy is needed. The original plan was to use 1 bull as bait, but 3 had come running, so the men used up more spears. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Xiong again motioned for everyone to look toward the forest. And now, just as Li had predicted, the boss appeared from there, a huge and terrifying creature. It was terrifying just to look at it. Ordinary black bulls looked like pet hamsters compared to it. The boss was furious. He began to bellow and roar, and the trees bent to the ground at the sound of his cry. Even the rocks couldn't withstand that roar, and the mountain began to crumble, as if it were a wall of sand. A new herd of strong and enraged bulls approached the base of the cliff. The black bulls scattered and rammed their heads against the mountain with all their might. To the people, it seemed as if the bulls had gone mad. Their boss, unfortunately, had no intention of fighting the people himself. He simply commanded his subordinates from a distance. Soon the people heard a strange sound coming from below. They didn't have time to get a good look, but it turned out that the mountain had begun to crumble and collapse. Li, once the initial panic had subsided, ordered all the men to return and continue firing. The entire mountain plateau was covered in cracks, and the situation was truly very dangerous. Shanglin was still right in the thick of things. She was very active and was serving coffee to the men. But at some point, the mountain couldn't withstand her strength, weight, and power, and Shanglin flew down, landing right where the bulls were. Li, along with the men, immediately rushed to rescue Shanglin. No one even considered leaving the girl there. Li rushed to the girl, trying to see if she was alive, while the men descended with spears in their hands. The enraged herd of bulls had been waiting for the people to come down. Now the people found themselves trapped between the bulls and the mountain. The people had little choice. They had to fight. It was decided not to flinch or make any sudden movements, but to wait for the king's orders. The men realized this was a kind of trick on the bulls' part. They had forced the men to descend into their territory. Li realized that things were looking bad. Most likely the leader had figured out the boys' trap. It was unexpected that a bull possessed such high intelligence. Shigu ordered the other men who were with him at the top of the mountain to prepare their weapons and defend the king from above. Chen Li shouted that since no one had made a move yet, they needed to act with focus to finish off the bulls that would be the first to charge. And now a herd of huge black bulls, enraged and furious, stood before the group of men. Finally, the order was given, and one of the men hurled a spear into the chest of the nearest bull. Taken by surprise, the animal slowed down, and then the king joined the fray. He struck a blow with his battle axe. The enraged, wounded bull began to thrash wildly, and the king nearly perished. He was saved by one of his tribesmen. The other men were also fighting the bulls, using their spears and stone axes. One of the strong men grabbed the bull by the horns, and now it was a clash of two worlds. No one could say who would win this battle. Shigu continued to hurl spears from above and command the men who were with him. His bull, too, riddled with poisoned spears, lay sprawled beneath the rock. Chen Li was waiting for the next opponent to approach. The young man had expended enough energy in the first fight. However, the bulls were in no hurry to attack yet. They had spread out across the clearing and seemed to be waiting. But it soon became clear that the bulls had received an order to retreat, though it was unclear why. Chen Li surmised that the bulls' leader had decided to fight personally after all. At that moment, it began to rain, and now it was unclear whether the people or the bulls would be grateful to nature. Against the backdrop of a sky split by lightning, the huge and fearsome king of the bulls towered. He made a monstrous, terrifying impression on everyone who saw him. Besides being enormous, the bull boss possessed some kind of ability. Soon he opened his mouth and fired a fireball. The fire reached the base of the cliff and had the effect of an explosive. The cliff began to crumble again beneath the people's feet. Chen Li couldn't figure out what it was. The bull boss had perhaps used a sound wave or created a resonance with the power of its roar. Because of this, all the fighters lost their fighting spirit. They were frightened by the monster. Chen Li ordered the men to hide to the north, while he would distract the bull. In addition, the fighters who were at the top of the cliff were to wait for a signal. Now on this battlefield, two opponents faced off, a man and the bull boss. Chen Li understood just how weak he was. The bull boss bellowed loudly, echoing throughout the area, and leaves rained down from the trees at his roar. The opponents clashed. Of course, it looked like a circus, because the man was too small and weak compared to the bull boss. Chen Li could think of nothing else but to flee. He ran for his life, and the huge beast could catch up to him and crush him in a single leap. Chen Li saw a hollow in the mountain ahead, created by the explosion. The boy decided to hide there. The bull was catching up to the man, paying no attention to anything. And in the end, the monster slammed into the rock with all its might, and there was a powerful explosion. The people stared in horror at the sight of the explosion. They realized that their king was most likely already dead. But they had to keep fighting, because the bull boss reared up on his hind legs and prepared to attack the men again. The men had no intention of retreating. They prepared for battle and were ready to give their lives. Of course, although primitive humans didn't possess high intelligence, they understood that they were too weak compared to such an opponent. They could only scratch the surface of this monster. Fortunately, Chen Li didn't die. He hid in a hollow in the rock that had been created by the bull boss's attack. This allowed him to hide there at the critical moment. Despite this, Chen Li still sustained serious injuries. The primitive people of his tribe were happy to see that their king was alive, but no one knew what to do next. Chen Li racked his brain to find a way out of the situation. He called out to Shigu, who was standing atop the cliff. Shigu looked at the king in horror and heard that he must follow orders. The man didn't understand what could be done in this situation. Chen Li ran out of his hiding place with a battle axe in his hands and shouted at the men to kill the monster. The primitive men immediately rushed into the attack, brandishing poisoned spears. They wanted to thrust their weapons into the monster. One of the men was wounded by the beast, and blood spurted from his chest. At that moment, another managed to jump onto the bull boss's head and grab its horns. The battle was very dangerous, but no one was going to give up. Chen Li had also climbed onto the monster's head, realizing he needed to target its weak spots. Finally, the bull boss flew into a rage, trying to shake the people off. He opened his mouth again to attack everyone with a sonic roar. This time, its attack was aimed at Chen Li, but the young man managed to dodge at the very last moment. Chen Li took advantage of the fact that the bull was fighting his tribesmen. He leaped over the bull's head just as the monster was about to attack again. Chen Li drove his axe into the beast's shoulder with all his might. The monster choked on its own scream and began to bellow in pain. Chen Li knew that this was their only chance, and if they didn't seize it, they would never be able to defeat the enemy. Shigu and his men stood ready. He had to aim for the bull's wound, and the moment for the attack had finally arrived. The men with spears from the mountaintop hurled their poisoned weapons into the bull's wound. Several spears struck deep inside, and it had the desired effect. The beast was in excruciating pain, but at the same time, the poison began to take effect immediately. A few seconds later, everything around was engulfed in dust and smoke, and the huge bull lay in the middle of the clearing. The people could not believe their eyes, but it turned out they had won. It was an unreal feeling of joy, pride in themselves, and hope for a better future. The people thanked their king for his help and rejoiced in their shared victory. Chen Li, standing near the slain monster, tried to catch his breath. They shouldn't forget about the boss's other black bulls. The animals were still sitting there, motionless. They waited for orders, and soon Chen Li sensed that the bull's brain was not yet dead. He mustered his last strength and prepared to attack. Grabbing his axe, he lunged at the boss, trying to prevent him from harming the people. The bull boss was weakened by the poison coursing through his body. He simply unleashed his wave at the stone wall, which caused no harm to the people. Chen Li sat there frustrated. The young man realized he had been careless and hadn't made sure his opponent was dead. And now the bull boss had cornered the young man near the rock and was preparing to attack him directly. The last thing the young man had time to think about was that his end had come. Could it be that he, Chen Li, would die here? Before the young man's eyes closed, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow near him out of the corner of his eye. Shanglin, of course, could not allow her beloved king to perish. The girl knocked the king aside with a blow to the jaw, and she herself became the target of the bull boss's attack. Her huge, powerful body lay on the ground in the rain, pierced through by a spear. Chen Li immediately recalled all the situations he had experienced with this large but very kind girl. How many times she had already been of service to the tribe and to her beloved king. And now the aggressor towered over the young man like a massive rock. Chen Li wasn't just playing a game anymore. He had to take revenge on that vile, enormous monster for Shanglin's death. Despite the blood that was literally pouring down the boy's face, he raised his battle axe before him, ready to continue the fight. At that moment, the system issued a reminder and a warning about the emergence of an unstoppable force. Apparently, it was concentrated in the player's right hand. In light of these new circumstances, Chen Li launched an attack on the boss, hoping that his changes would help him survive this duel. The young man swung his axe and landed a single blow on the body of the enormous giant bull. And in the very next moment, Chen Li understood what the manifestation of unstoppable power meant. It turned out that with a single blow of his axe, the boy had split the giant in two. Something had changed in Chen Li's gaze. It seemed that today's battle had matured him, transforming him from a young lad into a serious man. Now he was ready to fight the remaining bulls and waited for the next one to launch an attack. But instead of attacking the people, the bulls began to calm down gradually. Their stripes turned blue again, and then one of the bulls bellowed so loudly it echoed throughout the area. It was unclear what the mooing meant. However, the entire herd of bulls, as if on command, turned and rushed back into their forest. Chen Li could barely stand. He received a warning from the system that he was practically on the verge of death. The young man began coughing up blood. He fell to his knees. The last thing he saw before him was the rain, Shanglin's lifeless body, and his wounded comrades. When the boy opened his eyes again, he saw the ceiling above him and part of Ayu's body. The girl looked at him with interest and attention. She noticed that the king had finally woken up. Chen Li found himself lying on his knees before the beautiful blonde and remembered that before he lost consciousness, he had managed to tell the system to have her fetch the medicine. Chen assumed he was in a pigsty, but Ayu said that after the bulls had been driven away, the tribe had moved to new land. The men had carried all their belongings with them. Shigu had carried the wounded king on his back, and the people had built a hut specifically for the king. Ayu left the king alone, saying she needed to warn the others about his recovery. Chen Li didn't let the girl go. He sat up in bed trying to figure out what was happening to him. The boy examined his hand, which had very strange scars, and asked what had happened to the others. Lutana was found nearly dead. He was barely breathing and showed no signs of life. However, the man recovered quickly, and after he woke up, Lutana had been standing outside the tent the whole time, guarding the king. Shanlin was very badly injured, but the people found medicine from the king. So now Shanlin is resting, she will definitely recover, and everyone else is fine. Chen Li felt relieved when he heard this news about his fellow tribesmen. Ayu added that in 4 days, almost everyone had recovered. The news about the 4 days greatly surprised the king. He hadn't realized he'd been in such bad shape. The young man immediately began checking the statistics. It turned out that there were only 11 days left until the end of the mission. There was no time for recovery. He had to continue his work without wasting a single second. Chen Li was still in physical pain, but there was no more time for rest. He ordered Shigu to be summoned immediately, even though Ayu tried to tell him that the king needed to rest. The king ordered the girl to tell Shigu that he had woken up, and not to mention anything else. Of course, all this sounded strange, but the king promised to explain everything later. When you're the king, you don't have to explain your actions right away, Chen Li thought. Now he had no combat power or deterrent force, and if the enemies found out about this, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Fortunately, after the people drove the tribe away, it immediately moved on and settled in a convenient location. They needed to quickly build a barrier fence, which could later be converted into a wall. At that moment, Shigu appeared near the tent. He was not allowed inside, and the men began to talk over the wall. Shigu said he was very glad to hear that his king had regained consciousness and was feeling well. Chen Li addressed Shigu, saying that the king had a special task for him. The king ordered Shigu to come closer to the house, put his ear to the wall, and carefully memorize everything he would say. Shigu listened to the king's instructions, said he would certainly carry them out, confirmed he understood everything, and immediately set off to do so. Chen Li knew that this wasn't enough. This time, he couldn't afford to make a mistake while hunting the bulls. First and foremost, he needed to clear the area. Chen Li turned to Liu Tan, who was standing guard at the tent, and said that the king had a special task for Liu Tan as well. Liu Tan was to go after the king of the bulls and bring back his skull and hide. It was necessary to make sure the warrior had taken everything. Chen Li stuck his hand out of the tent, holding his battle axe, and extended it toward Liu Tan. The man immediately realized that he was looking at the king's divine weapon. One of Liu Tan's arms was bandaged, and in his other hand he held the king's divine weapon. The man looked very surprised and awestruck. Ayu tried to tell the king that he needed to rest instead of working right now. Chen Li wouldn't hear of resting. He said he actually had a task for Ayu. When the girl made sure no one was nearby outside the tent, the king allowed her to come inside. The king said he had deliberately sent everyone away on errands so he could give Ayu a special, important secret task. The girl took the hint in a very specific way, and this provoked a wave of anger in the king. He said she had misunderstood everything. After Ayu got dressed and things had calmed down, the king said that the girl should help him put on a play. The king admitted that he planned to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. His main goal was to convince them to join the king's tribe. Ayu knew that the Coconut Grove tribe had far more people. She didn't think they would agree to join. The king agreed completely and believed that to achieve this, they needed to demonstrate strength. Let the people of the Coconut Grove tribe think that joining was the right choice for them. The king said he had chosen Ayu for this mission for 2 reasons. First, she was a beautiful girl, and it would be easier for her to communicate with the matriarchal tribe. Second, only Ayu knew the truth about the king's current condition, and it was dire and disastrous for the entire tribe. That explosion had caused severe damage to the king's health and body, and although the medicine had halted the deterioration, something better was needed for a full recovery. Ayu understood everything perfectly. She asked if she needed to look intimidating to scare the Coconut Grove tribe. However, after thinking for a moment, the girl said she knew what she had to do and was confident she could handle the task. The tribe's best tracker, the hunter Shun, set off on the long journey with Ayu. Jun said they would soon arrive. He decided to warn Ayu, telling her that the Coconut Grove tribe did not like war, but they still managed to survive in this dangerous world, so they shouldn't be provoked. Ayu assured him that everything would be fine and that the hunter Xiong needn't worry. He should just guide her calmly and leave the rest to her. Shun was very talkative. He kept on talking, saying that the king must treat Ayu very well if he had specially made such beautiful clothes for her. Some time passed and soon the delegation reached their destination. Hiding in the thick undergrowth, the hunter Shun said they had arrived. A very beautiful place appeared before Ayu's eyes. A tall cliff from which a marvelous waterfall cascaded. At the foot of the waterfall was a lake where women were splashing about. The hunter didn't want to explain to Ayu how many times he had already sat in those thickets. Zhang pointed to the girl and said that this was exactly the one they were looking for. Before them stood the queen of the Coconut Grove. Ayu couldn't help but admit that she was a real beauty, but Jun insisted that appearances were deceiving. He'd heard several stories about the queen eating her own suitors. It was funny, of course, to imagine such a situation, but in this world, anything could happen. Jun and Ayu continued to peek at the bathers and discuss all sorts of gossip, so they didn't hear someone approaching them from behind. It was a group of women armed with sharp spears. They were draped in cloaks that served as camouflage. It all ended with these female warriors bringing the captured spies to their queen. The guards told the queen that these strangers had called themselves poopies and were shouting that they wanted to meet the queen in person. Hunter Xiong was outraged. He said they were not poopies at all, but envoys. This title had been bestowed upon them by the king himself. The queen listened to it all with disdain. There was no grace in her speech. She ordered the woman to be kept in the tribe as a slave, the man to be fed to the fish, and the piece of meat they had brought to be made into dinner. Jun tried to resist. He began to shout for Ayu to save him and not let him be fed to the fish. Ayu turned to the queen, saying that she had thought the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe was quite perceptive, but now the girl saw that this was not the case. Ayu had intended to present the mountain bull's meat as an offering. This remark piqued the queen's interest, and she stopped her guards, allowing the girl to finish speaking. The information about the mountain bull's meat greatly intrigued and surprised the queen. She wanted to know more about it. Ayu explained that a herd of black bulls lived north of the river, and she had indeed brought mountain bull meat. A standoff ensued between the women. The queen assumed that the people wanted to join forces and attack the herd together, but it turned out she was mistaken. Ayu said that the herd of bulls was not their enemy. The lands around the river had already changed hands, and how could meat that hadn't yet been killed be called a gift? The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe began whispering among themselves when they heard about the tribe capable of scaring off the bulls. A herd of mountain bulls had once nearly trampled the girls, so they were left with only painful and distressing memories. The queen approached the messenger and asked if she knew what awaited those who deceived her. In response, Ayu said that their king had slain the largest bull, and if they did not believe her, they could return with the envoys and see for themselves. The queen's advisors and attendants believed that none of this was true and saw the situation as a trap for the queen. Ayu replied that there was no trap involved and that her merciful king could easily defeat their entire tribe. The hunter Xiong also joined the conversation. He said that the people of his tribe not only did not want to fight the girls, but also wished to present them with a gift. Their intentions were sincere, and there was no doubt about that. Ayu said that if the queen herself was afraid to go, she could send one of her people to fetch the meat. The queen swung her whip and said it was best not to try to trick her. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe sensed there was a catch somewhere, but at the same time, she wanted to see for herself. In the end, the hunter Xiong, Ayu, and a group of tribal representatives set off. Hunter Xiong soon shouted that they had returned, and the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe saw something unusual. Shigu was carrying a huge log on his shoulder. He told Shun not to shout, but to go to the shore and help build a house, because the king was waiting for him on the other side. The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe didn't know what it meant to build a house and were amazed by absolutely everything. Soon they were told that they had arrived and the king was waiting for them. Deep inside the tent stood a huge throne, and the king of the tribe sat upon it. The leader of the guests sensed that a powerful, deadly aura emanated from this hut. The man sitting on the throne looked very much like a huge beast. He had a downright demonic gaze. The young man greeted his emissary, Aya. At that moment, all the wounded warriors were hidden in the tents so the guests wouldn't see them. They needed to impress the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe that everyone in this tribe was very strong and sturdy. Chen Li did not rise from his throne. He cleared his throat and greeted the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe in a low voice. One of the girls immediately asked where the beef was that the envoys had spoken of. The king immediately replied that the meat was lying behind the tent, and the girls could take as much as they wanted. The meat from the slain bull boss lay in a huge pile. They could help themselves and take as much as the girls could carry. Huanqi announced that this part of the carcass belonged to the girls, so they had to cut it off and take it themselves. One of the women from the Coconut Grove tribe tried to cut off a piece of meat, but the problem was that she was holding a wooden knife. Huangxi could barely keep from laughing out loud as he watched the girl snap the wooden knives in half. His behavior infuriated the beauties, and they said that the men had simply gotten caught up in the fights between the bulls and had thus managed to take the meat of the killed animal for themselves. The men didn't want to listen to such brazen accusations. They assumed the girl was asking for serious trouble. He grabbed an axe and approached the guests, but at that moment something flew between him and the women of the Coconut Grove tribe. It was the king's battle axe. It plunged into the carcass of the slain beast and split it apart. This weapon made a tremendous impression on the girls. They were surprised to see it in action and their carving knives were no match for such a weapon. The king ordered his men to use his axe and help the guests divide the meat. The girls were amazed. They saw that the spot where the king's axe had struck had sealed shut due to the energy emanating from the weapon. Huanxi was indignant. He told the king that the girls had provoked them first, so why should they have to help now? But the king was very strict. He snapped at Huanxi, telling him to shut up and obey his order. The king turned to the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe and said that he would allow them to take only as much meat as the girls could carry. The king emphasized that these were his guiding principles. What was said was done, and arguing or quarreling with him was useless. The queen was surprised that these barbarians were noble. She asked how they had managed to subdue the herd of bulls. The king replied that this depended on how events unfolded. It relied on mutual understanding or personal experience. The king had no intention of saying anything more today. He turned to the queen, saying that the audience was over and they could take the meat and leave. Chen Li didn't want to spend much time with these girls. He felt very unwell and was also worried that he would start bleeding soon. The young man lowered his eyes and indeed saw a trickle of blood running down his body. He couldn't show the queen his weakness. Ayu seemed to have noticed the blood as well. She drew the queen's attention to herself and said that they were ready to give the girls a few extra stone axes. Of course, their axes couldn't compare to the king's divine axe, but they were still suitable for cutting meat. The queen listened to the proposal but refused it, saying that these axes did not look like elegant enough weapons for them. After that, the queen added that they too had powerful weapons, but they simply did not flaunt them. The queen then added that she very much hoped they would not have to use their secret weapon against this tribe. The queen ordered her subordinates to take what belonged to them and be ready to leave. They were returning. Ayu added that if the girls didn't have enough meat, they could go back for more, but it would be better to do so sooner rather than later, since the tribe planned to share the meat with other tribes as well. After everyone said their goodbyes, Ayu waved to the guests, and with that, her mission was complete. Venturing deep into the forest, the queen asked if her subordinates had checked everything. Female warriors in camouflage cloaks began to emerge from behind the bushes. They reported that they had discovered structures, so-called houses. There were likely piglets inside, because oinking could be heard coming from one of the structures. The queen was very surprised that the people of this tribe had built such a nice dwelling for pigs. The scouts also reported to the queen that these people had mastered the divine power of fire, which was simply unbelievable. But the spies insisted that they had seen with their own eyes how the people of this tribe had produced fire out of nowhere and then roasted meat over it. The girls wanted to add something else, but were afraid of angering their queen. The spies estimated that there were only about 10 adults in this tribe, and the rest were children and one old man. The spy was certain that the rest of the tribe had been deliberately hidden. The queen wanted to know why the girls hadn't conducted a thorough search and were unable to provide complete information. It turned out that the trees around the settlement had been cut down, and the girls couldn't remain unnoticed in the open, so they hid in the forest and watched from a distance. After that, there was a rather long silence. The queen was pondering the information she had heard, and this pause did not bode well. The queen took out her whip and cracked it. It was time for punishment. She decided that her spies and scouts had not shown enough enthusiasm and had not gathered complete information, which meant they had failed to carry out their orders, and for this they must be punished. After that, the queen announced that if her subordinates ever dared to make excuses again, they would not get off with mere lashes. The girls fell to their knees, buried their heads in the ground, and began thanking the queen for not banishing them from the tribe. Chen Li was also recovering from this exchange. After all, the king was very weak, and even such minimal activity caused him pain and drained his strength. Ayu was very worried about her king. She wanted to know how he was feeling and how his wounds were healing. The king showed her a glove made of bull hide. It possessed high regenerative properties and could gradually heal his wounds. Ayu was very pleased, and Chen Li noticed notices near the girl stating that Ayu possessed a hidden talent. It was a rare gift. Ayu noticed again that the king was staring at a single point. She thought that the king did, after all, love her more than the queen of the coconut grove. The king asked Ayu to tell everyone who was hiding to come out and go about their business, and then return to help him heal his wounds. In addition, there were traces of blood left on the throne that needed to be removed before Luton arrived, and no one should be allowed to approach the king's tent. Ayu understood perfectly and said she would do exactly as needed. After that, the girl winked at the king and called him handsome. Hunter Zun approached the king and said he had an important question, while Ayu went off to carry out her orders. Hunter Zhang said that the king was truly remarkable, and the women of the Coconut Grove tribe had indeed stationed their people around the camp. The king asked Jun how things were going with his personal assignment. The hunter confirmed that, of course, he had done everything as agreed. The spies had seen only what they were supposed to see and nothing more. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief and praised his envoys, saying they had done an excellent job today. Hunter Zun was very pleased. He thanked the king for the honor and said he would go help Shibu build houses. Ayu asked the king if the Coconut Grove tribe would really want to join them, but it was still too early to make assumptions or predictions, because the king's plan had only been half carried out so far. When the girls came to visit them next time, the king and his subordinates would proceed to the second part of the plan. When all the work was done, Chen Li was finally able to go to bed. The young man felt terribly exhausted, and besides, he wanted to check his stats and attributes. The young man double-checked the deadlines and the essence of the task. He had to build a dwelling for primitive people and increase the tribe's population. There were too few days left, and this time wouldn't even be enough to recover physically from his injury. The young man checked his items. It turned out that he had almost no healing potions left, and his battle axe looked strange. It was unclear what had happened. Chen Li began studying information about the weapon. He didn't understand when his axe had turned into Pangu's axe. It turned out that the combat weapon had turned into an artifact. Chen Li hadn't noticed this when he handed the axe to Lutan that morning. Now, studying the weapon's stats, the young man began to slowly figure it out and discovered that the conditions for the axe's emergence and activation included a blood sacrifice. It turned out that during the battle with the bull boss, blood from the wounds had accidentally splashed onto the axe and activated this powerful skill. Judging by the note, such an axe should be used in the right place and at the right time, not before and not after. But unfortunately, the young man had used the axe, and the destructive power imbued within it had inflicted damage on the user. It became clear that Chen Li wouldn't get off with just a scar on his arm. This was, of course, surprising and strange. The young man had never expected that his weapon could evolve. Chen Li was satisfied with the situation, but now he wanted to know if the rest of his weapons had such hidden abilities or properties. But in any case, the activation conditions were irregular. Everything depended on fate, and the axe was truly powerful. It had nearly killed its owner. The healing potion turned out to be very useful. There was very little left of it, so the young man decided not to waste it, but to save it for a critical moment. In any case, he had to carry the axe to destroy all living creatures nearby, and it was now clear that Chen Li would be able to handle absolutely all threats. The young man estimated that the meat taken by the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe should last for a few days. Of course, the boy was severely limited on time, so he would have to put the hunter Jun to work again. The king turned to Lutan, who was once again standing guard at the tent, and asked him to summon the hunter Shun, saying that he had a secret mission for him. Lutan immediately set out to find the hunter, and soon the nimble young man came bounding in, ready once again to carry out his king's orders. The young man stood in the doorway, bowed his head in a sign of honor and respect, and said that the hunter Shun had come to see his king. The king approached the hunter and asked if Shun remembered the herd of black bulls they had driven away. Now, Hunter Zhang had only 2 days to find that herd and report its location to the king as soon as possible. Chen Li said goodbye to the hunter, who immediately rushed off to carry out the task. The young man thought that many of the tribe's members had made a significant contribution over the past few days. So he needed to use these 2 days to do something nice and prepare small gifts for everyone. Hunter Zhang rushed off to carry out the task, paying no heed to the time of day, fatigue, or other obstacles. And now several days had flown by. Chen had rested a lot, recovered, and was ready to dive back into work. A few more stone arrowheads were ready. They gave the player tech points and were also meant to help the tribe members when needed. The king decided to give the bone whistle to Shigu so that he could command more easily during battle and hunting. The stone arrowheads could increase the lethality of the wooden spears, and if they had to fight the Coconut Grove tribe, they would help secure more victories. The king decided to give the drinking horn to Shun. He hoped the hunter would like this gift. At that moment, Ayu entered the tent. She was still the only one who had access to the king's body. The girl brought the king good news. Their house had already been built. The king saw the girl's excitement and tried to calm her down. Ayu asked the king to be sure to put a cloak on his injured arm. Chen Li almost forgot to do so, but with Ayu's help, handling all his affairs was much easier. The girl helped him put on the cloak, and said that the king was working hard instead of resting and recovering. After that, the young people went outside so the king could see the house built by the people. Everyone present looked at the house in complete silence. It was unclear how much they liked it. Finally, Shigu snapped out of his thoughts. He was happy that the king had come, for they had built this house on his orders. This architectural marvel was worth seeing, and indeed the house looked very imposing. Its walls were made of thick tree trunks, and the roof was also supported by trunks. The structure seemed sturdy and durable. Shigu was absolutely delighted. He thought the house was beautiful. The king tried to smile. He almost managed it, and said that the house was nice. The people began to rejoice and celebrate. Now they had a real home, and they understood that a pigsty really is only suitable for pigs, while people should live in a house like this. The people rejoiced that they would no longer have to sleep in caves or under trees. The king reminded them that not long ago they had not thought so. Shigu pointed to the straw door they had made for the entrance. Now everything was ready. The king entered the house, the door closed behind him, and he was able to check his stats. Building the house cost the same number of points as starting a fire. Come to think of it, the backward tribe had changed a lot since the king had come into their lives. At first they drank blood like beasts and ate raw food. Now it was clear. Their personalities and abilities had changed. This was due to the system's subtle influence. Most likely, it was an acceleration of evolution. As soon as the hunter Shun returns from his mission, he must be brought immediately to the king's residence. Ayu said that everything would be done as the king wished. After that, the king said he needed to leave, and that the rest of the people should continue building houses, since there would soon be many residents in them. But before the king could leave the street, a shout rang out, and the happy jumping hunter Shun appeared before everyone. He shouted that he had found them. This news delighted the king. He thanked the hunter and said that now the second part of the plan could be carried out. The king invited all the tribe's inhabitants to follow him without further ado. Shigu had a special task as well, and the king took him away from the house building. After the king explained the second part of the plan to his subordinates, he asked if anyone had any further questions. Shigu had his doubts. The man wasn't sure the plan would work because it was a bit incomplete. The hunter Shun was very confident. He reassured his comrades, saying that he would be able to complete the task when the time came, simply by taking people with him. After that, the king presented Shigu with a bone whistle, which the man could use to give orders. The warrior was very pleased with this gift. The king also had a gift for the hunter, and as soon as Xiong completed the task, the king would present it to him. Chun Li reminded his subordinates once again that as soon as they received a signal from him, they must immediately act according to the plan. And soon the entire team set off to carry out their duties at the locations assigned to them by the king. Chun Li realized they were desperately short-handed, so he would have to assign tasks even to the wounded. Chun Li instructed them to tell Huanxi and Chanel to build a bonfire in front of the house, but not to light it. Ayu guessed that this was for the guests who would soon arrive. The king confirmed her guess. Now they needed to check the bait that had been set 2 days earlier. They needed to see if the boy could catch that big fish. Just then, a group of strangers emerged from the forest. Shushu saw them and assumed they were members of the Coconut Grove tribe. The girl was carrying a basket of fruit she had gathered. Shosho, startled, ran to call for help, and the fruit scattered all over the road. The girl ran to her king's house and reported that the people from the Coconut Grove had arrived. Although the wounds on the king's body were already healing, it was still difficult for him to move. Besides, one shouldn't forget that it's always nice to be cared for. Chen Li decided not to deny himself this pleasure. The young man wanted to regain his strength as soon as possible, so he could attract even more attention from the beautiful girls of the Coconut Grove tribe. At that moment, it became clear that the fish had taken the bait and the lure had worked. The king asked Aya to bring the girls to him. Ayu greeted the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe. She said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and that the queen had become even more beautiful since their last meeting. After that, Ayu led the queen to the royal palace, where the king of the tribe was already waiting for the beauty. Last time, the king had a hut made of straw and bullhide, but now he had a wooden house. It was simply amazing how quickly these people had learned to build houses. The queen surmised that the king was afraid to come out to meet her, which was why he was inviting her into the house. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe said that this time they would take more meat so as not to bother their hosts next time. And indeed, this time a very large group of the queen's subjects had come. Ayu said that the people simply wanted to get to know their kind neighbors. Ayu replied that the king had already ordered beef to be prepared for 40 people, so the tribe's representatives could go get it right away and take it with them. Ayu pretended she had made a mistake, for it seemed there weren't 40 people in the Coconut Grove tribe. The girl shyly covered her mouth. The queen was very taken with the clever beauty who cared for her people. The queen offered Ayu a position in her service, but the girl said she was devoted to her king's power and would not abandon him. Ayu added that the beef was still where it had been before, behind the house. If the girls couldn't carry the whole portion away, they could eat some of it right there. That was also the king's order. Furthermore, if the girls found it inconvenient or difficult to cut up the meat, the servants could help them with it. Upon hearing this offer, the girls declined, saying they could manage on their own. When all the questions had been settled, the door swung open, and finally the queen of the Coconut Grove entered the royal palace. The girl quickly looked around and assessed the surroundings. She said that the palace looked quite normal. This was a good sign. Chen Li realized that the queen was interested in house-building technology, and he could continue to lure her in. The king said that this was his temporary palace. As soon as the real royal palace was built, the servants would live here. The queen was very surprised. She was astonished that the king would allow his subordinates to live in such a place. Chen Li agreed that this dwelling was rather shabby. In time, he would move his subordinates into stone houses, which would be much better. The next second, the queen of the Coconut Grove swung her whip and attacked the king, who was sitting on the throne. The whip tightly wrapped around the young man's arms and pinned him to the throne. The boy decided that the girl was going to kill him. The queen leaned toward the king's face, holding a knife near his neck. She said that no one knew men better than she did. Moreover, the queen had a way of making men give her rare and valuable things entirely of their own free will and without compensation. Chen Li, of course, should have been frightened, just as the queen expected. But he was young and the queen was beautiful, so his hormones kicked in the opposite way. Finally, the king calmed down and said that the queen would not force him to obey in this way, because he had already taken precautions. In reality, Chen Li thought he was doomed. There were no more ways out. The charade was over, his wounds hadn't healed yet, and in a one-on-one duel, he wouldn't be able to win. At that moment, the door to the royal palace opened. Ayu peeked inside and announced that everything was ready, and the banquet could begin. The girl noticed her king's condition. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe immediately unwound her whip and stepped away from the king. Chen Li said that the conversation was over, and now they would all go together to eat the roast. Chen Li asked his assistant if the people had built a fire. The queen was struck by the man's composure. After all, she had threatened him so much. Either he was playing it safe, or he simply wasn't afraid of death. All the men of the Coconut Grove tribe seemed like weaklings. Stepping outside, the king and queen saw a huge bonfire blazing right in front of the house. The guests and hosts sat down and began to eat the meat. Chen Li handed Ayu a small bag of salt and asked her to sprinkle it on the meat to enhance the flavor. Ayu immediately approached the girls and asked them to sprinkle the meat with this powder. The girls did as they were told and eagerly dug into the treat, but the queen was afraid to eat something unfamiliar. She watched her subordinates, who were happily eating the meat and were about to eat a lot more. All the girls said it was very tasty. Finally, the queen joined her subordinates and also ate the salted meat with relish. Chen Li wanted to buy a little more time for Shun and Shigu. The queen was able to relax, simply enjoying her meal and forgetting about everything else in the world. Meanwhile, several warriors from the tribe were lying in ambush. They had set out on a special mission together with Shigu. They watched a herd of black bulls grazing carefree on the meadow. The people didn't understand why they needed to hunt the herd, since they had plenty of beef and couldn't even eat it all. Shigu replied that the warriors simply didn't understand. This time, the people weren't here to hunt. They had to follow orders and act precisely. Shigu looked up at the sky above the trees and saw smoke rising from behind the trees. The man realized that this was a signal sent by the king. Shigu took advantage of the opportunity and blew a bone whistle. After that, all the hunters in ambush hurled their spears. The spears immediately pierced the bodies of the black bulls, who were unsuspecting and grazing on the grass. Now it was time for the hunter Shun to carry out his part of the plan. He had only one chance, to find the new leader of this herd. Shun stood on a branch of one of the trees and carefully watched all the bulls running beneath him. Soon the hunter spotted a suitable bull and, being the most accurate, easily thrust his spear into the leader, after which he himself jumped onto the beast's back. Shun was very pleased. Everything had worked out. The hunter sat on the bull's back and steered it as if with reins. The wounded bull, enraged and frenzied, charged recklessly through the forest without a care in the world. Jun continued to hold on to the spear stuck in the beast's body. The bull tried to throw the man off its back, but Jun loved the king dearly and wanted to fulfill his command. The entire herd was running after the enraged bull. This was the scene that the tribe's sharpest-eyed hunter, a gun, spotted in the distance. He noted that the herd was moving east, but it turned out that this direction was not quite correct. Shigu said that the signal to Shun had been given correctly, and now it was unclear where the herd was heading. Shigu continued to blow his whistle, trying to get his attention. Jun heard him and figured out what the problem was. It turned out that the hunter Jun was skilled at horseback riding. He thrust his spears deeper into the bull's back and forced the giant to turn in the right direction. Back at the settlement, the festive dinner continued around the campfire. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. Of course, every girl occasionally thought that if they ate too much, they would quickly get fat, but right now it just tasted good. Chenli noticed the birds flying up from the trees in fear, which meant there was danger nearby, and the plan would soon continue. The queen was barely aware of anything. She had overeaten, her center of gravity had shifted, and just at that moment, one of the girls who had been lying in wait ran out of the bushes. She ran toward the queen shouting, "Trouble!" without thinking that she should remain hidden behind the trees. The queen didn't understand what had happened, but since the girl had come running in such a panic, it must truly be trouble. The girl tearfully explained that a herd of crazed bulls had invaded their territory and begun to rampage. Those who had remained in the camp were unable to stand up to them. Upon hearing this, the queen ordered her subordinates to drop everything immediately and return to their home settlement. The girl didn't understand what could have happened. Their settlement hadn't bothered the bulls, but now they would have to fight an unequal battle. The situation was critical. The entire settlement had been ravaged by a herd of bulls, and many girls had been killed. Some managed to climb into the trees, hoping to attack the enraged beasts with slingshots. Armed with slingshots and stones, the girls lined up and opened fire. However, the stones were completely useless. Soon the girls realized they would have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But the fight ended almost immediately. The bull swept away all the attackers with a single paw. With its other hoof, it killed several more warriors who were trying to resist. The situation turned tragic. One of the squad leaders lay on the ground, and towering over her was a huge, enraged bull, ready to strike. The girl covered her face with her hand in fear, realizing that her life seemed to be over. Suddenly, something struck her as odd. The bull froze, as if paused. It immediately became clear. The queen had returned. She lashed her whip at the beast's paw. The queen shouted that she would not allow anyone to harm her people, and that the raging bull was now her enemy. She swung her whip, and its force was enough to knock the monster off its feet. After that, the queen took down a few more bulls, but there were too many of them, and another giant was charging at her. The girl didn't have time to react. The bull knocked the whip out of her hands, and she screamed in helplessness. The queen had already mentally bid farewell to this world. Something soft enveloped her, most likely a heavenly cloud. But when she opened her eyes, she realized she hadn't died. She was lying in the arms of her savior. The king asked how she was feeling, and the queen replied that she was fine. Chenli helped her to her feet and said that the queen needed to rest, and that the rest could be left to his men. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe did not understand why the herd of black bulls had gone berserk and entered their territory. Chenli addressed the lead bull, saying that the danger had passed and that the bulls, having forgotten their caution, had come to the people for some reason. He hoped that the bull would at least take notice of the cape made from the skin of the former boss. The bull stared at his opponent for a while longer, then turned and bolted. Chenli approached another bull, which recognized him immediately. The young man brandished his axe, continuing to threaten the animal. The bulls quickly accepted the new king, even though he was still a far cry from the previous one. Chenli addressed the bulls, saying that since they had come here, they should remain in this territory. The bulls surveyed the entire warring tribe with its diverse array of weapons, including fire. The people decided to demonstrate their strength and rushed to attack the bulls. This time, the battle went relatively smoothly. The bulls had almost stopped getting angry. Hunter Zhang once again mounted the head of another bull and guided it using the reins. He was skilled at riding. The bull was slow on the uptake, so, obeying its rider, it continued to destroy everything around it. Chenli wanted to take the queen away so she wouldn't see the battle. However, the girl refused, saying that the herd hadn't been driven off yet, and she had to join the fight. Chenli took the queen by the hand and asked her not to go since she would be risking her life. Chenli believed that the girls couldn't handle these monsters on their own. The king said he had brought a few men with him, since going into battle against the herd was certain death. He suggested sending the inhabitants of the Coconut Grove tribe to his settlement so they could heal their wounds, and then they could return here. The king was ready to provide the entire Coconut Grove tribe with homes, food, and a guarantee of safety. The queen listened to these proposals thoughtfully. She saw that her people could barely stand. Many were wounded or killed, and the bulls continued to destroy everything around them. Ayu couldn't believe it. Would the queen really let her people die in vain and just stand by and watch? Finally, the queen made a decision. She addressed the tribe and ordered all those who had suffered to retreat north. Even her warrior attendants struggled to accept this, despite their many wounds, but the girls decided to retreat nonetheless. The commander of the combat unit of the Coconut Grove tribe ordered them to move quickly and evacuate the wounded first. The king instructed Ayu to ensure comfortable conditions for the queen and her people, to take them to the camp, and to provide them with a place to rest. The king himself remained with Shigu and the other warriors. They would hold back the herd of enraged bulls and prevent them from harming people any further. Ayu urged the king to take care of himself. The battle with the bulls went according to plan. The people used weapons, flaming torches, and every means at their disposal. Some of the female warriors from the Coconut Grove tribe, who were uninjured, joined the tribe's warriors to fight the herd. Shigu tried to warn the girls that this group of monsters was meant for men, and that they'd be better off retreating and resting. But the female warriors joined the battle, and the king said that these girls were very brave and would now fight alongside Shigu's warriors. Soon, the first joint attack began. Members of the two tribes fought against a common enemy. Ayu successfully led all the women out of the forest, and soon they reached the tribe's camp. Shushu rushed to the girls, happy that they had returned, but still worried about where the king was. Ayu explained that the king and Shigu had stayed behind to fight, while she had brought the injured people, settled them into homes, and provided care. Shushu didn't mention that it was thanks to Shanglin's strength, despite her pain, that the people had managed to hastily build these houses. She turned to the guests and said that the women who had not been injured in the battle should go with her to get food and water. The wounded were placed in the houses. They were told that their food and safety were guaranteed and that they could rest peacefully. The tribal queen was physically and mentally exhausted. Ayu promised to take care of her subjects and that the queen herself should rest. Ayu left the queen alone, realizing that so far everything was going according to the king's plan. The night before, the girl had discussed the details of the plan with the king, who wanted to achieve his goal with minimal effort. The king's main goal was to conquer and annex the Coconut Grove tribe. Everything had to go perfectly because the king's men had only recently finished a grueling battle and would not be able to withstand a prolonged war of attrition. Ayu supported her king in everything. She believed that everything the man did for the tribe was perfect. There was very little left to do. The day after the Coconut Grove tribe was annexed, the people set to work together. Shanlin asked Huanxi how the night had gone. The man replied that nothing had happened. He had been keeping watch over the camp all night. Women began to emerge from their dwellings. The well-rested warriors looked up at the sky and noticed that it was cloudy. Shanglin approached one of them, greeted her, and wished her a good morning. The tribe member's appearance startled her a little. Shanlin warned that the king had invited the queen to the palace and apparently wanted to discuss something very important. The assistant to the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe promised to pass on the message and bring the queen to the palace. Chenli, sitting alone in his house, was checking the game's metrics and statistics. There were only 8 days left until the deadline for increasing the tribe's population. Time was running out. Chenli's somber thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Ayu threw open the doors and announced to the king that she had brought the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe. The queen got straight to the point. She said she had heard Ayu talking about the merger of the tribes and was now ready to give her answer. The girl was adamant. She replied firmly, "No," stating that the king could not force her to take advantage of her tribe's temporary weakness. Chenli replied that there was no question of coercion. He rose from the throne and offered the queen a deal. The king promised to teach the women of the Coconut Grove tribe how to build houses, make weapons, and start fires. In return, the tribe would be united with his own. Chenli suggested that the queen accept his customs and protection, standing close to her and continuing to persuade her. He lowered his head closer to her face and said that in some matters, relying solely on courage was useless. Everyone knows of the cruelty of the Sea tribe. The inhabitants of the Mountain tribe, including the queen of the Coconut Grove, know this better than anyone else. Now the tribe is as vulnerable as wounded deer. Bloodthirsty beasts will smell the blood and hunt down the girls to kill them. There was no need to persuade the queen further. She understood everything perfectly well, but she could not force her subjects to accept the authority of a stranger. They would agree only if the battle took place and the outcome was not predetermined. That was the only way to convince them. But the queen did not know if the king was ready to accept her challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, the man gave his consent, and the tribal leaders left the palace to announce their decision to their people. Chen Li addressed the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe. He said that their queen was wounded and unable to fight, and that to ensure fairness, he too would not fight. Shigu took the king's place on the battlefield. Now a duel had to be held to convince the girls to accept the king's help and protection. The man stood there pleased and confident and asked, which of the girls would fight against him? One of the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe, Ayun, stepped forward from the crowd and accepted Shigu's challenge. He had already noticed the girl with pigtails on the battlefield. She was very brave and fearless. The opponents stood facing each other. Shigu wished the girl no harm, while Ayun thought the guy talked too much and needed to watch his back. Shigu was too cocky. He said he was very afraid of Falcon's Peck and launched his attack. Ayun dodged and threw a small bone knife at her opponent. It was tiny and wasn't supposed to cause serious harm. However, Shigu realized the danger. The king was standing behind him, and if he dodged, the knife might hit him. It was a dirty trick. The warrior deflected the knife with his axe, but immediately noticed another small weapon flying toward him. The second knife hit his helmet, which greatly upset Shigu. He decided to strike to end the duel. However, before the axe came down on his opponent, Ayun crouched down and wounded her with her own knife. Moreover, the duel was unfair. Another tiny bone knife flew into Shigu's head, but it was not Ayun who threw it, but one of the female spectators. Taking advantage of the fact that Shigu was engrossed in the fight, a representative of the Coconut Grove tribe, knife in hand, leaped toward the king. Chen Li didn't even flinch. He was still recovering from his injuries, and besides, he trusted his invisible bodyguards. The most skilled warrior, Agun, was hiding on the roof of the house. His spear pierced right through the heart of the woman who had dared to threaten the king's life and well-being. The terrorist lay, struck by the spear, at the feet of everyone present. The king remained calm. The queen felt uncomfortable, and her warrior was frustrated by the failed assassination attempt. She held out a knife and declared to the king that he had set a trap for them. The girl accused the king of luring their entire tribe into his settlement with a treacherous plan. It was clear to everyone that she was voicing the thoughts shared by the tribe's representatives. The representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe appealed to the queen, asking her to allow them to kill all the local residents. The situation was becoming tense. Murder was not part of the king's plan. He realized they were trying to provoke a conflict and was unsure whether this was an order from the queen or a decision made independently by his subordinates. If it had been the queen's order, the king would have had to take the girl hostage, holding a battle axe to her neck. Before Chen Li could carry out this plan, the queen shouted at her subjects to stop. The queen accused her subordinates of trying to deceive her and drag her into a confrontation with her friends. She was upset that her subordinates had used underhanded tactics against their allies. The queen didn't even bother to find out who was involved in the plan's failure, which had resulted in the death of one of the girls. But now she had to admit that the girls had lost this battle. It was a one-on-one duel. The queen explained that Ayun was the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe. The girl had sacrificed her own dignity in an effort to save the queen. The queen acknowledged that the king possessed immense power, including supernatural abilities. After that, the queen knelt before the king and asked him to spare Ayun's life, taking into account her loyalty and bravery. Chen Li listened to these words. The queen also said that the entire Coconut Grove tribe would be grateful for this act. The young man realized that fortunately for him and his tribe, this wasn't the worst possible outcome, and soon felt that control of the situation was back in his hands. However, the young man remembered that he had one last dose of the restorative potion left. Chen Li approached the queen, who was still kneeling, extended his hand to her as a sign of goodwill, and said that he would save Ayun. The tribal leaders shook hands in a gesture of friendship. The queen sincerely thanked him and asked him to hurry, because the girl was dying from her wound. Chen Li approached the wounded Ayun. He understood that for the sake of the greater good and to resolve the conflict, he must put this situation behind him. At the same time, Chen Li decided to punish the insolent warrior for her attempted assassination. He would ensure that the girl did not recover immediately. Chen Li used a small amount of medicine. This dose was enough to save Ayun's life, and he would use the rest of the potion today to heal his own wounds. The wound on Ayun's chest began to heal, and the girl was able to open her eyes slightly. It was clear that consciousness had returned to her emaciated body. Chen Li explained to the representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe that Ayun needed to be carried into the house and allowed to rest. In a few days, the girl would wake up and feel normal. Seeing the miracle that had occurred before their eyes, the healed wound on Ayun's chest, all the women of the Coconut Grove tribe fell to their knees and bowed in honor before the king. The queen also bowed to the young man in gratitude, and now it was possible to discuss the unification of the tribes. Chen Li was very pleased. The situation had turned out exactly as he needed it to, though the same could not be said for the queen of the tribe. To reassure the queen, who feared losing her power, Chen Li told her that she would continue to rule her tribe if she obeyed the king's orders. The queen was willing to accept these terms, but added that she had one final request. She said that the king must officially become her partner, and they would hold a grand ceremony to confirm their relationship. Chen Li couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't even dared to hope that he would get not only the tribe, but also the icing on the cake. It was like a cake delivered to their doorstep. They would have a wedding and exchange rings. Then would come the wedding night, the birth of a daughter, whom they would raise in love and happiness. In the future, their daughter would marry, give them grandchildren, and they would grow old together and die on the same day. It was very touching, like a scene from a book, and tears streamed from the king's eyes. The queen thought he didn't want to hold a wedding ceremony, but the young man pulled her close, saying that wasn't true. He very much wanted to. First, the queen had to fully recover. By the time of the ceremony, when everything had been agreed upon between the young couple, the king addressed the people. He ordered everyone to disperse. The wounded were to return home and tend to their wounds, while the able-bodied were to go to work. The wedding ceremony with the queen would take place in a few days. Chen Li, finally left alone, immediately began checking the game statistics. He had officially created his own tribe and now needed to name it. Chen Li noticed that there were now 46 people in his tribe. He didn't understand why there were 4 missing, since he seemed to have calculated everything correctly. But first, he had to name the territory. The name had to be meaningful and reflect the current situation. Chen Li thought for a moment longer and named the tribe the Newcomers Tribe. The name was successfully added, and having become the leader, he had to expand the population to complete the settlement task. The young man realized he would have to rebuild the Gulf tribe. The wounds on his body had already healed, so he decided to go alone and capture a few prisoners. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized he didn't know whether captured prisoners counted as part of the tribe's population. Ayu explained to the queen, who was surprised by the king's behavior, that he occasionally acted strangely, staring at a single point as if unresponsive to what was happening around him. The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were discussing the king. They thought he had gone mad because he looked both very happy and depressed at the same time. In the end, the king had little left to be happy about. The same fate awaited him as his previous partners. At the ceremony, the queen would cut him into pieces, and then she would mercilessly eat him, as all the women of the royal family of the Coconut Grove tribe do. Chen Li happened to overhear this conversation and was stunned. It turned out the queen really did eat men. That explained a lot. It became clear why there were so few men in the Coconut Grove tribe. They were eaten faster than they were born. Chen Li was so shocked that he didn't even notice a huge shadow approaching him. The young man was very upset and thought they were going to eat him. He begged them to spare his life. However, it turned out to be Shanglin. The girl was concerned about the king's mental and emotional state. Besides, Shanglin wanted to know the truth. Did the king really want to become the partner of this coarse woman from the Coconut Grove tribe? Chen Li was no longer so sure of his desire and replied that he needed to think it all over. But Shanglin insisted that people in the settlement were talking about some kind of ceremony that the king was planning to hold in the near future. Chen Li honestly admitted to the girl that he had probably acted a bit hastily, since standing before him was the queen, finishing her husband's dinner. Shanglin believed the king and was ready to offer him support and protection. Chen Li could not have foreseen that the queen would turn out to be a mantis. Shanglin helped the king to his feet, telling him he didn't need to be sad or upset. She would protect him and not let anyone hurt him. Just then, Ayu approached. The girl didn't understand why Shanglin had run away, since she was supposed to be hiding the wounded. But Shanglin no longer wanted to tend to the wounded. She wanted to spend time with her king. As for the wounded, they should stop hiding and help build the camp as much as possible. Ayu understood that they needed to save the king and suggested going with Shanglin to the wounded to organize them for work. As a final request, Shanglin asked the king to think carefully about his upcoming marriage and not to forget her, who loved him and was ready to support him. Ayu continued to pull Chenli along, assuring him that the king would be fine and that they needed to go because there was a lot of work to be done. Chenli understood that he needed to find an opportunity to speak with the queen of the coconut grove about breaking off the engagement. The night passed and the young man spent it restlessly. Thoughts of the mantis would not leave him, and then the morning of the next day arrived. Stepping outside, the king saw the girls busy building houses. Shanglin got along very well with the women of the Coconut Grove tribe. They connected, and the newcomers began helping to build the houses. He could have even relaxed and enjoyed himself, but thoughts of his impending marriage prevented the king from feeling free. Chenli no longer wanted to put up with this and decided that today he would definitely break off the engagement. To that end, he went to the temporary camp where the women of the Coconut Grove tribe were staying. The girls welcomed the king, who had come to visit them and inspect their quarters. One of the women said that if the king wanted to see the queen, she was not in the settlement. She had gone north of the river. The girl volunteered to accompany the king. Soon they reached the river bank. Chenli saw the queen in the water, along with 2 attendants who were helping her bathe. The attendants noticed the king and informed the queen. She ordered her subordinates to leave them alone. The attendant stepped out of the water and walked away down the path, greeting the king, who was embarrassed, realizing what awaited him. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe peered out from the water, calmly looked at the king, and asked if he truly had urgent business. Chenli could not immediately explain the purpose of his visit and said that he had simply come to look at her wounds. The queen replied that her wounds were nothing serious at all. She would rest for a couple of days and be completely healthy. Perhaps she needs to go ashore so the king can examine her wounds, feel them, and assess their severity. Chenli immediately decided to change the subject and said that he still didn't know the queen's name. The question was very timely. The queen immediately realized that the young man did not want to see her full length and unclothed. The girl felt embarrassed and said her name was Xiao Wang, a name given to her by the previous queen. Chenli didn't quite understand what previous meant or what had happened. The girl explained that the previous queen had given her the name Xiao Wang, but since the queen had been banished from the tribe, no one had called her by that name anymore. Chenli realized that things were looking very bad. If they didn't eat him, they would definitely banish him. He needed to suggest renaming the Coconut Grove tribe the Mantis tribe. The young man asked if the tribe's previous queen had a partner and what had happened to him. Perhaps he too had been banished along with his wife. Xiao Wang replied that her husband had been eaten. It was a tradition of their tribe. They say that a woman's partner's light grants her greater strength. Chenli couldn't believe his ears. How could she say such terrible things with such a calm expression on her face? Xiao Wang continued, saying that this was a tradition of past queens, but she personally had no intention of continuing it, considering such an act inelegant. Chenli regained his composure a little and asked if that meant Xiao Wang didn't eat people after all. The girl replied that she had only recently become queen and hadn't had a partner yet, so she hadn't had the opportunity to eat anyone. Chenli calmed down a little. He advised the queen to get more rest and drink plenty of water while he went to prepare for the ceremony. As he left, the young man thought that he didn't need to worry about being eaten right now, but Shanglin still needed to come to an agreement with the queen. Before the young man left the riverbank, the queen shouted after him that although she didn't eat people, if anyone offended her, she would deal with them in a different way. The girl said that if she were offended, she would cut off everything unnecessary. Passing by the kitchen where Shou was preparing lunch, Chenli nearly fainted when he saw the girl chopping vegetables with a hatchet. Chenli checked the stats again. There was a week left until the end of the mission. He needed to capture a few prisoners and complete the task. At that moment, Shigu walked past the king, carrying a log for building a house. The king called out to the man and said he had a special task for Shigu. Chenli explained that he needed to be away for a short while, and Shigu would be in charge of organizing everyone's work. In case of an emergency, a messenger could be sent south across the sea to find the king. Shigu replied that he could be relied upon and that he would handle the task perfectly. Chenli reached the seashore and admired the beauty and tranquility of this wonderful bay. However, the young man soon realized that the idyllic scene did not match reality. Piles of bodies from the sea tribe lay on the sand, hacked to pieces, with swarms of flies buzzing above them. Chen Li surveyed the scene and couldn't understand what could have happened to the people of the Gulf tribe. The entire beach was littered with the bodies of slain sea dwellers. Who could have defeated such strong and sturdy savages? As he drew closer, the young man noticed dodo birds pecking at the bodies, picking out the tastiest parts. Chen Li chased the birds away, trying to figure out what had happened here. Even the birds were showing their dominance. It became clear that it was relatively safe to be on the beach now. Chen Li touched the bodies of the dead. They were still warm and didn't smell, which meant the battle had ended very recently. The young man noticed the sharp claws of the sea creatures. He had to be careful. Judging by the wounds on the bodies, those claws had left the scratches. It was a strange scene, as if a civil war had broken out within the tribe. Chen really wanted to find at least one survivor to take with him, and he looked around carefully. His attention was drawn to the corpse of one of the sea tribe members, half submerged in the water. The creature's face was contorted by an agonizing death. There were no signs of life. Chen Li noticed that the limbs were submerged in mud. It looked like drowning. But is it possible to drown a water people in the sea? Although there was no logical explanation, it was clear that something strange had happened here. At that moment, the hunter Zhong ran out onto the beach and began shouting to the king that a disaster had occurred. Zhong explained that while the king was away, the tribe had been attacked by a group of crazed warriors from the Gulf tribe. The news was terrible, and Chen Li immediately ordered a return to the settlement. Meanwhile, strange events were unfolding in the settlement. A group of warriors from the Sea tribe was emerging from the river and moving toward the settlement. Shigu organized the men to defend it. Shigu ordered everyone to conserve their strength and prepare for battle. A fierce fight lay ahead. The representatives of the Sea tribe looked terrifying. They showed no reaction to pain and ignored the spear thrusts striking their bodies. The people didn't understand exactly what had happened to them, but they were certain. There was something strange about these savages. They had stopped feeling pain. Shigu tried to calm his companions, but at the same time, they couldn't let themselves be dragged into the water. Death would await them there. At that moment, the entire group of sea creatures launched a simultaneous attack. A hail of arrows, stones, and spears flew toward them. The sea monsters were not afraid of this. Although they were damaged, they continued their advance. Shigu noticed that the attack had broken the monsters' formation. Now they had to fight them off individually. At that moment, the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe joined the battle. She wanted to understand what was happening and learned about the Gulf tribe. It was strange. The tribe's members lived on the southern shore. It was unclear why they were here and in such a state. Shigu couldn't answer. He knew only that the people had gone mad, had come from the seashore, and had attacked. Now these people could be called monsters. That word better suited their nature. They formed tight ranks and launched their attack. The settlement was now defended by the combined forces of the Novichok tribe and the Coconut Grove tribe. Finally, the battle began. The people engaged the monsters, trying to protect themselves and their homes. Queen Wang also took part in the battle. She pulled the rope around one of the monsters' necks and asked if it could speak. Something was clearly wrong. Monsters couldn't communicate with humans, and the monsters really were in a rage, and one of them leaped up, preparing to attack the queen. The girl would hardly have been able to save herself, but at that moment the king appeared between her and the sea monster, a battle axe in his hands. Chen Li was furious. Some sea monster had attacked his woman. So she could escape, he decided to deal with the enemy himself and attack the monster, but the result did not satisfy him at all. The sea monster withstood the blow and seemed not to have even felt the axe. At that moment, two more members of the Seabay tribe rushed at the king from behind. This time, the tribe's warriors protected their king by thrusting their spears into the backs of the sea monsters. Aegon addressed the sea monsters, telling them they needed to fight the hunters. Lu Tan also confirmed that he would not allow anyone to harm the king. Chen Li thanked his men, saying they had done an excellent job. The king turned to Shigu and said he was leaving these monsters to him. The warriors would deal with the violent, frenzied enemies on their own. Chen Li told the queen that the tribal representatives needed her help on the battlefield, while he would deal with the enemy himself. He needed to focus on one very stubborn and powerful monster, which was waiting for the king to approach it. Chen Li didn't want anyone to interfere or distract him until the duel was over. The young man turned to his opponent and said he deeply regretted what had happened to his tribe. He had been on the coast and had seen everything with his own eyes. However, the people of the novice tribe had nothing to do with this. Chen Li wanted to understand why his people were being made the target of revenge. In response, only a growl came from the enormous monster. The young man realized that these creatures had lost the ability to communicate. The fight gradually unfolded. Chen Li noted his opponent's exceptional strength and reflexes, compounded by sharp claws and teeth. Chen Li was several times stronger than an ordinary human, but in the face of such a monster, he was clearly at a disadvantage. The young man knew he couldn't use the destructive power of Pangu. His subordinates were nearby, and the power could only be used as a last resort. Chen Li sensed that things were looking bad, and he couldn't afford to get distracted. Besides, it was impossible to predict when the situation would become critical. Finally, the young man managed to inflict at least some damage on his opponent. He wounded his eye. This only enraged the monster. He flung Chen Li aside and slammed the boy painfully into the ground. The young man realized he was dealing with a true madman. Fortunately, he had thick protection on his back, made from the hide of the bull king. If not for that, the monster could have bitten off his entire arm. Now, bite marks stood out on his arm. It seemed as though the monster had tasted blood on its teeth, which made it even more frenzied and aggressive. There was no doubt left. Something unusual was happening with these monsters. The enemy lunged into the attack with a crazed look, completely unlike that of a living creature. Chen Li tried to dodge, but the monster grabbed his cloak, and to the young man's surprise, it began chewing on it. Chen Li didn't understand why the monster's strength and speed had increased. After it ate the cloak made from the bull king's hide, the attack stopped. The monster turned around, paying no attention to anyone, and walked into the river. Other monsters joined it. Chen Li noticed that many monsters had gathered around one of the warriors. That was strange, too. The young man noted that the warrior's body was already covered in bleeding wounds, but the man fought on, determined to fight to the death. Chen Li surmised that the monster's strange behavior was related to the blood. Perhaps they were using its scent to track their target. Moreover, the smell of blood made them even more ferocious. In this state, they weren't merely following their instincts. In their behavior, the monsters resembled predatory sharks that can sense blood in the ocean from dozens of kilometers away. Chen Li tried to quickly analyze the situation and figure out how to use this new information. Hunter Xiong noticed the king sitting pensively on the battlefield and asked how he could help. Chen Li ordered him to take a few more men and bring 3 piglets to shore. The order surprised the hunter. After all, the piglets were meant to be eaten. But the king had no time to explain. He simply told him to do as he was ordered. Chen Li understood that this situation required sacrificing the 3 piglets, but in return, he intended to severely punish the monsters. The young man turned to the queen, telling her to urgently take the wounded as far away from the battlefield as possible. At that moment, people ran up and brought the 3 piglets, asking what to do next. The king ordered the piglets to be led to the water and released there. Everyone was sad to part with the piglets, but no one doubted the king's wisdom. The piglets ran across the grass, and Aegon, sitting in a tree, signaled to the king that he was ready. When the hunter received the signal, he hurled his spears, hitting the target precisely. The 3 piglets were killed. The smell of blood from the slain animals immediately attracted the attention of the sea tribe. The monsters sensed the blood and, as if mad, ran toward the piglets, completely ignoring the people. While the monsters fought over the bodies of the slain piglets, Chen Li ordered the men not to stand idly by, but to aim at vital points with spears, poison-tipped spears, and arrows. At that moment, Aegon, watching from a tall tree, shouted to the king that something was wrong. The representatives of the sea tribe began clutching their throats and stomachs, as if experiencing severe spasms and ready to turn inside out. Soon all the monsters lay unconscious. Chen Li suggested that the men had poisoned the piglets, but the hunter Zhong swore they hadn't done anything to them. Be that as it may, within seconds the monsters were dead, foam spilling from their gaping mouths. Chen Li ordered the men not to approach the dead. Perhaps it was a trick, and the monsters were only pretending. A little more time passed, and it became clear that the monsters weren't pretending, though it remained unclear until the very end what had happened to them. Over time, after considerable effort in the agricultural part of the settlement, cages appeared near the animal shelters, in which members of the sea tribe were kept. People knew they had to be on high alert. If the monsters tried to do anything, they had to be punished immediately. People looked at these strange creatures, realizing that they were more like a herd of freaks. They were all lifeless and motionless. But at one point, one of the monsters coughed. It became clear that it was coming to. The monster reached its hand through the bars of the cage and spoke in human language, asking for help. One of the girls stayed behind to guard the captives and sent her assistant to inform the king that the monsters were beginning to come to their senses. Soon the king approached the cages to find out what was happening to the captives. It turned out that the monsters were indeed gradually coming to. They were asking for help and water. The king asked where the monster he had fought was. They explained that it was being kept separately. It had also woken up and was sitting in a separate cage, demanding water. Chen Li unscrewed the water flask he was carrying and poured water over the monster's head. The monster was absolutely delighted. Judging by the monster's reaction, the king asked if the monster understood human speech. The giant, looking into the king's eyes, confirmed that he understood everything perfectly. Chen Li instructed his chief assistant, Ayu, to look after the monster. As always, the girl took the task seriously. She began to give the monster water, asking him not to rush, to drink calmly, and that she would bring more water if needed. The girl went to fetch more water but had to wait, as the river was quite far away. The monster had drunk his fill and was now able to speak. He said that his people needed water too, and asked her to give them at least a little liquid. Ayu said that water was the least she could do to help, and suggested that the captive answer a few questions. The captive had no idea what she was talking about. Troops had attacked him and his people, and now they wanted to ask questions. Chen Li tried to make sense of the situation, but the monster continued. He knew that the mountain tribe were strange creatures, but he hadn't expected them to be so evil. Ayu realized that the mountain tribe had attacked the sea tribe and asked the chieftain for details. The chieftain of the sea tribe realized that the people before him were not from the mountain tribe. Ayu explained that they belonged to the novice tribe, and standing next to her was their king and leader. The leader of the sea tribe had never heard of the novice tribe, but realized that a tragic mistake had occurred. He assumed that the mountain people had sold the sea dwellers as far away as possible, and now they had fallen into the hands of unknown newcomers. Ayu clarified that the leader was mistaken. The sea people had attacked the territory of the Novichok tribe themselves, a tribe that had no ties to the mountain people. The day before, all members of the sea tribe had lost the ability to communicate. Behaving like wild beasts, they were extremely aggressive, so the people had to be temporarily locked in cages. The leader of the sea dwellers was convinced that this was impossible and found it hard to believe what she had said. According to the girl, the chief had completely lost his memory and now remembers nothing of what happened the day before. Ayu asked the chief to explain what he thought had happened. The man's name was Haihu. He was the leader of the sea tribe. These creatures lived near the shore. The young men regularly fought and kicked each other, though they did so peacefully. They ate fish and hunted in the sea. Haihu never scolded his friends or fellow tribesmen, believing that skirmishes among the young only strengthened them. Even if they sometimes inflicted wounds on one another, the respect and love between them did not fade. The tribe's leader was highly respected and valued. People turned to him with all their problems and concerns. Haihu treated everyone like a father. He comforted the weak, taught them to fight, and explained that they needed to become strong so that no one would dare to hurt them. But this time, the little boy said that his toy had been taken not by his fellow tribesmen, but by other strange creatures. Haihu learned that the strangers were members of the mountain tribe, standing on the coast armed and aggressive. Haihu stepped forward and asked the visitors why they had come. But instead of answering, the leader of the mountain tribe ordered the killing of all the sea dwellers. And so the attack began. The mountain dwellers were very aggressive and armed. Until the very end, Haihu couldn't believe that the mountain tribe had attacked the sea dwellers. It all seemed unbelievable. In the end, the leader of the sea tribe was knocked unconscious and captured by people from the novice tribe, but he didn't understand how it happened and couldn't remember anything. Haihu, moreover, had no information about what had happened to the rest of his tribe. It all sounded very strange and made him think. Chen Li told the leader of the sea tribe that he had recently been to their territory himself and hadn't found a single living creature there. Furthermore, Chen Li explained that if he hadn't spared the captives, the sea tribe might have been completely wiped off the face of the earth. This information stunned Haihu. He sobbed and screamed in anger and grief, unable to understand why he had failed to protect his people. The man thrashed about in his cage, sobbing and screaming. At one point, a leaf fell from his body, flew out of the cage and landed on the ground. The observant Ayu noticed the leaf. The girl picked up the leaf and handed it to the king, saying she had never seen this plant before. Chen Li carefully picked up the leaf with his glove and requested an identification from the system. The identification showed that the leaf belonged to a herbaceous plant called cannabis. This plant has a bitter taste, possesses pain-relieving properties, and its smoke causes hallucinations. Throughout the day, people brought water to the captives, trying to quench their thirst. People gave water to the sea creatures, calming them and explaining that there was enough water for everyone. They needed to share with their companions. Everyone had all but stopped reacting to the king, who stood motionless with the leaves in his hands. In addition, they had collected a few more leaves from the monsters, and now it was clear that it was cannabis. Once, the hunter Shang told a story about how the chieftain of the mountain people possessed divine power. It seems this revered god was actually a demon. He caused the sea people to mercilessly kill one another by inducing hallucinations in them. Some members of the sea tribe realized that by hiding in the water, they could avoid death, but many perished from exhaustion and wounds. Chenli understood that the mountain tribe struck fear into everyone, and that these crazed amphibians had invaded the newcomers' settlement for a reason. Perhaps the mountain tribe's plan was to force the amphibians to fight the humans until both sides were injured or killed. This meant that the novice tribe had already been noticed and was viewed as a rival that needed to be eliminated. Even the mighty Heihu had turned out to be like a puppet, subject to the will of the mountain tribe. Their power could not be underestimated. Chenli decided to check the data in the system once more. The young man saw that his strength rating was 3, but that was clearly not enough. Before real danger arrived, he needed to strengthen his power. Chenli understood that not only he, but all members of the novice tribe were still too weak. Heihu berated himself incessantly, unable to understand why he hadn't noticed the enemies earlier and saved his people. Ayu feared he might have a nervous breakdown. Chenli understood that there was no time to wait for Heihu to calm down, for a new disaster could strike. Ayu, however, feared she would soon be unable to ask the chief any questions. Upon hearing about the impending disaster, the girl assumed the king was referring to the mountain tribe, since they were most likely the ones who had planned the attack. Chenli explained that the mountain tribe possessed leaves capable of controlling the poor people sitting in cages. The king didn't know when the next attack would happen, and he wasn't sure if the mountain dwellers would fight in person or send someone else in their place again. There was too little information right now, and the novice tribe was in a vulnerable position, so they needed to make Heihu remember everything he could. Chenli turned to the prisoner, saying that he shouldn't blame himself too much. It was the plant's poisonous fumes that were to blame, and no power could help him resist them. Chenli handed the prisoner some leaves and asked him to examine them closely. They needed to find out if the scent of these leaves triggered any memories in Heihu. The prisoner sniffed the leaves for a long time, then clutched his head. He remembered this scent, which he had smelled during the battle with the mountain tribe. Among all the strange smells of the coast, Heihu could only detect sharp and unpleasant ones. Chenli realized that it wasn't just hemp leaves that had been used. The mountain dwellers likely employed various types of poisonous plants. Before figuring out the functions of these herbs, it wasn't worth taking the initiative. Chenli wanted the captive to make the first move. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Heihu. If the novice tribe was going to fight the mountain tribe, the sea dwellers would want to join in as well. Heihu believed that if he didn't take revenge on the mountain people, he would regret it for the rest of his life. At that moment, the sea dwellers in the other cages jumped up, stretched out their arms, and begged to be given the chance to take revenge. The men begged to be allowed to act and were ready to do anything for revenge. The king didn't have enough people to complete the mission, but only 4 were needed for a single task. Moreover, the sea creatures had an excellent sense of smell, which could help the king track down the poisonous herbs. Chenli understood that this was advantageous, but there was one serious risk. Members of the sea tribe are highly sensitive to the smell of blood, and if the situation got out of control, the consequences would be dire. Heihu believed that everything had happened because of poisoning by toxic fumes. Otherwise, they would have been able to control themselves and ignore the smell of blood. The mountain dwellers remained the sea dwellers' main adversaries, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't release their poisonous smoke on the novice tribe again. There was some truth to that, but the king understood that anger and hatred alone would solve nothing. Chenli had another option that might help in the current situation, but he realized that the sea dwellers might not approve of it. Heihu immediately declared that these people in the cages were all that remained of his tribe, and if the king helped them take revenge, they would place their lives entirely in the king's hands. Chenli agreed to this arrangement. Until the sea dwellers decided to live independently, they must follow the king's plan and orders, participating in the completion of all assigned tasks. In turn, the king guaranteed that the people would be able to avenge the deaths of their loved ones. Most, of course, would not have the opportunity to do so personally, but some representatives would take part in the attack on the mountain tribe. Heihu knelt before the king and said he agreed to this condition. The other representatives of the Sea Tribe also knelt and assured him that he could count on them. They would take part in the revenge. Chenli was just about to leave the area when Heihu suddenly addressed him, calling the king by name. Chenli immediately understood what this might be about and ordered the girls to release all the prisoners from their cages. They were now friends and comrades. Chenli checked the game stats. He had completed the main mission to establish a foothold and received a reward for its completion. Attribute points, a large treasure chest, and a rock painting. For completing the task ahead of schedule, the player received an additional large gift. The tribe's population had increased by 22 people at once, so the guy was hoping for a substantial reward. On top of that, he had to distribute the earned points correctly among the various stats. Chenli decided first and foremost to increase his strength, so he spent all 3 of his earned points on that option. The young man felt as if bolts of lightning had pierced his body. The pain was excruciating, and he could feel the power surging inside him. At one point, Chenli felt as if he were about to burst from the strain. After that, the increase in his strength came to an end. Chenli looked refreshed and stronger. Now he was as powerful as anyone else. Besides, the young man noticed that his hair had grown. Perhaps it was a side effect, but he decided to figure that out later. First, Chenli wanted to see what items the system had provided. He opened a large treasure chest and discovered some raw metal. It was iron ore, which could eventually be used to craft weapons and essential items. However, first he needed to figure out a way to create a high-temperature environment for smelting the ore. This meant he could skip the Bronze Age and go straight to the Iron Age. Chenli was once again convinced of how useful knowledge was and what power lay hidden within it. Besides, the young man had another large gift bag, and he hoped to find more valuable items inside. Chenli ordered the bag to be opened, and inside was a large container of healing potion. Great news and a pleasant surprise. The young man noted that the items received this time were much better than the previous ones. All that remained was to uncover the rock paintings. A piece of rock with images appeared before the young man, and for the moment, it was unclear how to make use of this beauty. The rock art had been passed down through generations and contained information that could be accessed through devout worship. It was a special cultural artifact for a person of high intelligence. Chenli decided to spend 10 technology points to determine the inheritance pattern. As soon as the player confirmed the completion of the task, a bright light shone from the rock painting. The game congratulated the young man, informing him that the determination of the inheritance pattern was complete and that he now possessed a sense of shame. It was hard to tell how significant a step this was in the development of culture. But now there was no need to worry about men and women bathing together. All the tribe's inhabitants would feel ashamed of certain moments. Overall, the large haul of earned points fully satisfied Chenli. Finally, the time had come to seriously consider how to deal with the threat from the mountain tribe. Ayu ran up to her king with a question. However, the girl was literally speechless, and Chenli couldn't understand what was happening to her. Ayu said that her king had grown taller and stronger, and that his hair had grown longer as well. The king replied that he was simply finishing puberty. Ayu asked if they should go to negotiate with the mountain tribe and try to resolve the misunderstanding through diplomatic means. The king believed that this was no misunderstanding, for the representatives of the mountain tribe were determined to destroy the people of the novice tribe. Besides, these people were their strongest enemies at the moment. They had managed to turn the sea tribe against them, reaping benefits for themselves in the process. All of this was very serious and logical, and Ayu didn't know what to do. She was scared. The king believed that the only thing they could do now was to build high walls around the settlement and stock up on provisions. Chenli believed that until they were ready, they shouldn't provoke the tribe, or they might lose. The king added that they needed to stay in the shadows, prepare actively, and wait for the hour of revenge. Ayu asked what to do with the newcomers who had just joined the tribe. Chenli suggested dividing them into groups. Some would build houses, others would gather food, and the third group would make traps. Ayu wanted to know what traps were and why they should be made. The king explained that traps are used to defend the territory. For example, to defend against an attack by the sea tribe, Chenli didn't want them to have to go through that again. Setting up different types of traps depends on the terrain, which helps avoid repeating mistakes and, if lucky, capture a live enemy or animal. Later, the king promised to explain how to make traps, but for now he had another urgent task for Ayu. Due to the sharp increase in the tribe's population, it was necessary to plan for long-term food supplies. Uneaten beef must not go to waste, and Chenli decided to teach the people how to make jerky. He explained that the meat needed to be cut into thin slices and hung up to dry and cure. Representatives from the 3 tribes participated in this process. The newcomers adapted very quickly and mastered the technique of drying meat well. Shigu appeared before his king, who had summoned him to give him a task. The warrior noted that the king had grown taller, more powerful, and moreover, had grown his hair out. Chen Li replied that this was a miracle, for amazing things sometimes happened to him. After that, the king sat down on the ground, picked up a stick, and began to draw something, explaining the details. Chen Li wanted people to set traps in the surrounding mountains. They had to be as inconspicuous as possible, and the work had to be done well. The king announced that he had already personally selected a partner for Shigu, and would soon be teaching the men this skill himself. But the most important thing was not just the ability to set traps. It was crucial to memorize their locations. Shigu felt uneasy. The task didn't seem interesting or serious to him. But Chen Li said that if the king had entrusted Shigu with memorizing the location of every trap, it meant the king trusted him and no one else, relying on his memory and intellect. What's more, this information must be kept strictly confidential. No one except the king and Shigu should know about it. Chen Li continued to draw and explain. When assigning tasks, the assistants must take turns setting traps in different locations. This will help prevent a situation where someone discovers all the traps and their exact locations. In short, if there is a traitor among the settlement's residents, they will not know where the traps are located. Otherwise, the consequences could be serious. Once the people under Shigu's leadership have finished building the traps, he will personally inform the king of their locations. Chen Li wanted Shigu to draw nothing and write nothing down, but to memorize everything exclusively by heart. Of course, Shigu understood that this was difficult, but he wanted to prove to the king that he was trustworthy. Chen Li had no doubt that the man would give it his all and send him home to rest until nightfall, because now they would be working at night. Chen Li took Lutan with him, as this warrior also had an important task to perform. They carried a stone slab out of the house and set it up outside, bearing inscriptions left by distant ancestors. Much depended on what people would learn. It was determined by their nature. After that, the king said he needed to go rest, and that Shigu would come to him at night. Lu Tan, as a loyal guard and bodyguard, remained to watch over the king, but in case of important and urgent matters, he was to wake him. Chen Li was finally able to lie down and enjoy some rest. The man felt exhausted all over. Time was running short, and there was a great deal to be done. Moreover, these matters needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Among the top priorities were training the soldiers and building fortifications. In addition, patrols had to be assigned to guard the territory around the clock. Attention also had to be paid to technological development to make a breakthrough to the next stage, and territorial expansion could not be forgotten. There was still a great deal of unfinished work, and Chen Li cherished his rare moments of rest and recuperation. But suddenly he opened his eyes and realized he was at a party in some fancy establishment. Beautiful girls were standing nearby. One approached him with a bottle of alcohol and offered him a drink. Several more beauties surrounded Chen Li, holding glasses of sparkling drink and offering it to him. Another beauty decided that Chen Li had had too much to drink. The girls introduced themselves, and it seemed like life was going perfectly. Chen Li really let loose. He drank and told everyone that he had returned from a journey through time, and now finally there was no need to live in fear. The man demanded that the music be turned on so the girls would start dancing, all while he smoked a cigar and drank beer. After that, the guy found himself on a soft bed, dozing off while hugging the beauty. But soon the girl began to wake Chen Li. Even though he didn't want to do anything, she persistently shook his shoulder and said it was time to work. When asked, "What is your name?" the beauty replied, "I am Shigu, your majesty." Chen Li opened his eyes and nearly swallowed his tongue in surprise. After that, he let out a blood-curdling scream, not understanding who was actually next to him or why he was there. Shigu repeated once more that it was him, for the king had ordered him to come to him at night and wake him up, and now the king was displeased and shouting. Shigu was genuinely frightened. It was unclear, however, whether he feared the consequences of his actions. Chen Li finally woke up, said there had been a misunderstanding, and then, together with Shigu, the king set off for his night work. Sharp, sturdy stakes were pointed high into the air. From the pit, one could see the night sky and the moon. People stood near the pit with the king. He explained that this kind of trap is called a spear pit, and they had handled it perfectly. The enemies or wild beasts that people encounter are usually quite large, so the depth and width of the trap must be sufficient for it to be effective. Once the trap is set, it must be covered with vegetation. The king personally demonstrated how to make the cover. And so when ordinary vegetation appeared in place of the trap, it signaled that the trap was complete. Pit traps can be used in conjunction with snares, which the king had already taught the people. Now they must figure out for themselves how to combine these traps. Everyone present was once again convinced that the king was a true master. Chenli said that the hunter Agan could teach the people other types of traps, though he didn't really believe it himself. The moving target that Agan used last time for spear throwing practice could be turned into a trap. To do this, the tree needs to be replaced with a net, then act according to the circumstances, and in this way, a suspended net trap will be created. Chen Li left the rest of the work to Shigu because the king had other business to attend to. The men were to return immediately after dawn. As he headed into the settlement, the king reminded Shigu of the task he had given him. Shigu reassured the king, saying he would do everything as required. Chen Li hoped to return to his home and finish that beautiful, sweet dream, while Shigu turned to his assistants to give them his instructions. Chen Li returned to the settlement at dawn. Usually at this time, some people were already heading out to work, but today there was no one around. Not even a guard was in sight. The young man grew worried about his people. Perhaps they had fallen ill, or someone had attacked the settlement again in his absence. Chen Li ran through the streets finding no one. But when he finally peeked into one of the houses, he saw women sitting together in the dark. The women said their clothes were too revealing, so they were too embarrassed to go out. Chen Li realized that a sense of shame had taken hold of them. Well, that wasn't the worst outcome. Chen Li quietly left the house, closing the door tightly behind him, and told the women he was giving them half a day to make new clothes. But if after half a day they hadn't finished and refused to come out, they shouldn't hold it against the king, because business couldn't wait. Chen Li approached the stone once more. He never expected this little thing to possess such immense power. Chen Li hadn't even made it inside his house when an alarmed Shigu appeared beside him, saying that trouble had struck. The boys were digging holes and found stones that were burning. Shigu struck 2 stones together, saying that something was about to happen. If you rub 2 stones together, sparks will fly and a fire will ignite from them. Chen Li was overjoyed. This was wonderful news because the people had managed to find saltpeter. Saltpeter was a mineral that could be used to make explosives. Now with saltpeter and a constant source of fire, the possibilities for the members of the newcomers' tribe were limitless. The men ran to the spot where they had found the valuable minerals. Chen Li wanted to see it for himself. Shigu showed them exactly where to go, and the men began digging the precious stone completely out of the ground. Of course, the amount of saltpeter was small. After all, due to the drought, the soil here was saline. If the minerals hadn't formed naturally, perhaps Shigu would be able to find something else in the ground. Shigu carefully sifted through the soil in the pit. The area was very easy to dig, and some objects resembled stones. He decided to test the hardness of one of the stones with his teeth and realized that they weren't stones at all, but someone's feces. Chen Li confirmed the boy's guess, saying that it was quite likely that there had once been a small outhouse here. This meant that people had lived here in past centuries, a civilization that had advanced to the point of having something like a toilet. Perhaps this was the old settlement of a mountain tribe. Chen Li ordered Shigu to gather all the saltpeter and fill in the pit, leaving as few traces as possible. More traps needed to be set nearby, and signal towers had to be built to rotate the garrison. Shigu felt like his brain was about to explode. What kind of tower? What kind of tower with a signal fire? Why signal? 4 more days passed as they worked on these tasks. All the tribe's members labored, carrying out their assigned duties. Chen Li walked through the streets of the settlement, looked at the houses, and thought that everything was looking quite good. Now everyone had a home, and that was the first step toward happiness. If the people are provided with food, clothing, and shelter, the tribe's foundation will be firmly established for the next step. The king hadn't yet had a chance to explain what needed to be done next. Shanglin saw the king and greeted him loudly, for the king had come to visit her at home. Chen Li tried to escape from his most ardent admirer. He asked Liu Tan to hold the girl back, but no one could save the king from Shanglin's love. She had missed him terribly over the long days and now held him tightly in her arms. She pressed and hugged the king so tightly that she broke through the wall of the house, and the frightened bodyguard wasn't sure if the king had survived. Shanglin continued to squeeze the king's body, believing that he could not die, for they were at home, and he had not yet visited them. Finally, when the excitement of the greeting had subsided, Chen Li asked the girl what she had wanted to tell him about the houses. Shanglin reported to her king that they had built 2 rows of wooden houses. There were 10 in total, and now about 50 people could be accommodated there. The progress in developing the settlement was as expected, and in a couple of days, everyone would be able to move into these houses. Chenli patted the girl on the head, telling her she was a real champ. She should keep up the good work, and they would see each other in 2 days. But the next time Shanglin saw her king, she didn't need to be so sharp and pushy, for now she had to repair the damaged house. Chen Li explained to his guard that after that, the main work would involve procuring food and building up supplies. The men went down to the riverbank and watched the other members of the settlement going about their duties. Members of the water tribe were catching fish and stringing them onto spears. They were very good at it. The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe were cleaning the fish and hanging them out to dry in the fresh air. Compared to digging traps and building houses, fishing was a better fit for the members of the water tribe. Thanks to them, the tribe's food supplies had increased significantly in recent times. However, the silent bodyguard Liu Tan said that all this had happened only thanks to the king, who cares for his people. After all, it is he who leads the people to a life of abundance and also worries about their safety, striving to prevent external circumstances and enemies from destroying the tribe. Chen Li understood that people would blame him for using these methods to subdue the Sea tribe and the Coconut Grove tribe. But Liu Tan saw no problem with this. He believed that the king should have no doubts, for the king's command is the will of his subjects. In this world, the strongest survive. Large and small tribes destroy one another every day. But achieving maximum results with minimal losses and showing generosity toward his subjects, that is what a king does, and everyone is grateful to him. Deep down, Chen Li admired this young man. He believed that Liu Tan already possessed all the most valuable and necessary qualities. However, it was necessary to move on and check the state of the borders. The king believed that the people of the Sea tribe would present many more surprises. It was an elusive detachment of divers. Shigu, along with his assistants, was inspecting the quality of the rock formations surrounding the settlement. Soon the king appeared near the men with his bodyguard and asked Shigu to stay for a moment. The king wanted to know how things were going with the installation of traps and signal towers. Shigu reported that, by the king's order, signal towers had been built in 3 directions: south, west, and north. After assigning 6 men to guard the towers in shifts, there was very little manpower left. To finish the work on time, the men had to start earlier and head into the mountains before nightfall. Chen Li was very upset, realizing that there was a catastrophic shortage of people. He immediately said that today, together with Liu Tan, he would join the workers and climb the mountains with them to help with the construction. Shigu was, of course, strongly opposed, but the king believed that this was the most critical period when every second counted and there was absolutely no time for deliberation. If the mountain tribe had ever lived nearby, then they would know the terrain far better than the newcomers. If the mountain tribe were to take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch another large-scale attack, it would end in tragedy. There was no time to waste, so everyone had to get to work immediately. Shigu understood the gravity of the situation and did not oppose the king. Everyone worked tirelessly, despite the late hour and their exhaustion. Soon another signal tower on North Mountain was ready, and Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. Still, the guys had a bad feeling about it. Perhaps it was just his imagination running wild. Now he saw danger in practically everything. But soon everyone froze and listened, because a cry rang out from the southern side of the mountains. Soon a column of smoke appeared on the signal tower, warning of danger. Chen Li realized that the southern tower was under attack by enemies. The king ordered everyone to assemble immediately. The time had come for serious action and to test the tribe's resilience. Chen Li ran through the forest at breakneck speed, but it was still a 5-minute walk to South Mountain. Even knowing the location of all the traps and possessing great agility, the king had to be very careful. All he could do was pray that nothing irreparable would happen in the time it took him to reach South Mountain. The hunter, Aegon, saw that a trap had been triggered right next to the tribe. Had the enemies really penetrated so deep into their territory? Perhaps, in addition to members of the mountain tribe, there were other enemies who had noticed the fire and were now heading toward the tower to kill the hunter. So the young man armed himself with 2 spears and, to avoid danger, decided to flee the tower himself. Aegon dropped to the ground and realized that the enemies had ambushed him. He ran through the forest, not understanding why they were making so much noise during a surprise attack. Aegon moved very quickly, changing his position almost instantly. But his opponent was also fast and agile. Finally, they met. The hunter Aegon raised his spear, while his opponent approached him with an axe in his hands. And just a second before the tragedy, the opponents realized who was in front of them and managed to stop. Agan didn't understand what the king was doing in the forest or why he was there. Chun-Li replied that he didn't have time to explain and asked the hunter which trap had been triggered. Agan said that he had lit the signal tower and the trap closest ahead had been triggered. It was good that they had met. The king volunteered to go ahead first. He ordered Agan to wait for the rest of the warriors and lead them along a safe path to him. Agan was very worried about the king because it was possible that more than one enemy had fallen into the trap. They had to be extremely careful. Chun-Li approached to a safe distance and saw that someone was stuck in the aerial trap's net. He sensed no other people nearby. Moreover, the forest was deathly silent, and this didn't sound like a trapped animal that would have kept screaming. The person hanging in the net wasn't calling for help. Had he really come here alone? Or perhaps he was already dead. Chun-Li decided not to speculate, realizing there were no other enemies nearby, and cautiously stepped out from behind the tree, holding a battle axe in his hands. The young man approached the trap and saw that the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe, Xiao Wang, had been caught in it. Chun-Li asked the girl what she was doing there, since Xiao Wang was actually supposed to be tending to her wounds. The girl was furious. She refused to answer his questions and demanded to be released immediately, threatening to kill the king when she climbed down from the tree. It was unclear what the king would be doing with the queen, but soon the young man heard the voices of other warriors rushing toward the spot where the trap had been triggered. If any of the warriors saw this scene, the queen would kill them on the spot, so Chun-Li began untying the ropes and shouted at the warriors not to approach. The king said it was very dangerous there, and the warriors froze in their tracks. Shigu suggested that the king had fallen into a trap, but perhaps it would be better to hurry and rescue him. The hunter Agan said he sensed danger as well. At the same time, judging by the king's voice, he himself was unharmed. Perhaps there was something there that people shouldn't see. Shigu guessed that the king was probably busy with his business behind the bush, and for that, he needed to be alone, despite the possible danger. Besides, Shigu knew that girls always avoided people when they went swimming or to the bathroom. But it seemed the situation had changed, and Shigu realized he was wrong. The king and queen of the Coconut Grove tribe emerged from the bushes. The king said it was his fault. He had forgotten about Safe Pass. Xiao Wang was surprised. She didn't know that the king was knowledgeable about safety and knew so many amazing tricks. Chun-Li apologized again and asked why the girl had come to this part of the forest in the middle of the night. Xiao Wang explained that the previous evening she had overheard a conversation among members of the Sea Tribe. They were discussing how great it would be to go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp, and shellfish. If the members of the Sea Tribe ate this food, they would have more energy to work. Chun-Li pondered this idea. More energy would certainly come in handy. This was likely due to the iodine and salt content in seafood. However, the aquatic dwellers realized that on the way to the beach, they might encounter a pack of jackals. They couldn't go fishing and risk being eaten. So Queen Xiao Wang was looking for a new safe route. Chun-Li said he had traveled that road many times before and hadn't encountered any jackals there in the past week. It seemed that in the last few days, one of the sea dwellers had secretly escaped from the settlement. Xiao Wang immediately suggested executing these insolent creatures when they returned. However, the king had a different view of the situation. Chun-Li began to think about the vulnerability of the security system, which he hadn't paid attention to before. Perhaps they needed to organize road patrols. Besides, it was important to open a road to the beach, and even better to establish another settlement right on the coast. Fishing was still a secondary concern, but the people needed dodo birds and their eggs. Besides, they could start salt production. Chun-Li decided that this was exactly what he needed to do. First thing in the morning, he would wake the warriors, but before that, he would go to the beach and deal with the insolent jackals. Xiao Wang said she could help the king with patrols and secret missions. As for getting rid of the jackals and expanding their territory, that was something better to think about later. Chun-Li decided that the queen didn't believe in his strength and doubted he could handle the wild beasts. But Xiao Wang declared that he shouldn't think too highly of himself or flatter her. She wasn't worried about him at all. The queen of the Coconut Grove tribe was worried that it was too rash to split up the people to guard two territories. Besides, the beach has already been attacked once by a mountain tribe, so they know how to get there and what to do once they're there. Chun-Li believed that the mountain dwellers had been at the beach just a couple of days ago, so they probably wouldn't go there now, and it was still safe for the time being. The locations of the mountain tribe, the newcomers' camp, and the beach form a triangle. As long as the exchange of information and resources between the tribe and the stronghold on the shore is maintained, the people will be able to support one another. After all, the enemies know how to use poisonous smoke. If everyone lives in one place, it will be easier to poison them all at once. Xiaowen was completely lost in the words the king was saying, but she decided that he had already made up his mind and should do as he saw fit. Shigu and Agun continued to wait for their king in the bushes, thinking he hadn't finished his business yet, but he was the tribal chief. He could take his time. One of the following nights, a group of warriors, along with the king and the chieftain of the Sea Tribe, set out for the coast. They walked the entire way in absolute silence and safety, and it seemed that the story about the jackals was just a fabrication or a scare tactic. One of the coastal dwellers said that he had encountered jackals right here, although none were visible or audible at the moment. The man insisted that they were somewhere nearby, because just 2 days ago, several jackals had been on this road. But soon enough, a jackal did indeed leap out of the dense forest right at the members of the seafaring tribe. This jackal was bold enough to charge a group of people alone, but this time it was unlikely to get a taste of meat. Heihu struck the predator with all his might, and the jackal flew off to the side, slamming into a tree with full force. However, jackals are cowardly animals. They never travel alone, and soon a pack of jackals surrounded the group of people from all sides. Lutan was very worried about his king. He begged him to be more careful and not to get himself into trouble. Chen Li told him not to worry, since the people of the Sea Tribe were not enemies, and the jackals could be easily dealt with. Heihu turned to the king and said that if Chen Li didn't mind, his men would be happy to deal with the jackals themselves. And just like that, those bloodthirsty beasts scattered in all directions from the strong man's blows. In principle, these predators posed no danger to such strong and well-built people as those now walking through the forest. Chen Li was completely calm and watched with interest as the members of the Sea Tribe fought. The young man decided not to join the fight, since this was a perfect opportunity to teach the recruits hand-to-hand combat. Still, the king remained vigilant, and with absolute ease and without exerting any effort, caught the jackal that was about to attack him from behind. Chen Li squeezed the jackal's throat, thinking that the beast was having a bad day because it had run into a serious opponent. Soon, the entire pack of jackals was dealt with, and the men could move on. Although there were many jackals, they were dealt with rather quickly, though the warriors did not notice this. Heihu warned that their former home lay ahead. The king advised them to be very careful. Soon, the entire group reached the coast. Apparently, there wasn't a single living soul nearby. Chen Li pointed to the nearest rock for the leader of the water dwellers. Chen Li said that he planned to build a fortress on that rock. The fortress should be close to the rock. It needed to accommodate about 20 people, and a signal tower would be located on the rock itself. Once construction was complete, the people would build a small, salt-drying facility near the fortress. The king intended to teach the sea dwellers this craft. Chen Li promised to send people to help the sea dwellers, but right now they only had 4 days for all this construction. Chen Li suddenly thought that he felt like a contractor inspecting a construction site and constantly pushing back deadlines. And Heihu listens to instructions and regularly hauls bricks on his back. The king warned, if an emergency arises, the sea dwellers must immediately light a bonfire and request help from the camp. 3 days had passed since that conversation. The houses in the camp were sturdy and neatly built. Chen Li had managed to craft a bow and was now testing the tension of the bowstring. The rubber band made from bull hide was actually quite good, but using it skillfully required considerable effort. Besides, the wood was not very durable, so a replacement had to be found. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and it was reported that the hunter Xiong had returned and wished to share some confidential information with the king. Chen Li ordered that he be brought in and allowed into the house. Chen Li wanted to know if there were other tribes in the north with whom they could ally in the future. Hunter Xiong replied that he had traveled north for more than a day, but there were no signs of anyone there. He had only found a single lake, and nearby was a snow-capped mountain. In the lake, the hunter saw some strange, large creature, but before Xiong could get a good look at it, the creature sank to the bottom of the lake and vanished. Because there was a terrifying snow-capped mountain ahead, Hunter Xiong did not dare to go there and turn back. Chen Li praised the hunter, saying he was a real hero. However, the king was surprised that the hunter was afraid of the snowy mountain, but not afraid of the water monster. Hunter Xiong was very upset because the mountains were frightening. He thought that the king probably hadn't heard anything about this yet. Ayu also knew something about these mountains, so the girl pressed herself against the king in fear. Chen Li couldn't understand what exactly these two brave, primitive people were afraid of. Ayu said, looking into the king's eyes, that she wasn't afraid of the snowy mountain, but of those who lived beyond it. They were talking about some kind of gigantic giant, the mere thought of whom sent everyone into a panic. Even the brave and fearless hunter Xiong, as soon as he began to think about the giant, immediately started coughing and his legs buckled. Chen Li checked the game stats and received a new quest. He had to see the giant with his own eyes. There was no time limit for completing the quest. The young man accepted the quest immediately, though he was surprised that he would receive just 1 stat point for simply seeing the giant. Once upon a time, the game awarded only 2 points for banishing a saber-toothed tiger, but that was dangerous. And a giant is just a guy, a little taller than an average person. If you look at him from a distance, there's no danger at all. Besides, we should consider that perhaps giants are also a tribe with their own civilization. Maybe we can establish contact or even fix them, turning some of them into powerful allies. On the other hand, one must be very careful with the giants because they could easily wipe out the entire tribe of newcomers. Chen Li understood that he couldn't entrust this mission to Shun or Ayu, so the king sent the hunter off to rest well and enjoy himself at the banquet to be held in a few days. Hunter Zun said goodbye to the king, still trembling with fear, and went to rest and regain his strength. Ayu thought that Hunter Xiong sometimes acted like a real coward. He wasn't worth paying attention to. However, the king believed that it wasn't a matter of cowardice. Perhaps this short man's perception of danger was much higher than that of ordinary people. This made him sensitive to certain threats. But on the other hand, Shun was capable of freely exploring the outside world and could always defend himself. Chen Li asked how preparations for his wedding ceremony were going. Ayu reported that the preparations were almost complete. It was unclear whether the girl liked the idea or not. Chen Li ordered equipment to be prepared for 4 people. He was planning to take someone with him on a long journey. Ayu wanted to know if the king would be going himself and how dangerous the expedition was. Chen Li replied that he was simply exploring the surrounding area, so there was no need to worry about him. It would be better to prepare some portable food, a bottle of water, and warm clothes. The king noted that he was currently wearing very thin and truly fine clothing. It seemed that the women had been inspired by the king and were now making clothes out of animal skins. The king said that the wedding would take place in 2 days at noon, and the next day he would set off on the expedition. In the days that followed, Chen Li spent his time trying to invent new items and tools. He was now testing a shield he had made from the hides of hard-skinned animals. This made the shield sturdy yet lightweight. Chen Li had spent several days of intense work on this item, but now he was satisfied with the result. The game recognized the invention of a new artifact, a wooden shield, and the young man received technology points. Chen Li was pleased with the result, and now anyone could make a shield for themselves. At that moment, Ayu appeared in the doorway. The woman said that preparations were complete and it was time for the king to change. Chen Li put on a new cloak with a fur collar, stepped out of the house, and like a newlywed, was showered with flower petals and praised his king. Everyone was dressed in their finest and ready for the wedding ceremony. Ahead of him, his bride waited with her bridesmaids. Everything was ready for a real wedding. Chen Li walked along the path strewn with flower petals, thinking that in his previous life, he would have been working hard right now. But in this life, he had his own tribe and his own people, who seemed to love and respect him very much. Soon the young man would even have a wife of his own, a true beauty, despite the strange shape of her ears. Of course, all of this felt more like a hallucination or a strange dream, but such was the life he was now living. In this world, Chen Li finally felt a sense of belonging, and he felt needed and important. Chen Li announced to his fiancée that from now on, when he wasn't around, the tribe of newcomers would belong to Xiao Wang. He announced to all the tribe's members that starting today, Queen Xiao Wang would become the tribe's new queen. Everyone shouted, "Hurrah!" and showered the young couple with petals. The ceremony was very tender and touching, and when the time came for their kiss, Shanglin couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The girl was deeply moved. After that, the tribe held a lively banquet with dancing around the bonfire, and finally night fell. Everyone wished the king a good night. Chen Li entered his royal palace and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything had gone smoothly, without any surprises. Ayu told the king that Queen Xiao Wang was waiting for him in the palace, so the girl would take her leave and not disturb him any further. Chen Li finally gathered his strength and resolve and decided it was time to return to the palace and meet his wife there. He practically kicked the palace door open and shouted to his wife that he was home from work. But the sight that met his eyes immediately sobered the young man. Chen sensed that his wife was furious. She was sitting on the throne, waiting for her husband. Instead of waiting for him on their wedding night, Xiao Wang sat on the throne with a stern look. Chen immediately thought she was about to devour him. Xiao Wang said she was giving him one chance to confess everything on his own. Chen didn't know exactly what he was supposed to confess, but he was ready to admit to absolutely everything. Xiao Wang stood up to her full height, brandishing her whip. She could see that the king was pretending not to understand her. Chen tried to remind the girl that it was their wedding night and thought he'd been wrong to give her a new spiked whip. Xiao Wang was furious that the king was planning to leave immediately after the ceremony. Was he really in such a hurry? Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He'd already been afraid that all this was serious, but now it seemed like nothing but nonsense. The young man began to explain to the queen that she had simply misunderstood him. He suggested that she calm down, take a deep breath, and then he would tell her everything and explain it all. It was past midnight before he finished his story. It turned out that Chen had intended to convince the giants to join the tribe of newcomers for the battle against the mountain tribe. It was indeed his idea, but in reality the king wasn't sure about it, so just in case he wanted to take 3 companions with him. Chen asked the queen to keep the true purpose of the trip a closely guarded secret. The king didn't understand why, but he knew for certain that Xiong and Ayu were very afraid of the giants, and he wanted to find out why. Xiao Wang offered to go with her husband, but the king believed that one of the rulers should remain with the tribe to lead the people. Besides, he had a special, very important task that he wanted to entrust to the queen. Chen showed the girl some ropes with very strange attachments and said that it was a sling. The king was going to show her how to use it. He wanted to have a unit of people in his tribe who knew how to use this throwing weapon, and the queen was to select the people and train them. The morning after the wedding, the expedition set off for the distant snow-capped mountains to meet the giants. In addition to the king, the expedition included the hunter Agun, the ruler of the Heihu water tribe, and Ayun, a representative of the Coconut Grove tribe. Judging by the looks of it, the girl wasn't very happy about having to go with the king. She would have gladly stabbed him with a knife. But the night before, Xiao Wang had strictly insisted that Ayun must be part of this expedition. The queen considered the subordinates from the novice tribe unreliable and wanted the king to choose 3 girls from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe to accompany and protect him. Chen said he planned to take Haihu. He had personally witnessed his combat prowess. Construction of the fortress on the beach would be temporarily placed under Shigu's responsibility. If the king took Heihu with him, the newcomers from his tribe would not be able to cause trouble in his absence. They always obeyed their lord. Xiao Wang didn't care who exactly the king took, but Ayun had to be one of the girls he took. The queen emphasized that this was not a request because Ayun was the strongest and bravest fighter. Besides, her wounds had already healed, and if she went with the king, the queen would have peace of mind. Xiao Wang said she had already punished Ayun for her past mistakes, so there was no need to doubt her now. Chen wasn't particularly worried, but living next to this spiteful woman still stressed him out. If another problem arose, the king could hope that the hunter Agan would save him. As the party moved deeper into unfamiliar territory, the hunter Agan sensed that someone was watching them. Some time passed. They didn't encounter or notice anyone, so they decided the hunter had simply been mistaken. But soon the king realized that they were indeed being followed, and it was no longer possible to pretend that everything was normal. Heihu told the king that there was a lake ahead. Chen already knew this from the scout Shun. Heihu burst out laughing, saying that it meant the hunter Xiong had really seen that monster. Chen realized they were talking about the monster living in that lake. Heihu confirmed that he was indeed talking about the lake monster. When Heihu was a child, he saw with his own eyes how this creature swallowed a leopard whole. Back then, the man had been too young and had been very frightened. But if he got the chance, he would definitely fight that lake monster. Chen understood Heihu's desire to fight the strong. For the king, too, it had always been interesting to face someone stronger than himself. Perhaps this rival would be a giant. The king glanced at the hunter and noticed that Agun was literally covered in beads of sweat from fear. Agun was extremely adamant and said that the king shouldn't even hope for such a thing. Chen explained that he had simply blurted out that word without thinking, because he believed that giants didn't exist at all. The hunter Agun, though he was very frightened, began to gradually recount what had happened in the tribe's life before the king's arrival. It turned out that the tribe was quite large and consisted of more than 30 people. And then one day the tribe members encountered a giant on their path. They were too weak to fight back, and the only thing they could do was simply run away. But unfortunately, most of the people were unable to escape and were eaten by the giant. Back then, Aegon was just a small child, but he still cannot forget the horrific scene that unfolded before his eyes many years ago. Chenli now fully understood why the rest of the tribe's inhabitants were terrified and trembled every time the giant was even mentioned. Meanwhile, Haehu walked a little ahead, showed the king some fruit growing nearby and warned him not to eat it. He had tried some as a child and the consequences had been serious. Chenli bent down to examine the plants more closely and discovered that it was the herbaceous plant croton. It had a bitter taste and was poisonous. Chenli told his companion that he had eaten croton, which was why he had been so sick back then. He noticed that the plants in this area were unfamiliar and now decided to examine them more closely, hoping there would be no more unpleasant surprises. He scanned another plant and discovered meadowsweet, which improved blood circulation and eliminated stagnation. Next, the young man came across burdock, which stopped bleeding, removed toxins, and had insecticidal properties. There was also wormwood, which reduced fever and alleviated allergy symptoms, while honeysuckle neutralized the effects of poison and helped with coughs. Finally, the young man saw something very familiar and could hardly believe his luck. Before him was millet, an annual plant of the grass family, commonly known as millet. Chenli plucked a spakelet and shouted to the whole forest that he had found grain. The game issued a new quest. He had to plant more than one type of grain, grow a crop, and harvest it. He had 6 months to do all this. Chenli realized that people would finally be able to enter the age of agriculture. This was excellent. If he could also find clay, he could prepare high-quality food and medicine. Chenli knew the harvest wasn't ripe yet and was prepared to wait before starting to gather the grain. But suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps it was Ayun with her cold reserve and hostility. But the hunter-gun was also on guard. He pointed his finger in a certain direction and indicated to the king where to look. Chenli identified another plant. It was rami, from the nettle family. Its stiff fibers were used to make paper, fabric, and rope. It was an excellent find. When the expedition returned, they would take some rami with them to create new fabric and a variety of clothing. However, the hunter Agon was indignant. He wasn't talking about some weeds, but wanted to show the king a real danger. And indeed, a huge growling jackal emerged from the depths of the forest onto the path. But we remember that these creatures do not travel alone, and soon the entire company was surrounded by a pack of jackals. The king surmised that they must have been following the travelers for a long time. The people could feel their eyes upon them. Chenli decided that the jackals had probably come to take revenge on him and Haehu. He drew his battle axe and said that this time, not a single jackal could be spared. The problem had to be eradicated at its root. The king ordered all his companions to join the battle and destroy these vile predators. Haehu had no intention of sparing any of the animals, because this time they had come of their own accord, which meant they wanted to be killed. Haehu was a true strong man. He grabbed jackals, one in each hand, and slammed them together, while Ayun fought the animals with her knives. There were many jackals, and the girl simply couldn't physically keep up with fending them off all at once. And just when it seemed to her that things were looking bad, something happened that resulted in all the jackals being killed. Haehu clapped his hands, saying that was cool, but if you don't praise yourself, no one else will. Soon the people saw that the jackals had fled. That was bad news, meaning they would set up an ambush again someday. Chenli ordered his comrades to catch up with the jackals and deal with them, not letting the predators escape this time. The king demanded that every single one be destroyed to protect future lives. And so the whole group rushed in pursuit of the predatory jackals. Chenli thought that with his 2 points of agility, it would be difficult to catch up to the swift predators, so it would be unwise to continue this futile chase. But before he could come up with a plan and suggest it, he noticed a plant with vine-like stems moving near him. And in the next moment, Ayun found herself trapped by the plant. Her arms and legs were wrapped in vines. Chenli had never seen such a carnivorous plant before and didn't know what would happen next. The king immediately began to identify it. Before them was a red royal carnivorous flower. Its surface was covered in poisonous slime. It destroyed the ecosystem and actively hunted animals. Chenli looked at the plant and thought that he had already encountered many dangers in this world. Saber-toothed tigers, giant letters, and the Rafflesia. All of this was vastly different from his knowledge of the primitive world. However, the king's thoughts were interrupted by Ayun's scream. The girl was struggling and demanding that the flower let her go. The flower released another tendril and knocked the knife out of the beauty's hands. The knife flew into the center of the plant, which gradually opened up. Heihu and the hunter Agun were also seeing such a plant for the first time and stood with their mouths agape, not knowing what to do. The king barked at them, saying that this was no time to stand rooted to the spot. They had to save Ayun. But the hunter Agun was straightforward and honest. He admitted that he didn't want to save the girl. It wasn't that she was unpleasant. It was just that they themselves had already fallen captive to this plant. Chen Li noticed one of the vines creeping toward his leg. He quickly chopped it off with his battle axe, freed his leg, and rushed to save Ayun, telling the girl not to be afraid. However, Ayun surprised everyone. She asked to be left behind so that the two men, Heihu and Agun, could be saved instead. The next moment, the girl was flung by the plant into its center. She managed to shout at the guys to run away, and now only her legs were sticking out of the flower. Chen Li was furious. He never thought the plant could be so aggressive. The guy easily chopped through the vines with his axe. He knew he couldn't save Ayun, but at least he could save Heihu and Aguna. At that moment, two jackals crept up behind him, ready to sink their teeth into the king, but the plant intervened and ensnared them with its vines. Heihu struggled to free one arm and shouted at the king not to approach the plant. It was becoming clear that the jackals had deliberately lured the men into this trap. Heihu believed the king still had a chance to escape while he and Agun held off the jackals. But the king didn't even consider this option. He jumped to his feet and began hacking at the vines with his battle axe. The vines weren't very fast, so the jackals used their speed advantage to lure the men here. Chen Li gradually chopped through the vines and approached the giant flower. He noticed that all the plants around him were dry and withered, which also affected the situation. Chen Li continued to battle the vines while simultaneously thinking about how to use his knowledge and skills in this dangerous situation. He remembered that he had a piece of saltpeter, and regardless of whether it was a jackal or a carnivorous flower, he could use it to attack. The saltpeter could be ignited to destroy the plant's dangerous tentacles. Soon the saltpeter ignited, and all the vine's tentacles burned to ashes. Now he could make his way to the bud and try to do something to save Ayun. Chen Li approached the flower and split it open with his battle axe. The girl's lifeless body fell to the ground, covered in disgusting slime. He bent down, helped Ayun to her feet, and said there was little time. First, they had to help the guys who were still in trouble, and Ayun could wait a little while on her own. The girl's clothes had almost completely dissolved from the poisonous slime, and the king offered to give her his cloak. After that, he released Heiha and Agun, draped his cloak over Ayun, and the whole group set off in pursuit of the jackals. There was no need to fear them now since the jackals had run far away, but they wanted to find those vile predators. Chen Li soon spotted water ahead and said that this was good news for everyone. There was very little left to do, just push through and dive into the lake so that everyone would be safe. But before the group reached the water, a huge predatory jackal pounced on the last person walking. Ayun, wrapped in the king's cloak. Chen Li turned, saw the jackal, and warned the girl to dodge quickly. Everything around them was ablaze with fire, ignited by the saltpeter, and Ayun was unarmed and couldn't really move. Chen Li grabbed Ayun by the arm and pulled her out of the cloak. The cloak itself remained in the jackal's jaws. Ayun was thrown aside, and a hand-to-hand struggle broke out between the king and the jackal. The young man lay on his back, and towering over him was the vile predator, saliva dripping from its jaws. Everyone watched the king in horror, realizing that this was a fight to the death. The jackal pinned Chen Li's right arm to the ground with its paw, and the king couldn't shake it off. The situation was growing more dangerous, and Chen Li shouted to his companions to leave before the fire reached them. He was confident in his strength. The jackal was already weakening. He needed to wear the predator down before the fire spread. At that moment, an arrow struck the jackal in the neck, and the hideous beast howled in pain, releasing the king. Chen Li crouched down and looked at the jackal's lifeless body lying nearby. The beautiful Ayun took the bow and fired an arrow into the predator's neck, ensuring its final defeat. Surprisingly, Ayun had a hidden talent for archery. The girl admitted that she had once watched the king use a bow and had taught herself how to do it. Ayun added that she had sprained her ankle and had almost no strength left, so she wouldn't be able to run away, and asked the king to leave as soon as possible. Chen Li had no intention of listening to her pleas. He hoisted the girl onto his back and said they would leave together. Heihu and Agun were also ready to go with the king and had no intention of saving themselves alone. Heihu carried the hunter Agun on his back, and Agun joked that he'd like to switch places with Ayun so the king would carry him. Heihu replied that if Agun wanted to get to the lake faster, he still had the strength to toss the little guy right into the water from the cliff. Chen Li was also exhausted. Running with a girl on his back was no easy feat. Ayan admitted that she had actually planned to seize the moment and kill him. She had long since figured out that it was the king who had planned the Black Bull's attack on the Coconut Grove tribe's settlement. Shenli asked why she thought so. Ayun replied that she was certain. The king would not confess or tell the truth. During the attack, she noticed that some of the bulls were wounded, but the weapons of the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe couldn't pierce their tough hide. Moreover, the king's men fought the bulls in perfect coordination, which only strengthened her suspicions. But Ayun knew she wouldn't be able to convince them, so she said nothing and planned her attack without the queen's permission. Now she held a small, sharp knife to the king's throat and said that if he made even a single move, he was finished. Chen Li could have thrown her off right there, and then he wouldn't have any problems in the future. He was upset to hear all this and told the girl to hold on tight. We'll have very little time left, and once we're safe, then we'll sort things out calmly. Ayun agreed to the plan, pressed herself against the king, and he ran, saving himself and the future assassin. Ayun would keep a close eye on the king. If he betrayed the queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, she would kill him. Chen Li agreed that this was fair. Ayun was dissatisfied. The king had simply absolved himself of responsibility, but if he allowed her to punish him, that already sounded like a good deal. Finally, the group reached the water, far from the fire and danger. He Hu was the happiest of all, a member of the water tribe who had always longed for water. The survivors looked at the fire blazing like a solid wall on the shore and realized that just a little later, they could have been burned alive. Chen Li reflected that 2 of the 4 expedition members were now unable to move, so it would be better to abandon the search for the giant. He ordered He Hu to take the injured to the place where Agun had found the Rami, set up camp, and rest until the king returned with medicine. Everything went according to plan, and soon the injured felt fine. Agun noted that nothing hurt anymore. The king set off with He Hu to gather more medicinal plants to complete the treatment of his companions. Suddenly, He Hu grew alert. He sensed a familiar smell. Everyone tensed up. The scent resembled that of hyenas. Perhaps traces of the recent fight with them still lingered on their bodies. But Chen Li parted the bushes and said he wasn't sure the scent was coming from the remains. He Hu peered into the bushes and saw a heartwarming sight. Jackal pups were sleeping on the leaves. The king realized that the jackals hadn't come to take revenge on the people, but to protect their cubs. Perhaps they had sensed a threat. Chen Li checked his stats and realized he had received a side quest to tame the hyena and turn it into a hunting dog. He had dreamed of having a dog since childhood, so he immediately accepted the task and was delighted that he would be able to play with the puppy. Once everyone had been treated and was feeling better, the expedition set off again, this time with the hyena cubs. Everything was going well until a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. So terrifying that even the bravest warriors felt fear. Chen Li didn't understand what was happening, but he sensed that the day was clearly an unlucky one. Soon they saw a massive snout and sharp stone claws that were literally slicing through the trees. It was unclear what kind of monster was hiding behind the trees. The unknown creature emerged and blocked their path, growling loudly. Agun realized the situation was critical. A huge man-eating bear stood towering over the people. This giant was about to attack the people, and with 2 wounded members, it was impossible to escape. Chen Li said he would distract the bear, while the rest should make a detour and return to the settlement. No one in the group wanted to carry out such a risky order, but they understood that the king was adamant. The man-eating bear wasn't going to wait. It wanted to devour a couple of people as soon as possible. Chen Li knew he had only one chance, and he emphasized to He Hu once more that the safety of the wounded rested entirely on his shoulders. Then the king pulled out his battle axe and charged at the bear. The expedition members didn't argue and immediately ran away while the giant was busy fighting the king. Chen Li distracted the bear, preventing it from chasing after the wounded. The opponent was very strong, and although the young man attacked, the bear managed to throw him off. The king groaned as he fell. He Hu wanted to entrust the cubs to someone else and send them to camp so he could return to help the king. Egan thought this was unnecessary. He had seen the king's strength and understood that the enemy was no match for him. But if they stayed nearby, the king wouldn't be able to act freely. His attention would be distracted by the wounded. The hunter believed they should trust the king and carry out his order. Everyone agreed and set off for the settlement. Left alone, Chen Li finally realized that he could harness the power of the Pangu axe. The man-eating bear stood on its hind legs and gazed into the distance. But Chen Li hoped the beast's attention was focused on him. The young man kept his eyes fixed on the bear. He needed to distract this man-eater. Chen Li began to taunt the beast, hiding behind trees and darting out in front of it, gradually luring it farther and farther away. This allowed his companions to safely leave the dangerous territory, and now they were running as fast as their wounded legs would allow. The man-eating bear continued to follow the king, who teased it, deftly slipping away at the last moment. Chen Li realized that his companions were already at a safe distance, and now he could calmly deal with the bear. He had just prepared to engage in battle when he felt someone's gaze from deep within the forest. The young man realized he had to act lightning fast. Another huge, hungry predator was already flying toward him. Chen Li managed to crouch down, and the animal flew over him, crashing into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, the king could make out his opponent. It was his old friend, the saber-toothed tiger he had fought some time ago. The animal turned out to be clever. Its scorched left eye reminded the tiger of its past defeat. It is unknown how this standoff would have ended if a man-eating bear hadn't run out onto the clearing. Chen Li was thinking for three. The beast had him pinned on both sides, and the situation was turning tragic. He understood that it didn't matter whether he spent his strength on speed or power, it wouldn't be enough. To prevail, he needed to use the power of the Pangu axe. But using the axe now would weaken him for a long time, and it was unknown how many days he would remain in a coma. Even if he didn't die here, the mountain people might seize the moment and attack the settlement. The beasts launched their attack, closing in on the brave warrior from both sides. Deep down, Chen Li hoped the predators would fight among themselves, but they were determined to attack him specifically. The next moment, the game interface appeared before his eyes. The player is in extreme danger. It is suggested to temporarily add points to agility and speed. Chen Li didn't even have time to confirm. The game intervened on its own, pulling him out of the dangerous situation. At the last moment, the two predators collided with each other. The king felt incredible lightness and explosive speed, a magical sensation. But the beasts spotted him again and were closing in, growling loudly. Chen Li realized that the animals still wanted to finish him off, even though he had hoped they would fight each other. The predators gave chase, but in this situation, it wasn't too dangerous for Chen Li. The young man's speed was incredible. In a few moments, he had pulled far ahead. The feeling of freedom and adrenaline was amazing, but this mode of escape was too costly for constant use. Chen Li caught his breath, looked around, and realized he had quickly reached his intended destination. He knew he possessed an unprecedented power that would soon fade, so he decided to use the time he had left to head to the snowy mountain and find the giant. No sooner said than done. Within a few minutes, Chen Li had crossed the vast snow-covered expanse. His body felt light, the snow didn't hinder him, and he moved easily across the mountain surface. A few seconds later, he had already climbed to the summit and looked down in surprise. On the other side of the mountain sat a huge giant, and next to him, a giant dinosaur grazed while tethered. Chen Li would never have believed these stories if he hadn't seen the giant towering over the cliffs with his own eyes. The system reported that the player had found the giant. The mission was complete, and a new trial had now been automatically activated. The challenge was insane. He had to attack the giant, and there was no time limit. The young man was indignant, making a racket and freaking out, drawing the dinosaur's attention. The ancient predator heard the man, began to growl, and tried to break free from its tether. Chen Li covered his mouth in horror. Completing the mission promised an excellent reward, 9 points. Which was pleasing, but it still seemed like a foolish endeavor. He decided to attack the giant quickly and return to the settlement immediately. Chen Li took out a saltpeter stone, aimed, and threw it. Afraid to get close to the giant, the stone didn't reach its target. It fell nearby, and the giant sat just as calmly as if dozing. But the dinosaur noticed the stone and growled viciously. Chen Li had provoked it. The game confirmed a new mission. The giant's attack had been counted, and the third trial was automatically activated. The essence of the trial was that he had to kill the giant alone. There was no time limit for completing the task. For completing this crazy mission, the game offered a full 100 stat points. It was worth it. He could at least try to do something. The giant sat motionless, while the dinosaur continued to growl at the man. However, before Chen Li could do anything or come up with a plan, the giant brought his massive hand down on the snarling dinosaur, shutting its mouth. The impact triggered an avalanche. Chen Li brushed the snow off himself and realized the giant had woken up. Now, even for tens of thousands of stat points, the young man wouldn't dare attack the giant. Life was more precious. That evening, in the clearing of the settlement, the guards reported to the queen that they had returned from their mission. Xiao Wang asked the patrolmen if they had found anything interesting during their patrol. Receiving a negative answer, the queen ordered them to expand the search area and continue their efforts. Ayun believed that everyone should prepare for the worst outcome, but the queen refused to listen. Xiao Wang was furious. The king had risked his life to save Ayun, carrying her out of the fire on his back, and the girl shouldn't have said such things. At that moment, the settlement was shaken by shouts. One of the members of the Sea tribe reported that the king had returned. Everyone rushed to meet the king, not noticing that the man could barely move, leaning on another man. Everyone wanted to know how he was feeling. Chen Li ordered that the queen be informed of his return and said that on the whole, he was unharmed. Shanglin didn't understand why the king hadn't lit a signal fire, since people would have come faster and escorted him home. However, the king didn't want to gather a large crowd and attract unnecessary attention. Queen Xiao Wang watched what was happening, ordered everyone to disperse, and let the king enter the palace to rest. Everyone was to return to their posts and go about their business. The queen would take care of the king herself. However, everyone present was to remain silent. If anyone let it slip, they were finished. The representatives of the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe lowered their eyes and silently accepted the order, preparing to keep their mouths shut. Chen Li entered the palace and Lu Tan immediately took his place as a guard at the entrance. The young man was glad that Fire and the others had arrived safely at the settlement. He was pleased that the hyena cubs had also made it home safely. Chen Li said he wanted the hunter Xiong to look after the hyena cubs in the future. When he went on long expeditions alone, the hunter would have many assistants. The queen listened almost without objection, then nudged the king with her foot and said that he must take care of himself first and foremost. No matter how resilient the king was, he needed rest too. Chen Li replied that he wasn't seriously injured, just exhausted, and would recover quickly after sleeping. Xiao Wang understood that arguing with the king was pointless and said she would pass on all the instructions to Shun. But now the queen was furious. She believed the king hadn't taken care of himself and had taken a great risk, and she didn't want to lose her husband before his time. After that, Xiao Wang snapped at her husband to rest and left the palace. Lu Tan was concerned about the king's health and condition, but the queen assured him that he was fine. The king just needed to rest and get some sleep right now, so Lu Tan shouldn't let anyone into the house. Left alone, Chen Li opened his stats window to check his data. Despite losing 4 attribute points, he had gained 10 points for completing missions, so there were no serious losses. In the past, Chen Li had recklessly relied solely on strength in critical moments, forgetting about self-preservation. Now he decided to start by increasing his agility and added a few points. It turned out that the agility stat had reached its maximum. The next increase would require twice as many points. This meant that each new increase in agility would require more and more points. Chen Li realized that increasing agility in the near future would be difficult. Next, he focused on increasing strength, where there was no critical threshold. Different attributes had different limits. Chen Li decided to gradually increase all stats to their maximum. He increased his strength again, and the process of physical development felt more intense than before. His body seemed to be stretching outwards. Chen Li glanced at his legs and saw that his boots had torn, and his legs had grown in length and girth. His pants couldn't withstand the increase in size either and ripped right off him. At this point, the guy had reached his maximum strength. He hadn't expected it to be so painful, and he was left without shoes or pants. There were no more points left to allocate, but 2 stats hadn't reached their maximum yet. Chen Li didn't understand how intelligence could affect his life. The higher the intelligence, the greater the chance of random quests with high rewards. Attribute points were a scarce resource, so it would be wasteful to increase intelligence just for the sake of a potential reward. The young man decided to first increase his stamina to the critical value. He also needed to ask the tribe members to sew a few new sets of clothes, the last thing the king had thought about before going to sleep. Chen Li slept soundly and peacefully all night. No one disturbed him. From early morning, members of the Water Tribe were fishing and doing quite well at it. Xu Xiao was teaching a girl from the Coconut Grove tribe the art of cutting and sewing, paying close attention to the neatness of the edges. Freshly caught fish were already roasting over a fire on the shore, and anyone who was hungry could come and eat the fresh meat right away. At the archery range, intense training had been underway since early morning, led by Queen Xiao Wang herself. The girls had to learn how to use slingshots. At the queen's command, they swung the slingshots over their heads. Also, at the queen's signal, all the girls released their slings simultaneously, and the stones flew straight into the target. The targets were figures of people made of straw and sticks, and the girls were shooting at them. One of the girls reported to the queen that a total of 6 shots had been fired, One hit the edge and another missed. Chen approached the shooting range and upon hearing the results praised the girl, saying that for a start it was actually quite good. However, the king himself looked stunning that early morning. His muscles had become even stronger and more powerful, and he radiated confidence in his abilities. The queen was dissatisfied again. She didn't understand why the king wasn't resting, but was running around the village. Did he have a splinter in one spot or something? Chen replied that as the king of the tribe, he had to know what his people were up to. The queen immediately noticed her husband's new pants and realized he hadn't slept again that night. Chen was forced to make excuses to this jealous harpy, saying he had slept soundly all night. The queen agreed to believe him one last time. She noted that a squad of slingers had already been formed, but it would still take time to reach full combat readiness. The queen suggested a patrol and a mobile outpost, and Feng was the girl for the job. Chen wanted to know how things were going and how Agun and Ayun were doing, hoping their wounds hadn't worsened. The queen reported that the hunter, Agun, had refused to have his wounds treated, stating that he did not want to be a burden to the tribe. So first thing in the morning, he went to guard the signal tower on the southern mountain. Ayun is responsible for bringing him food and water. She looks after the hunter, so there's no need to worry about him. The queen worries most of all about Ayun. The girl spends all her days and nights training with a bow. Now she barely puts her weapon down. Perhaps the queen was too strict with her. Ayun is currently in a really bad emotional state and is venting her aggression through training. Chen told the queen that Ayun is very kind. She truly cares for the queen and takes on a lot for her sake. Chen believed that Ayun should be treated better. He said he needed to return to the palace to regain his strength. The young man warned the queen that in a few days he would head north to gather precious millet seeds. Convinced that there was nothing to do in the settlement, since the residents were performing their duties perfectly, Chen decided to devote himself to invention. Thus passed the next 4 days in the life of the newcomer settlement. Chen was writing something on a stone tablet. A comb, a shovel, and several tools he had made lay nearby. He noted that as soon as he returned from the expedition, he would teach the people simple addition and subtraction so that he wouldn't have to do it alone in the future. The game awarded 10 technology points for creating writing and another 10 for creating mathematics. This was wonderful news. The current number of technology points reached 100, and the technology shop opened up to the player. In the technology shop, points could be exchanged for practical tools or inheritance tablets. Currently, the shop offered saltpeter and jars of medicine, hematite, a large pot, a set of spices, as well as inheritance tablets. The player really liked all of this. He was falling more and more in love with the game. The guy looked at the list of items again and started figuring out what exactly he would buy today. Soon a decision was made. He happily traded all his tech points for a single item. It turned out to be a large iron cauldron, which appeared before Chen as if out of nowhere. It was indeed a useful item. The young man hadn't cooked anything tasty in a long time, and now he had the right cookware. Of course, anyone might have thought he'd wasted 30 points on a pot, but in reality, the king wanted to buy the cauldron not only for cooking and evaporating salt, but also because it was an iron object. If carried on his back, it would serve as armor. If strapped to his shoulder, the cauldron could be used as a shield. Besides, the cauldron could be used at a critical moment, brought down on opponents' heads and even used to destroy them. Luton entered the palace and thought that the king's mind and sanity were in a very bad state, for he was standing in a strange pose holding a strange object above himself. Luton explained his arrival by saying he had heard unusual sounds and had come in to check if everything was all right with the king. Chen said he was simply communicating with other gods and spirits, but Liutan still didn't understand. After that, the king purposefully went out into the courtyard and began doing strange things that no one understood. Chen managed to dig a furnace into the ground, light a fire, and boil water. For inventing the oven, he received technology points again. Outwardly, it resembled a tandoor. Chen couldn't even figure out where he'd gotten this knowledge from. He'd once been in love with a professor and had absorbed a lot of information that was now coming in handy. He looked closely at the water and noted that it had already come to a boil, so he could add all the necessary ingredients. He added the vegetables and the fish he had caught. The king was preparing a royal fish soup. Chen earned tech points for making soup and inventing new ways to cook. That was great. The player was very pleased. Not only was the food delicious, but he also earned extra points. At that moment, Shigu approached Chen carrying something very carefully in his hands. The man reported that he had succeeded. It turned out that the coconut halves contained salt from their own salt works, which the people had set up on the coast. For inventing a method of extracting sea salt, the player also received technology points. Today really was a lucky day. Shigu showed up with the salt just in time. Chenli used the salt to improve the soup's flavor and invited Shigu to stay for lunch. The king checked the stats. Thanks to his choice of cauldron, he was able to quickly recover the technology points he had spent. Chenli asked Liu Tan to invite all the free residents to a delicious lunch. Let them bring their own plates. Soon, everyone who wanted a bowl received a serving of rich, delicious soup. The people had never eaten such elaborately prepared dishes before. Absolutely, everyone loved the soup. The people understood that their king was doing everything he could and sharing his knowledge with them. There was plenty of soup, so there was no need to worry. Ayun happily served seconds to anyone who wanted them. However, when Shanglin asked for a third bowl, Ayun warned the girl to be more restrained, or there would be nothing left for the others. The king reassured the girls, saying he would cook a whole pot of soup for those currently patrolling the territory or stationed at the watchtowers. They still needed to take soup to the guys at the outpost, and the king promised that in 2 days he would personally bring them a fresh batch. Chenli also said that as soon as he had some free time, he would teach people how to use chopsticks so they could eat the roast beef neatly and quickly. After that, the player demanded that the system open the technology shop for him. Chenli once again had 100 technology points in his account, and now wanted to decide what to exchange them for first. He realized he could teach people basic math and farming, so spending points on that didn't make sense. Thinking about farming, the young man remembered the precious seeds that could be collected to start farming. At that moment, someone from the outer patrol ran up to him and reported that a trap had been triggered in the north, but no human activity had been detected nearby. Chenli realized that an animal had been caught in the trap, and if the prey was still alive, they would have to decide what to do with it. Xiao Wang told the girl that there was no need to bother the king with such trifles. Just kill the animal, and that would be that. The queen believed that her husband didn't need to do everything himself. He was too busy and hadn't spent time with Xiao Wang in a long time. Chenli explained to the queen that he would be by her side for the rest of his life, but now they needed to set up the house and make some changes. After sealing those words with a passionate kiss, Chenli sent the queen on her way and went to check the trap himself. If the prey was still alive, perhaps he could tame it. Chenli told the queen that he was counting on her support and understanding. Xiao Wang was happy to have such a practical husband. In addition, the king noted that the nettles brought by the hunter, Agun, had already run out, so more needed to be gathered. But most of all, the king was thinking about the precious millet he wanted to harvest and cultivate. Accompanied by several warriors, Chenli set off into the forest toward the trap that had been triggered. Soon, the girl led the entire group to the right spot. This time, an underground trap had been triggered, and the guard pointed out the pit to the king. Chenli and the girl peered into the trap, but it wasn't immediately clear, especially to the king. He could imagine many things, yet what he saw was strange, and he didn't understand what was happening there. Now everyone present was looking into the trap, and the representative of the Coconut Grove tribe claimed that just a moment ago, the captive had been howling desperately. At the bottom of the pit lay a hyena. Its hind paw was impaled on a spike. The representative of the Sea tribe suggested that the hyena had come again, probably to fight the people. However, the hunter Xiong was certain that this was not the case. He believed that the hyena was just like the mother pig they had dealt with earlier. Moreover, Xiong had noticed signs of nursing on this hyena. Hunter Xiong was very sensitive to milk and could smell it from a great distance. This information pointed to only one thing. The mother of the cubs they had brought to their settlement was now trapped before them. Chenli announced that they should try to lift the hyena out, even if it was dangerous. For a primitive man, this was a very risky move. But no one could argue with the king. No one wanted to go against him, and so the poor wounded animal was pulled out of the pit. Shigu examined the hyena and said that she was too weak to pose much of a danger to people. Chenli instructed the hunter Jun to try to save the hyena, feed it, and tend to its wounds. Shun didn't understand why they were doing this. After all, the people had already raised the little jackals without a mother, so what was the point of the hyena? The king asked how the cubs were doing. It turned out they absolutely hated the meat Shun had been feeding them. The cubs lay there unresponsive. With each passing day, the hyena pups grew weaker, and the hunter tried to figure out what else he could feed them. Chenli had been thinking along those lines. He suspected that raising wild cubs on his own would be very difficult. People had nearly killed them. Chenli ordered that the injured hyena be taken to the settlement, tied up, fed meat, and then the cubs brought to her. Hunter Xiong was put in charge of this process. He was to make sure that the mother hyena and her cubs began to recover. Chen Li very much hoped that his decision to bring a wolf into the settlement's life would not have negative consequences. Ah Fing was to stay behind, repair the traps, and resume patrolling the territory while the king prepared to head north with the rest of the warriors. For a long time, the people walked through the forest without encountering any danger. There were no traces of wild animals or people from the mountain tribe. Finally, they reached their destination, and Chen Li saw the millet, which had already ripened. He picked a few ears of grain and realized that if people had arrived just a few days later, the harvest would have simply fallen to the ground. Seizing the moment, he gathered some medicinal herbs that grew in the area. The people became engrossed in the process and did not notice that evening had fallen. The entire group was returning, laden with valuable herbs and medicinal plants. Suddenly, they heard a loud and terrifying growl from the darkness. The king recognized the sound. Judging by the sound, it was a man-eating bear, and the king ordered everyone to hide in the bushes. Chen Li didn't have time to get a good look at the beast because it was very fast and moved from one place to another in an instant. Judo asked if they should drop the load, but the king decided to wait. Perhaps the wild beast would go in another direction, and the men could continue on their way in peace. Chen Li was surprised when he noticed that the warrior had raised his thick behind for some reason. The man said that the king simply didn't understand. The fact is, this posture allows one to dash away quickly when faced with danger. It is necessary for survival. Jutao asked the king if this bear was the same one that had chased him last time. After that, Jutao had a new question. Was it possible that the bear liked nettles? He didn't have time to formulate the next question because the king no longer had the strength to speak calmly. They had to be silent, otherwise the bear would hear them, and that would spell trouble. But it turned out that the king had been shouting so loudly that this was precisely what had attracted the predator's attention. The man-eating bear stopped and began searching for the people hiding in the bushes, staggering from tree to tree and peering into the thick undergrowth. After taking a few more steps, the huge bear collapsed onto the clearing just a few steps away from the people. The warriors didn't understand what had happened. Perhaps the bear was wounded, or maybe even dead, but the men now had a perfect opportunity to claim their prey. The men were just about to emerge from their ambush when the bear sprang to its feet and began moving in huge leaps. However, the man-eating bear had no intention of attacking the king and his companions. Frightened, it ran past them. Chen Li surmised that someone was hunting the bear. And indeed, soon a group of unfamiliar warriors armed with clubs emerged from behind the trees. They were talking among themselves and discussing the bear, which couldn't run far from them. Jutao didn't understand why people from the mountain tribe had appeared in this area, but Chen Li didn't have time to answer. The next second, He Hu shouted that the time for revenge had come, leaped out of ambush, and charged at the mountain tribe men. Chen Li immediately rushed after his comrade and, at the last moment, struck him on the back, sending him back into the bushes. However, the noise the men made caught the attention of one of the mountain tribe members. He turned and looked closely at the bushes. The man ordered his companion to catch up with the bear, while he himself remained standing behind a tree, hiding in ambush. Heo said he couldn't just stand by and watch these men when such an opportunity had presented itself. However, the king believed the man was acting like a complete fool, and that one must not allow hatred to cloud one's judgment. Chen Li and his companions saw that their opponents outnumbered them, so rash actions and an attack on them could be fatal. The only advantage they had now was that the enemy was unaware of them. Even if Chen Li and his tribe were to engage in battle, they needed to wait for the right moment. The bear continued to run headlong through the forest, frightened and miserable, while the members of the mountain tribe pursued him. Soon the bear collapsed, panting and lifeless. The men realized he could no longer escape. But the members of the mountain tribe shouted at the beast to get up and keep running. At that moment, a huge hand landed on the man's head. It seemed as though the man's head were the size of a tennis ball. A giant appeared before them. He said that the bear had eaten venison mixed with white flowers and had been wounded in the stomach. "It's amazing how this animal managed to run so far," said the giant. "He is a very brave bear, and he should be allowed to die with dignity." After that, the giant hurled the man against a tree with all his might, and the unfortunate man died. The giant ordered the other men to step back because it was not their turn to intervene. He turned to the man-eating bear and promised the predator a quick but agonizing end. In the giant's hands was a massive weapon, a blade made of obsidian, a natural volcanic glass, the fracture of which was extremely sharp. Chen Li watched the mountain people closely and listened to them. He realized that they had mixed aluminum with small white flowers. The young man was convinced that these people were skilled in preparing poisons. Chen Li was given a side quest, the essence of which was to save a dying bear. For this, he would receive attribute points and the bear's goodwill. Chen Li didn't understand why he was being forced to take a risk and start a war with the mountain tribe, or why he should save a bear that had nearly killed him just a short while ago. The young man was convinced the system had gone mad and didn't want to get involved in any of this. But a notification window announced that if he refused this one-time rare quest, it would never be available again. The situation was dire. There was no time left to think, and the mountain tribe brute had already raised his blade over the dying bear's body. Chen Li, cursing the system and everything associated with it, rushed at full speed toward Everest and raised his battle axe just as the blade was about to strike the bear. The men scattered in different directions, and the mountain tribe members couldn't figure out who these strange creatures were. The mountain warriors scrutinized the motley crew that had dared to prevent them from taking their prey. Most likely, they concluded that these people weren't just looking to die. Chen Li decided to trust the strange system of the game. He hoped that the bear's goodwill was worth the risk he was now exposing himself and his companions to. It turned out that the bear had been poisoned with datura and wounded in the stomach. They had to stop the bleeding immediately and neutralize the poison within 10 minutes. Chen Li set himself the task of saving the bear. He didn't want to get into a fierce conflict with the mountain tribe, so he had to find a way out of the situation. However, there were only a few minutes left to complete the task, so there was no time for long conversations. One of the mountain tribe members began shouting that this group of degenerates had stolen their prey and how they dared to do such a thing. In addition, one of the warriors was closely studying the strangers and recognized one face. He saw the big guy and remembered that he was a member of the Sea Tribe. Heihu replied that he didn't remember the stranger at all because he never remembers faces. Heihu was barely holding himself back. He really wanted to engage in battle. The game system threatened. If he failed this task, certain parts of Chen Li's body would shrink by half. The young man realized that his family life, which had only just begun to bring him joy, had come to an end. Chen Li imagined how the queen would send him to plow the fields. The options were completely unacceptable to him. He turned to his comrades and said that they had many enemies, so they needed to be very careful. Besides, the king had only one demand of his people. They must stay alive and not die in battle. After that, the battle with the mountain tribe began, and Chen Li set about treating the bear. He examined the wound and found that it wasn't deep. The wound on the bear's belly was not life-threatening, and soon it was completely healed. Now they had to deal with the effects of the poisoning. The problem was that Chen Li didn't yet know enough about plants and poisons and didn't know how to neutralize the datura. He looked at the battle, and it seemed to him that things were going well for the guys so far. However, everyone had already been wounded, and Chen Li had little time left to save the bear. At that moment, the largest member of the mountain tribe said that the battle must stop. The strangers were indeed capable, but time was up. The Hulk looked at everyone present with a predatory smile. It was immediately clear that the most interesting part was just beginning. The man said that for a bunch of vagabonds who had gathered together, they had fought quite well. But now they must leave, and then the mountain tribe giant would spare their lives. Heihu refused to accept such terms. He had old scores to settle with the mountain tribe, which had wiped out the people of the Sea Tribe. Judu also declared that he had only just warmed up, and this bruiser wanted them to leave. The rest of the guys also reported that they still had strength, and even though it was evening outside, they were full of energy. Shigu told the king that the situation was under control. However, for the king, the situation was not under control. Time was running out, and he didn't know how to neutralize the poison in the bear's body. Shigu and the others could barely stand. If this continued, the mission might fail. Chen Li hadn't even had time to imagine how he would lose the game in a landslide when the mountain tribe brute kicked the ground with all his might. He was so strong that cracks and fissures appeared in the ground. Chen Li found himself drawn into the fray. He stood with his subordinates near the cracked ground. It became clear that a personal battle was unavoidable, and the young man had to survive this situation. The giant stepped forward and asked what the tribe was called that he was now fighting. At first, he had thought he was fighting a bunch of vagabonds, but now he realized they had a leader. The man introduced himself. He was the king of the mountain tribe. Chen Li also introduced himself. He was the king of the novice tribe. The king of the mountain tribe said that attacking a couple of people with a mob wasn't his style, so they would fight another day. He announced the date of the next fight so that everything would be fair, but he had enjoyed today's battle. After that, the king of the mountain tribe ordered his men to pick up the one who had passed out and head home. One of the guys was still sitting exhausted under a tree, but the king said, "Stop acting like a wimp. We're going home." Strangely enough, Chen Li and his men came out of the situation unscathed. However, one problem remained unresolved. They needed to remove the poison from the bear's body. The mountain tribe was returning home, but one of the men didn't understand why they had acted so tactfully. Were they really just going to leave and abandon their enemies? The king of the mountain tribe replied that for today's hunt, he had brought only a white flower, but no ginseng. Moreover, the supernatural power bestowed upon him by the sorcerer would soon be completely exhausted. The king realized that the leader of the novice tribe was no ordinary man. He had easily blocked a blow delivered with more than half his strength. Observing his relaxed posture, the king was certain Chen Li was hiding a great deal. On top of that, he had a very unusual weapon. It was completely unclear where it had come from. Based on all this, the king of the mountain tribe decided to retreat, but next time he wouldn't let them off so easily. The bear had been poisoned with white datura. Chen Li asked his companions if anyone knew how to neutralize the poison. No one knew, and besides, Ju Tao didn't understand why they would want to save the bear, since it was their prey for which they had risked their lives. Chen Li didn't have time, and he had absolutely no desire to explain the details. All the people needed to know was that life and death were at stake. Chen Li took 2 herbs, honeysuckle and burdock, which they had been carrying to the settlement. These plants had the effect of neutralizing poison, but the young man wasn't sure if they could handle the white datura. They had to make one last desperate attempt, open the bear's mouth and administer the remedy. There was no time to prepare the herbal juice, so the boys grabbed the unfortunate animal's head and pried open its mouth. Chen Li tossed the herbs into the bear's mouth, and literally a second before time ran out, the system notified them that the poison was no longer a threat. The young man was on the verge of tears from happiness and relief. At last he could catch his breath. The people had saved the bear's life, and now he was simply lying there, regaining his strength. He Hu was eager to take revenge. He believed the mountain tribe couldn't have gone far and suggested they catch up to them and settle the score. But Chen Li believed that until they knew all the details, rash actions would lead to heavy losses. He Hu believed that some victories were worth human sacrifices, but the king did not want any of his men to die under any circumstances. Chen Li thought that since the tribe's representatives would come to them on their own, the warriors of the novice tribe needed to devise a plan of action and conserve their strength. Not everyone understood this tactic, but the men decided not to ask unnecessary questions and to listen to their king. Chen Li ordered the nettles and other plants to be taken to the settlement, while he stayed behind to tend to the bear. Shigu was to tell the queen to send reinforcements to the patrols and post sentries. They had to act quickly, for guests were expected soon. Evening gradually turned into night. The bear still lay exhausted from his wounds and poisoning, while Chen Li lit a fire and dozed beside it. In the middle of the night, he woke up and saw the eyes of predators glowing with a sinister light in the darkness. Chen Li realized that the predators would want to take advantage of the situation and attack. But the young man took it in stride, figuring that dinner was practically ready. Jackals leaped out of the bushes, but they posed no threat to Chen Li. He was merely disappointed that these animals were too small and not meaty enough. Nevertheless, they could be considered tasty game. If you skewered a jackal and roasted it whole, it would make an excellent dish. The smells were intoxicating. The man-eating bear woke up, opened his eyes, and realized he was still alive. He turned to Chen Li and looked at him with a kind, trusting gaze. Chen Li addressed the bear, advising him to be honest and not to refuse the friendship offered. The young man wasn't sure the bear would be able to eat cooked food, so he left a few hyenas alive so the predator could have a snack. By the end of the night, both the man-eating bear and Chen Li were sitting with full bellies. The mission to save the bear was successfully completed. Attribute points and the bear's goodwill were obtained. Chen Li decided to allocate the points according to his plan, first increasing his physical fitness to the critical value. At that moment, the bear brought the carcass of one of the slain jackals and laid it at the man's feet. Chen Li realized that the bear had left the tastiest part for him. This was how the predator showed its affection. The young man said that he had shared the prey with the bear on purpose, and the predator was giving a portion back to him. This kind of gratitude turned out to be very pleasant. It was wonderful and friendly. After making sure the bear was all right, Chen Li began to head back to the settlement. However, as soon as he started moving toward the settlement, the bear began grabbing his clothes and whining pitifully. Chen-Li realized that the bear wanted to be taken along. The animal's expression was happy, as if it were eagerly awaiting the chance to set off with the man. The young man wondered what use the bear might be. Feeding it would be difficult, but it could be used as a mount. In the end, Chen-Li told the bear that he would take him along, and from that day on, the bear would be called Zunda. Upon hearing this, Zunda immediately rushed to hug and lick the king. Chen-Li was walking toward the settlement with his new companion when a brilliant idea struck him. Now with such a strong helper, he thought, why not follow the people of the mountain tribe and find out their plans? Morning had already come. Chen-Li was riding the bear, and the tracks were getting deeper and deeper, which indicated that the ground was soft. Soon they found themselves in a bamboo forest. The young man had never seen such vegetation before. He immediately realized that bamboo could be used not only as a building material, but also for making firecrackers. To do this, one had to mix saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal and place the mixture in a bamboo tube. Chen-Li continued to ponder. If people could make firecrackers, it might catch the enemy off guard in a decisive battle. Even if the blast were small, the sound would be very loud and frightening. The young man decided that using bamboo to create simple explosives would be one of his tribe's secret advantages in the upcoming battle. Chen-Li thought about the fact that people had already found some saltpeter. Charcoal was easy to come by as well. He would just need to use the method of burning it in a kiln. But things weren't looking so good with sulfur. The young man knew that sulfur could only be found near volcanoes. The player asked the system to open the map so he could look for a suitable location. Of course, there was nothing surprising about it, but the volcano on this land was located in the most inconvenient place. It was where the giant slept. If he didn't get too close to it, he could take a chance and look for sulfur. Last time, Chen-Li had been too preoccupied with escaping the awakening giant as quickly as possible, so he hadn't considered the nearby resources. The young man ordered Zunde to turn around. They would take a risk and head north. Chen-Li promised the bear he'd show him someone so huge that the bear might even wet himself from surprise and fear. And so the magnificent pair raced through the surrounding area toward the snowy mountain, the volcano, and the giant. Chen-Li slowed the bear down when they reached the very lake where Heihu and Xiong were. Last time, the guy hadn't been in the mood to look around, even though he'd been walking this very path. But this time, he had to take advantage of the opportunity that had presented itself. Zunda was racing along on all four paws, and the guy had to slow the bear down so he could examine the area more closely and in greater detail. Chen-Li warned his clumsy companion to be careful and keep his eyes peeled. The pair lay low in the bushes on the lakeshore and watched the water, but it seemed that the sea monster could only be spotted by chance. Zunda suddenly froze, and the young man realized that the bear might have spotted something. A few moments later, a huge, gigantic eye emerged from the water, one that might have belonged to some kind of giant. Soon the monster itself emerged completely from the water and shook its wet, toothy snout. It was terrifying and hard to believe. But Chen-Li finally realized who lived in this lake. Of course, one mustn't forget what era the young man had stumbled into. After all, this was a time when all sorts of giant animals ruled the earth. So it was perfectly logical and understandable that a Tyrannosaurus lived in this lake. But at the same time, there was a collar around this giant's neck. Perhaps the Tyrannosaurus was the giant's pet. Or perhaps it was the very same Tyrannosaurus whose enormous footprints had previously been found in the forest. If so, the giant on the mountain had been asleep for at least 15 days. Chen-Li understood that he and the bear had to be very quiet and careful. Under no circumstances could they disturb the Tyrannosaurus, but they could quietly circle around it from the other side. Zunda turned out to be a very smart and quick-witted bear, and he crawled through the thick coastal grass almost on all fours. From its lofty height, the Tyrannosaurus did not notice the man and the bear, and now they had reached the snowy mountain. Chen-Li looked around and decided they shouldn't go any further, because the snow was getting deeper and deeper, and if anything happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. But the bear was not only kind, but also smart. He began to work like a snowplow. Zunda shoveled the snow, and the young man followed behind him. Chen-Li reassured the bear, saying he would walk behind him and would never abandon his furry friend, but the bear needed to be very careful and keep a close watch on their surroundings. The bear shoveled the snow, and soon the young man found a small ball in the ground. It gave off a rather strange smell. Beneath the layer of snow was some kind of fragrant stone. Gradually, as they moved forward, the scent grew stronger, so this couldn't be a mistake or a coincidence. Chen-Li, like a true gold prospector, got carried away and dug through the snow with his bare hands. and soon the sought-after element was found. The young man's joy knew no bounds. This was better than finding gold. Chenli began shouting and rejoicing that they had found sulfur, while the bear looked on in surprise at his dumbfounded human friend. This was excellent news, there could be no mistake. With such a supply of sulfur, firecracker production was just around the corner. And so, having finished his reconnaissance, the king returned with the bear to his settlement. People rushed out into the streets to greet the king, but a huge surprise awaited them. The thing was, their beloved king had arrived riding a huge bear. The people were very wary and didn't know how to react. Chenli immediately addressed the people and said that this mighty bear was named Zunda. Now he was their friend. The hunter Xiong was absolutely thrilled. He wanted to become as strong and majestic as the king when he grew up. Chenli heard the little boy's request and promised that in the future he would definitely find a cool mount for Shun. Chenli understood that he would have to entrust the bear's care to someone else. He couldn't teach Shun to ride for free. Chenli handed the bamboo trunks to Ayu and ordered the girl to dry them, because they would come in handy for work in the near future. Queen Xiaowang stared in amazement at the enormous bear and was struck by how large and strong the animal was. The girl asked if she could ride it. At that moment, one of the representatives of the Sea Tribe ran into the clearing. He shouted that things were very bad. Chenli tried to calm the man down so they could figure out what had happened and why he was so alarmed and frightened. The man explained that a huge monster had appeared in the sea near the shore, and it was raging violently. This monster was creating such huge waves that they had already destroyed all the salt that was drying on the beach. The monster was very powerful, and the people of the Sea Tribe couldn't handle it. Chenli listened carefully to the young man and told him not to worry. The king would personally go to the beach to assess the situation. Everyone was counting on their loyal assistant. Chenli quickly made his way to the beach, where a horrific scene unfolded before him. The remains of a destroyed building lay scattered along the shore, and a battle was raging in the water between the sea monster and members of the Sea Tribe. Chenli was unpleasantly surprised to see such a colossus, so he decided first to activate the game system to check who it was. It turned out that in the water was an ichthyosaur, a large marine reptile. It resembled a fish but was very aggressive, reaching over 10 meters in length. Chenli believed that this monster could not be left unpunished. Otherwise, it would keep coming back and destroying all the structures. The king decided to drag the ichthyosaur ashore and defeat it on land. Zunda understood his master's plan. He was a very fearless bear, and so armed with a battle axe, the king, riding the bear, rushed into the sea. Shunda gathered speed and leaped into the water, while the king swung his axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But the ichthyosaur managed to fling the bear far to the side with its tail, and the blow of the axe did not have the expected effect. Chenli realized that the damage he had inflicted on the water monster was negligible, and he needed to come up with a new plan. Chenli bravely leaped into the ichthyosaur's mouth, intending to destroy it from within. Chenli hoped to drag the monster ashore. However, the opposite happened. The sea giant began to sink into the depths, and it was clear that it was about to drag the man into the ocean's abyss. Chenli held his breath, trapping oxygen in his lungs. But the boy knew, if nothing changed, he would drown faster than he would be eaten. The giant fish sank deeper and deeper into the water, and it seemed that nothing could stop it now. But Zunda was a very strong and brave bear. He grabbed the fish by the tail and held on tight, not letting it go any deeper. Chenli realized that the bear was still sticking to his plan, so the young man now understood that he couldn't give up. However, he didn't know how to do that, because he couldn't hold out any longer without oxygen. But just then, someone appeared behind him. This creature resembled a beautiful mermaid, swimming with absolute ease and no trouble breathing. In her hands were sharp daggers. The girl struck several blows, and blood gushed from the body of the giant ancient fish. Chenli released the wounded creature, which thrashed in its death throes while the young man himself began to sink. He realized he was sinking to the bottom. When the young man opened his eyes again, he found himself being watched by a bear and 2 members of the Sea Tribe. All 3 were glad that the king had regained consciousness. Chenli managed to sit up and saw that he was lying on a sandy shore next to a bear and a couple of people. Soon the young man noticed a stranger sitting on a rock. It was the beautiful Alana. The girl was very pretty. She had fair skin and long white hair. Unlike a mermaid, she had legs instead of a fishtail. The girl walked along the shore and sat down across from the king. It turned out that Alana also belonged to the Sea Tribe. She was the best swimmer. It was this fragile girl who had killed the monster and pulled the king ashore. Members of the sea tribe aren't known for their intelligence or quick wits, but compared to the rest of her tribe, Elaine was downright silly. Chenli was very grateful to this girl, so he wasn't going to take offense at the fact that she was sitting in front of the king and picking at her food. Chenli noticed the weapon the girl was carrying. He wanted to know where she had gotten the obsidian dagger. Elaine explained that her brother had once taken the weapon from a bad guy. The king wanted to know all the details. But Elaine asked her tribesmen if she could finally fight that nasty guy she had recently saved. A representative of her tribe whispered something in the girl's ear, and she listened very carefully. After that, Elaine jumped to her feet and said she didn't understand anything, but it seemed to her that the people had come to help her. Elaine explained that a crowd of bad people had invaded their land that day. The girl quickly lost consciousness. When she woke up, Brother Fang and the other members of the Sea Tribe were locked in the cave with her. They had been held captive all this time, forced to work and guarded. But yesterday, while they were working, something unusual happened. The girl's brother said he planned to take care of one of the bad guys and would give his weapon to Alana. The girl had to use the weapon to cut the rope and jump off the cliff. She had to jump straight into the river. That was the only way Alana could escape captivity alive. Alan tried to tell her brother that she didn't want to leave him, but Fang wouldn't listen to her. Her brother told her, once she escapes, she must find Haiha. That guy was lucky, so he's probably still alive. Once Alana found Haiha, she had to obey him in everything and do whatever he said. At that moment, one of the guards noticed that the two prisoners were talking to each other. The guard began shouting and dispersing the crowd. Fong signaled to his companions, telling them it was time to act. He hurled the carcass of a huge boar at the guard. After that, Alana grabbed the dagger that had fallen from the bad man's hands and ran across the river. As the girl was swimming toward the shore, she encountered a sea monster that was about to devour the king. Chenli listened carefully to the girl's story. Now everything became clear. The king said he would take along first to Heihu, and then they would rescue the captives together. Alan understood almost nothing of what this man had said to her, but decided to simply follow him. Chenli remembered that he still needed to grab his axe and take the slain monster with him. And soon a very strange procession was walking along the seashore. Beside the king was the very frail girl Elaine, and the bear was dragging the carcass of a huge ichthyosaur. The king returned to the settlement, and his arrival once again put everyone on high alert. Shigu and Haihu stared wide-eyed at the new arrivals. Heihu recognized Alana. The king promised to explain later someday how they had met and why they had come together. Heihu was overjoyed to learn that about 10 more members of his tribe, including Fang, were alive and being held captive. He demanded that they set out immediately to free the captives, but the king said they needed to wait a little while. Of course, saving the people was very important, and now the situation was such that the king himself would soon have to be saved from an enraged Heihu. But before the men could finish their discussion, the lighthouse on West Mountain sent out a signal. Chenli immediately became alert. It was clear that an invasion had occurred, and it wasn't animals because animals wouldn't have been able to light a fire. When the king of the mountain tribe left, he had indeed spoken of revenge, saying he would deal with the tribe of newcomers another time. The king was very upset that the mountain tribe had descended upon them so quickly, but now was not the time for panic. Chenli wanted to check everything out personally. The king ordered Shigu to lead the men to the fortress to regroup and reinforce their defenses so that the enemies could not attack them. Heihu and Along were to head to West Mountain to take up an ambush position. A patrol team was to assist them there. Chenli ran off on reconnaissance, telling Heihu under no circumstances to act on his own initiative, but to wait for the king near the trap zone. Heihu promised that this time he would not let his emotions get the better of him. The king was now lying across the forest. He hoped nothing serious had happened. Chenli burst into the settlement where all was quiet and peaceful, and there were no enemies in sight. The king's very appearance greatly surprised the people who were there, the women and children, and the queen, who wanted explanations. Xiaowang wanted to know what the situation was with the monster on the shore. The king said that the monster had already become a delicacy, and soon the bear Zunda would bring it to the settlement. Chenli gently stroked the queen's cheek and told her to rest, while he would take some men and head west to check on the situation. Chenli hoped that Heihu wouldn't lose his mind and set off alone for the mountain tribe. Chenli addressed all his chief warriors and aides and said that now they would all set out together with the king. The rest of the people would remain under the queen's command. In addition, the hunter Xiong had found a nearby hill from which the queen could observe the situation. Xianglin really wanted to go on the mission with the king. He had never taken her with him before. But this time, the girl decided she would follow him no matter what. Chen-Li realized it was pointless to argue, so he agreed to the condition. But Shanglin had to promise that she would unconditionally obey the king's orders. Luton was left behind in the settlement to protect the queen. Having settled all matters, the king set out to assess the situation. Lying in ambush, they saw a group of warriors from the mountain tribe crossing the river. Of course, everyone would have preferred it not to be so, but their eyes did not deceive them. And now the warriors of the mountain tribe were emerging from the water. At the head of the detachment marched the king of the mountain tribe himself, a huge, powerful giant. Soon he raised his hand and ordered his men to stop. After that, the king stepped aside and addressed the forest, saying that he knew his enemy was there, so let him come out and the men would settle things in a duel. Chen-Li wasn't sure what was happening. He assumed that the king of the mountain tribe had spotted a trap ahead of him. The king said that his men could not be fooled. It was too quiet here. The birds weren't singing, the insects weren't chirping, and even the toads weren't croaking. If the representatives of the tribe of newcomers didn't show up now, the king would have to use the power of Shishin-Chao, and that wouldn't do anyone any good. Chen-Li realized that a face-to-face meeting seemed to be the only option left to him. So the king of the newcomers stood up and emerged from the ambush along with his warriors. Two warriors from the water tribe, Hai-Hu and Alang, also emerged from the water. It turned out that the people of the mountain tribe were surrounded on two sides. Of course, it couldn't be said that they were completely surrounded, but in any case, their enemies were in front and behind them. The king assessed the situation and said that things had turned out perfectly. Now they had equal numbers and they could fight with confidence. The king held his obsidian sword before him and challenged Chen-Li to a duel. Hai-Hu was barely holding back. He had already waited long enough, so he wanted to fight the king of the mountain tribe himself. The man could wait no longer. He saw no point or necessity in it and rushed to attack the king. However, one of the mountain tribe fighters stepped in front of him, covering his king from behind. Hai-Hu had to defeat him first. The opponents grabbed each other's arms and began shoving one another. It looked like some variation of a sumo match. The mountain tribe king remarked that someone was in a hurry, and the men had already started fighting without waiting for the signal to begin. As strange and paradoxical as it seemed, the mountain tribe representative turned out to be very strong and quite easily threw Hai-Hu far back onto the ground. Hai-Hu slammed his back against the rock with all his might. It was very strange considering how strong this warrior was. Chen-Li immediately lost heart. He realized that things were looking bad if Hai-Hu had lost, despite all his strength. High up in a tree, Ayan sat in ambush. The girl waited for the right moment and cut the rope. The flying log trap was hurtling toward one of the mountain tribe warriors at tremendous speed. The log slammed into the warrior's head with all its might. However, he didn't even flinch, calmly stopping the moving log. Chen-Li saw that his friends were much weaker. The boy realized that it looked like they were doomed to a difficult and bloody battle. Hai-Hu finally came to. He sat near a rock, coughing after the blow. One of the mountain tribe warriors ran toward him, intending to finish off this representative of the fishing industry. But Hai-Hu not only managed to dodge the blow, but also managed to throw the warrior away from him toward the river. Hai-Hu continued to press forward, gradually pushing the warrior toward the river so they could take a dip together. The villain had already realized what Hai-Hu was trying to do, and now he was using all his strength to avoid falling into the water. But at that moment, Alana rushed to her tribal comrade's aid. The girl raised her weapon and approached the enemy. However, her appearance and movements were noticed by the king of the mountain tribe. He grabbed one of his subordinates and hurled him at tremendous speed as if he were a baseball. The man flew toward the girl and stretched out his vile hands, preparing to strike Alana. The girl didn't have time to dodge the blow and fell into the water, sinking to the bottom. Of course, the water was absolutely no threat to her. Alain felt perfectly at home in the water, but the villain dived in after her. Chen-Li followed the girl with his eyes and saw that she had gone under the water but wasn't coming back up to the surface. The duel, which had already begun before the start was announced, was watched by two brothers, equally dim-witted but strong. The king had promised them entertainment, but for now, they were just watching. The twins were strong but dim-witted. They decided they could take on the king of the rookie tribe, even though he was a mere plaything to their own king. However, the guys decided not to worry about it because first come, first served, and they really wanted to have some fun. But before these two dimwits could get to Chen-Li, Huang Shi and Zhu Tao also stepped forward, ready to defend their king. Thus, a fight soon broke out between the four strong but somewhat dim-witted representatives of primitive man. They struck each other, inflicted harm, and at the same time remained strong and happy. The twin brothers were counting on having some fun and hoped they wouldn't embarrass themselves. The brothers divided the opponents among themselves, deciding, "The one who attacked him is mine, and the one who attacked you is yours." Everything was clear. At that moment, another trap flew in, which was supposed to hit the strong man. But he didn't just stop the flying log. He grabbed it with his hands and tore it off along with the rope. After that, the strong man hoisted the log onto his shoulder and walked over to his king. The Mountain King praised the dimwit, saying that he could play with the log as much as he wanted, but he shouldn't bother the king because the king was busy. The strong man didn't take offense. He said he would go play with the log and find another companion for it. Chenli realized that his opponents had practically no intelligence, but they were very strong, and he needed to take them out immediately. Chenli realized that it would be difficult for Haihu to fight two enemies at once, especially since he had already been wounded. The king rushed to help his subordinate. But before the young man could reach his comrade, the king of the mountain tribe appeared before him. This powerful giant believed that the king of the novice tribe was ignoring him and did not want to fight him. The Mountain King felt that Chenli was looking down on him, and this greatly upset the great king. And so a duel began between the kings. They both struck at each other and dodged attacks with ease. The Mountain King wanted his opponent to stop pretending and show him his true skills. Chenli was putting a lot of effort into this battle, but at the same time, he could see how hard it was for Haihu. He urgently needed to find someone to help Haihu, because the strongest fighter, wielding a massive log, was already closing in on him. But soon he felt that the log had become strangely heavy. The dim-witted brute turned around and saw that the log was being held on the other side by the beautiful blonde, Shanglin. When it came to strength, the girl was second to none, and now the log was in her delicate, feminine hands. The huge oaf was absolutely thrilled because such a pretty girl wanted to play with him. The giant wanted to stroke Shanglin, but at that moment an arrow flew into his huge, thick hand. After that, several more arrows flew into the giant's body. He was very pleased. It turned out someone else had decided to play with him. The fool turned to his king, saying that the king really hadn't deceived him, and now the strong man had people to play with. Two of them at that. The king of the mountain tribe replied that the boy could have as much fun as he wanted. Otherwise, if he returned to the mountain, he would be left there alone again. Hunter Zhang watched the battle from his hiding place. He suggested that Ayun join the fight. The girl could also see that the king and the rest of their tribe were fighting with their last ounce of strength. Ayun knew that the trap she had used before was designed for a bear, and it had worked perfectly. But this giant brute hadn't been hurt by the blow, so if she and Little Shun joined the fight now, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Ayun decided to stay and distract the enemies, while Shun should go to the settlement and ask the queen to send reinforcements. The hunter Zhun understood what was required of him and told the girl to be careful. Haihu was still fighting his opponent, gradually pushing him toward the water, even though he was already nearly exhausted. However, the opponent was also struggling and couldn't break free from Haihu's strong grip. At one point, the opponent managed to strike Haihu with all his might between the shoulder blades, causing blood to spurt from the sea giant's throat. Haihu knew he had only one option left. He had to push his opponent into the river. There was very little left. Haihu grabbed his opponent, pressed him tightly against his body, and ran toward the river. He announced that they were going to take a swim, and of course, this was no battlefield for a member of the mountain tribe. At that moment, Alana leaped out of the water. The girl shouted that they shouldn't come here because the water was dangerous. Haihu was about to throw his opponent into the water when he suddenly saw Alana's hand. The girl was sinking into the water. Haihu realized she wouldn't be able to fight in the water. Haihu continued to hold his opponent, who struggled to break free, hoping to avoid falling into the water. The villain delivered a powerful blow to Haihu's head with both fists. It seemed that no one could save the sea giant, but as he fell, he managed to pin his opponent beneath him and slam his head into the ground. Now two opponents lay practically lifeless. Haihu knew that without medical attention, he would be completely unable to help anyone in the near future. Meanwhile, the battle continued between four strong but dim-witted opponents, two of whom, the mountain tribe twins, were practically brainless. The guys from the novice tribe regularly trained under Shigu's guidance, and now Huanxi told his comrade that they would need to use that move. The twins were almost happy because those two fools from the novice tribe were walking right into their hands. The brothers decided to deal with the one holding the stone hammer first. They simultaneously raised their swords and ran to attack the guy with the stone axe. It wasn't clear what had happened. whether the twins had managed to strike or not. But Huangshi covered his eyes with his hands and began to cry, saying that it hurt a lot. Of course, his companion Huangshi couldn't stand by and watch this, so he immediately ran to his friend to comfort him. Meanwhile, as things were unfolding, someone's sharp axe plunged into the chest of one of the twins. Now Huangshi was standing in front of the second twin. He told his friend to step back and not get involved. The twin was furious on his brother's behalf and now hacked at this bald opponent with a tiny shield, who should have been looking out for himself first. It was unclear what was going through the minds of these seemingly grown and large men, but the twin quite calmly plunged his sword into Huangshi's body. Although Huangshi was wounded, he did not look defeated. At that moment, he finished counting from 3 to 1. As soon as he said 1, Huangshi grabbed his opponent's arm and took the sword from him, while at the same time Yutao leaped high into the air, holding an axe in his hands. The twin was firmly pinned down. The strong man held him by the arms and the axe was coming down straight onto his head. But before the axe plunged into the twin's body, his brother managed to push him out of the way and became the victim of this bloody duel himself. Ayun watched the battles closely and decided it was time to join in, even if only from a distance. The girl fired arrows, realizing that the enemy was very slow and easy to hit. But there was another problem with this opponent. He felt absolutely no pain, and it seemed as though the arrows were merely scratching him. It was clear that the beautiful Shanglin would soon run out of strength, because it was impossible to fight for so long while holding a huge log. Ayun watched as these two giant strong men shoved the log back and forth, but then the girl's gaze fell on a rope lying near her feet. Shanlin was indeed very tired by now. The girl probably regretted having volunteered to take part in this battle, and now arrows were starting to fall at her feet. Arrows rained down on the ground again and again. It was very strange. Ayun almost never missed. But suddenly an idea popped into Shanglin's head. Perhaps someone was trying to draw her attention to something. She just had to figure out what. The girl looked closely at the ground and saw a rope. Shanglin immediately guessed what the clever Ayun was trying to hint at. The girl tossed the log aside and leaped to the side at tremendous speed, grabbing the rope as she went. The dim-witted strong man holding onto the log asked, "Doesn't the beautiful blonde want to play with him anymore?" Shanglin confirmed that she would continue playing, but now they would have a new, even more interesting game, and the girl ran toward the strong man. She began running around the guy holding the log, smiling sweetly at him and paying him compliments. The strong man was very pleased. He understood that the girl was playing with him. She appears from time to time, and that makes the game very interesting. Shanglin had just finished circling him. She called out to him and said it was now his turn to play with her. The strong man turned to look for the beauty, but it turned out his legs were tied with a rope, and he fell to the ground with all his might, letting the log slip from his hands. On the riverbank, the opponents were surprised by each other. Heihu hadn't expected his opponent to be able to get up after the fall, and the warrior from the mountain tribe had also underestimated Heihu. He told his opponent that Heihu had actually almost finished him off. He had just been a little unlucky. But the next moment, it became clear that it was the mountain tribe fighter who was unlucky, because a log was approaching him, one that the foolish strong man had accidentally dropped during his fall. Of course, the situation was very tragic, but the log slammed into the fighter's head at full speed. From the blow, he fell as if mowed down, and his head immediately swelled from the bruises that formed. This time, Heihu was luckier than he was. The battle between the kings also continued, and it was still unclear which side had the upper hand. Chenli was very tired, as was his opponent. However, the young man's arms had gone numb, and he feared he wouldn't be able to withstand the next blow. At that moment, a burning torch fell to the ground between the combatants, and the duel had to be briefly interrupted. A small member of the mountain tribe approached the king and said that the time had come to use this. Of course, everyone knew that the king didn't like this, but it was the witch's order. The short man handed the leaves to his king and said he would hide in the water, and when things started to smell like burning, the king would be able to return home unharmed. The short man, smiling maliciously, told the king that he had warned him about this. If he lost the battle, he knew full well what would follow. Chen Li watched the proceedings with interest. He recognized the red ginseng leaves and realized that his opponent was willing to sacrifice his sanity to strengthen his body. Chen Li knew that this must not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. Therefore, the young man activated the power of the Panga axe. The king of the mountain tribe did not want to use the red ginseng. He thought that the witch had figured out his true nature. The king tried with all his might to delay the moment. He really didn't want to use this plant, But some force hurled the short man at the king's feet. The short man reached out to take the torch. He said that his king was very indecisive, and if that was the case, he would help the king. The little man was about to use the red ginseng in place of the mountain tribe king. But before he could do so, the king stopped the little man, cutting the torch from his hand with his sword and stamping out the fire with his foot. This was an unheard of act of rebellion, because the mountain king had dared to defy the witch's order. The king replied that he did not believe it was the witch's order. The short man must return to her and report on the situation. The short man warned the king not to complain later and immediately ran off, saying that one foot would be here and the other there. The mountain king looked at his opponent and realized that the young man possessed destructive power. Chen Li still possessed it and hadn't even begun to use it. Chen Li was also thinking about his physical condition. He had just dealt with the ichthyosaur and immediately rushed here to help. There was no time to recover, and even the power of the Pangu axe was nearly depleted. Chen Li felt everything spinning before his eyes, and his hand was trembling. He wouldn't last long in this state. He urgently needed to land at least one more blow. But even if he succeeded, Chen Li knew he would immediately lose consciousness from exhaustion. Looking at the rest of his tribesmen, they were all very tired and exhausted. This did not inspire optimism. Representatives of the water tribe were sitting on the riverbank. Their strength had long since run out as well. Chen Li knew that if he missed, the king of the mountain community would kill all his friends and comrades. At the same time, the young man didn't understand why his opponent had extinguished the torch. Perhaps it was some new trick, or on the contrary, the king of the mountain tribe was bluffing. Chen Li decided not to look for answers to these questions. There was no time to think. He had to finish this quickly, while he still had the strength. Thanks to the power of his axe, Chen Li was very fast, agile, and delivered powerful blows. The mountain tribe king now felt the full force of his opponent. He didn't understand why Chen Li hadn't shown his strength earlier. The mountain tribe king noticed that wounds had appeared on his opponent's body beneath the leather gloves. Perhaps this was the price of the power the young man was now wielding. The mountain king stepped closer and said that it seemed his strength wouldn't last much longer. The mountain king immediately admitted that he too was on the brink, because the divine power granted by the witch was about to vanish. The mountain king acknowledged that he would not be able to dodge his opponent's next attack, so he would strike with all his might, which meant the winner would be determined fairly. Chen Li, in turn, assured his opponent, if the mountain king perished, he would not harm the people of his tribe. Of course, this was a very respectful statement, but it was still better to launch the attack. While the opponent still had strength left, the outcome had to be decided now. The time had come for the final blow, which would put an end to this battle and determine the winner. The kings of the two tribes clashed, and their collision led to a massive explosion. Everything around them was engulfed in fire, smoke, dust, and flying debris. The smoke from the explosion was visible from a great distance. It seemed as though even the earth had trembled. Gradually, it began to dissipate, and the scene cleared. Now it was clear that the defeated king of the mountain tribe lay on the ground. Chen Li stood beside him. It felt as though his arm was about to tear into tiny pieces. The pain was excruciating and unbearable. Chen Li realized that just a little more, and he would have died. After all, one shouldn't use the axe's power for trivial matters. The young man tried to begin healing his hand immediately. Ayun was already nearby. She picked up the exhausted king, saying that the leader of her tribe could not fall in disgrace. Besides, they had to be careful, because another enemy was still hiding in the river. It soon became clear that this battle would end successfully, because the queen appeared ahead with reinforcements. Chen Li ordered that they check to make sure Alani was safe. After that, Ayun could leave, but the main thing was to help and ensure Alani's safety. Ayun confirmed to the king that she would carry out everything. After that, the young man could no longer stand on his feet. He needed to rest immediately. The first thing Chen Li saw when he came to and opened his eyes was the beautiful queen. Xiaowang personally spent sleepless nights by her king's side, refusing to leave him in the care of her attendants. Chen Li finally woke up, opened his eyes, and seeing the queen standing over him, couldn't understand how she had ended up on the battlefield. The young man was very concerned about matters related to the battle. He wanted to know how Along was doing, whether the enemies had retreated, and how badly his friends were injured. But the queen said she would answer all his questions later. For now, the king needed to sleep soundly and recover his strength after the battle. Chen Li closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. He had nightmares. It felt as though he were still fighting. But at the same time, the young man gradually began to relax and rest, because his strength had been severely depleted. But he didn't have time to fall asleep because the door burst open and an alarmed bear burst into the royal palace. Sunda grabbed her master by the shoulders and, breaking through the palace wall, dashed off with him in an unknown direction. Chenli said that the bear could let him go now. He was very grateful to his friend for rescuing him from danger. But Zunda paid no heed to his king's words and did not stop. The young man was truly terrified. Perhaps the bear had turned into a man-eater again and now wanted to devour him. If the king had known it would end this way, he would have been better off staying in the palace with the queen. Now he would die, becoming a meal for predators. Finally, the bear released Chenli and set him down on the ground in front of the entrance to a huge cave. Chenli realized that the she-bear had brought him to this place for a reason, and now the young man had to figure out what it was. The she-bear let out several long, howling sounds, and soon 2 cubs emerged from the cave. They peered out cautiously and looked around. Soon the cubs realized it was safe there, recognized their mother, and rushed to her for a hug. After that, the cubs approached Chenli, and the young man began to stroke them and tickle them behind their ears, as if they were little kittens. The system notified him that the 2 cubs, influenced by their mother, were ready to join the community. Chenli added the cubs to the community, and it turned out that they counted as 20 people. Great news. Thus, the community now had 98 members, 3 bears and 68 people. The game announced that due to the increase in the number of community members, a new major expansion mission was opening. Of course, the new major quest was very tempting. It offered an interesting list of rewards, but the tasks were too difficult. Chenli realized that he would have to speed up preparations for the attack on the mountain tribe because they needed to conquer 3 tribes and recruit 300 members. Chenli climbed onto the bear's back, and as they returned to the settlement, he decided to come up with names for the cubs. There was nothing else for him to do. He named one cub Junior and the other Sensei. The cubs listened intently as if they understood what was being said. Chenli estimated that, according to his calculations, he would recover in a few days, and then he would have to deal with a huge pile of tasks. The young man lay on his back near the bear and opened the game map to get a clearer picture of the situation. Chenli marked the mountain tribe's settlement on the map. Now he knew exactly where it was located, which meant he just had to wait for the right moment. The enemy was trapped. Although Chenli and his men hadn't approached the camp, they already knew about the surrounding terrain, the guard posts, and the traps. Over the next couple of days, the young man planned to teach his men the basics of farming, and after that, go on a reconnaissance mission. Chenli still didn't know if his men had eaten the ichthyosaur he'd defeated last time, or if even a single piece remained. Chenli knew he was the best cook in the settlement and could prepare the ichthyosaur in a marvelous way. 3 days had passed and the main tasks had been completed. The king was preparing to set out on an expedition. Chenli sat on Bear's back and said goodbye to the people seeing him off. Queen Xiao Wang was there, along with Ayan, a smart and tactful assistant. Chenli told the hunter Shun about the bear cubs, saying he would return in a few days and asking him to take care of the little ones in the meantime. Shun was now raising not only little jackals but also bear cubs. The hunter was very pleased. Chenli asked the girls to ensure the catapult unit didn't get sloppy and to keep a close eye on Alana. Perhaps she might remember something else. Xiao Wang was already tired of hearing the same instructions from her husband and told him it was time to go, without repeating herself. Chenli noticed that Ayun looked sad. He assumed there were problems with the farming, but the girl assured him that the farmland was being carefully tended. Ayun wanted to know about the people of the mountain tribe. Were they really as irrational and foolish as people said? But Queen Xiaowang said that was complete nonsense. There was no need to pay attention to the mountain tribe. Their king no longer posed a threat, and the bear woman was on the side of the newcomers. Finally, the farewell was over, and the king, happy, dashed off on a reconnaissance mission because he could no longer bear to see people at home. Ayun was genuinely worried about the king. She hoped that everything would be all right with him, which the queen didn't like very much. When the queen was left alone, her spy scouts appeared before her. Queen Xiaowang gave them a special secret mission, and the girls swore they would carry it out. The queen recalled that the last time, when the king had almost reached his goal, the bear had carried him away. So now Xiaowang had to make sure. Had her husband really gone on a reconnaissance mission? Or was he just wandering around some hidden secret huts? Chenli was riding on the bear, but soon began to sneeze and feel cold. He didn't understand where the cold air was coming from. Perhaps he hadn't fully recovered from his injury yet, and he was feeling chilly. The young man glanced at the steep mountain slope rising before him. It was impossible to climb up silently. The bear knew the bypass trails and carried its master to the top of the mountain. The ascent was relatively smooth. Now it was clear why the mountain dwellers had chosen this place. It was very safe. Even if the king were to send his main forces against the mountain tribe and then try to sneak into their rear, he would hardly succeed. Suddenly, Bear was forced to slam on the brakes, and Chen Li nearly flew forward from the momentum. Chen Li saw several warriors with clubs ahead of him, who were apparently guarding this territory in the further passage through the mountains. He introduced himself and asked the men to calm down, saying that he had come to negotiate with the king of the mountain tribe regarding the upcoming meeting. The fact was that the king of the mountain tribe had come himself with an army last time, and now it was Chen Li's turn to announce the meeting. It was a matter of mutual courtesy. The men whispered among themselves and one ran away, while two said that their king would not speak to anyone. If Chen Li continued on, he would become their prey. Chen Li realized he was pretending to be innocent and kind right now, but he needed to at least scare these people, if not the bear. He simply didn't want to interact with them. Chen Li gripped his battle axe tighter, thinking he could kill everyone present. But then his attention was drawn to several members of the mountain tribe who were carrying huge sacks of unknown contents on their shoulders. The young man tried to figure out who they were. They weren't prisoners. Alani had said that prisoners had their hands and feet bound. Nothing was bound on these people, and Chen Li's attention was drawn to two men carrying sacks on their shoulders. One of them was the tribe's king, and the other was Muchi, who had fought against Haihu. The men with the sacks recognized the king of the tribe of newcomers and asked why he had come to their lands. Instead of answering, Chen Li ordered Bear to attack these men, and Zunda bared her toothy mouth and charged at the warriors. The she-bear scattered the warriors of the mountain tribe, and soon Chen Li made his way to the king. He couldn't understand what had happened to these men. How could they have sunk so low as to become mere slaves? Chen Li had come here to declare that he demanded a rematch. The king of the mountain tribe understood. Their end had come, because their witch does not grant divine power to the defeated, and those who lose it become slaves, just like these people now. With pain in his voice, the king admitted that he was no longer king. Instead, the tribe was now ruled by a new man, far stronger than the previous one. And now a new, even more formidable and terrifying king of the mountain tribe appeared before Chen Li. The young man looked around and noticed that the warriors were holding harpoons. Chen Li hadn't even had time to figure out when these warriors had learned to use harpoons when sharp projectiles flew toward him and Bear. Soon he noticed that the spears were aimed not only at him, but also at the people of the mountain tribe. It seemed as though the savages had completely ignored their former comrades. Chen Li didn't understand why these men were standing idle. Even though weapons lay right at their feet, the men continued to stand motionless, as if they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Chen Li jumped off Bear, drew his battle axe, and prepared for battle, while enemies rushed in from all sides. Their new leader had refused to fight personally. He had sent men in his place, so now he couldn't use the axe's power. Chen Li mounted his battle bear again, spurred him on, deciding that a wise man didn't necessarily have to go uphill. Zunda, of course, was exhausted from carrying his master out of danger, and now both were resting under the trees, pondering the upcoming battle. Chen Li, as a token of gratitude, let the bear roam freely to graze so the animal could regain its strength, while he himself remained pensive and troubled. He noticed that the people of the mountain tribe, despite the night, continued to walk through the mountains with torches. Even at night, they could not be attacked without risk. Their new leader was not an ordinary chieftain like the tribe's representatives. It was some kind of witch hiding behind the scenes. Even if he defeated the current one, a new leader would appear in her place, and this would continue until Chen Li defeated them all. The young man understood that his main weapon now was his intellect. Wherever the witch was, he would defeat her, and that would solve all his problems. Suddenly, he heard the she-bear begin to growl viciously, turning in a certain direction. Chen Li realized the bear had spotted a danger or sensed its approach. And indeed, a huge dinosaur was walking through the forest, breaking trees in its path and growling viciously. This ancient, gigantic creature was disgustingly huge and terrifyingly frightening. The dinosaur emerged from the forest onto the opposite bank of the river. Chen Li ordered the bear to sit absolutely still and not make a sound. Soon the young man saw that the unfortunate dinosaur was screaming in pain. On its body was a creature resembling a vampire, sucking the giant's blood. The dinosaur tried to shake off the bloodsuckers, but soon collapsed, exhausted, without ever managing to rid itself of the monsters. Chen Li and Bear Girl nearly had a heart attack when they realized the giant dinosaur had just died right before their eyes. However, several black shaggy creatures were visible on its body, creatures capable of destroying even a giant. These mysterious black creatures suddenly pricked up their ears as if they could hear breathing from a great distance. The creatures stood still, looked around, but finding no threat, turned and left the area. Chen Li was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He emerged from the bushes alongside Bear, realizing that the unfamiliar creatures hadn't noticed him. Chen Li told the bear to stay on this bank, while he decided to cross to the opposite side to get a closer look at the dinosaur and the creatures and return quickly. The young man safely made his way to the other bank, hoping to remain unnoticed. Then he cautiously made his way deeper into the forest, hiding behind trees, wanting to see the creatures up close and find their lair. In any case, he decided to try talking to them first. Chen Li was so focused that he didn't notice a strange black creature pouncing on him from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the enemy, but it was too late to react. Soon he was lying on his back, and a cat girl was sitting above him. She extended a paw with long claws, ready to slash Chen Li's face. The young man was stunned. The girl hadn't expected to encounter a human either, and asked if he belonged to the werewolf tribe. Suddenly, she insisted that it couldn't be. Werewolves couldn't move that nimbly. Chen Li explained that he had no idea what werewolves were, but yes, he was very agile and quick. Following the cat girl's gaze, Chen Li spotted the spies sent by his wife, Queen Zhao Wang. A moment later, the girls from the Coconut Grove tribe, knives in hand, were standing next to the king. The cat girl immediately leaped up, pushed off with her feet, and performed somersaults and flips. In just a few moments, she was already perched high in a tree, saying she had made a mistake, while the strangers were ready to tear her apart. The girl realized it had been wrong to intrude and run back and forth. After that, she warned them. It would be better for the strangers to cross the river because it was too dangerous here. Otherwise, they would later hold it against her for not warning them. The spies asked the king how he was feeling, and the cat girl vanished among the trees. Chen Li was puzzled. He wanted to know which tribe the stranger belonged to and what kind of werewolves she was talking about. But it turned out that no one knew anything. The girls had also heard about werewolves for the first time, so they couldn't say anything. Chen Li wanted to find out first how the girls had ended up here before they went out to scout the situation. The poor girls didn't know what to tell the king. They didn't want to lie, and they certainly didn't want to betray their queen. Chen Li wasn't upset with the girls. He regretted that they weren't very resilient underwater. The river was wide, and swimming across it would be extremely difficult. The bear might not be able to manage it. But then the young man remembered that Bear was indeed waiting for him on the opposite bank. Chen Li encouraged the girls, telling them they didn't need to linger. They would be home soon. He showed them the path along which people from the mountain tribe were constantly coming and going. The king explained that he had been watching this path for a long time. It led to the tribe's settlement, but was patrolled around the clock. Chen Li asked the spies to help him scout out whether there was another path here that could be used to sneak into the settlement unnoticed. However, the cat girl was very worried about herself, left behind. It was decided not to touch the problems on the other side of the river for now. First, they had to deal with the mountain tribe, since they'd been causing a lot of trouble and problems lately. Chen Li decided that someone had to stay here to keep watch. The she-bear would hide just in case, and he entrusted the rest to the girls. The king said he would head west along the river to scout the area and return the next day before sunset. Walking alone for a long time, Chen Li soon came to a waterfall. He thought this was probably where Alana had jumped into the river when she escaped from captivity. As he drew closer, he saw how high and dangerous the waterfall was. Looking at it, it was impossible to imagine that anyone could have survived jumping from such a height. Aleng was an almost unreal child, capable of such a feat, but now there was no one beside the king. He decided to climb up the mountain ledges, which he was quite good at. His only fear was an ambush at the top. Otherwise, he would have to jump into the waterfall, and below lay a river with a strong current. Either way, the outcome was the same. Chen Li climbed down from the cliff and decided to look for a safer place. He walked along the river again, trying to find a path to sneak into the settlement. Soon he heard voices and saw the silhouettes of people. It turned out they were patrolling here too. Chen Li was relatively far away and couldn't see clearly, so he decided to get closer. As he crept forward, he overheard a conversation. One stranger said, "Bro, can we really trust that guy's words?" The second replied, "Trusting him is our only chance. There's nothing else left." A third man approached them saying, If we hadn't been friends as kids, I'd never help you. He also noted that he hadn't been a member of the mountain tribe for a long time. Despite the risk, he was willing to show them the way, the most he could do. Chen-Li felt the tension almost burst out of his pants. The voice of one of the strangers sounded all too familiar. The voice added that he was glad he'd managed to secretly record the location of the traps. He also said they were lucky not to have run into a patrol. The group of strangers hadn't met just anyone, but Lutan. Lutan of the mountain tribe asked them not to scatter. If a trap went off, he wouldn't be able to save them. Chen-Li was in shock, not so much because of the enemies in his settlement, but because of who turned out to be the traitor. He couldn't believe his ears. Lutan, his personal bodyguard, had once been a member of the mountain tribe. Perhaps he was now operating undercover. At the same time, Chen-Li understood that the people of the mountain tribe weren't particularly intelligent, so it would be difficult for them to come up with a complex plan. On the other hand, it was unclear how, with such limited intelligence, Lutan could have memorized the location of every trap. Chen-Li decided not to jump to conclusions. He had overheard the conversation by chance, and for now it was better to keep an eye on the group before attacking. The sun had already risen. Lutan was still leading the people, avoiding the traps. The men were exhausted from the long march. One sat down on the ground and said he couldn't go any further. Lutan warned them all that remained was to climb the mountain. They just needed to make a little effort, and then they would be able to kill Chief Chen-Li without any trouble. Although the journey was supposed to take a day and a night, they covered it in just half a day. They used to move about thanks to divine power. But now that power was gone, and the people were weakened, Lutan looked at them, apologized, and said there was no shortcut, so they would have to be patient. He pointed to the tower on top of the hill. There was bound to be a guard inside. Besides, patrols roamed the roads, and sooner or later they would run into them. There was a burly man in the mountain tribe group, visible from a distance. Lutan didn't want to waste time. If you don't want to be buried here, let's go. Otherwise, go back to your slave labor. Some time passed, and during the next rest stop, Lutan said, "We just have to get through the last zone with the traps. Just a little further, and the road ends." The former king of the mountain tribe addressed his people. It had been his idea from the start. The rest of them had to do their best. He added that anyone who wanted to could turn back, while he would go to the witch and plead for the boys. One of the twins told his brother that they'd be better off turning back. The other believed that the group wouldn't make it without them, so they needed to stay with the former king. The boys set off again, realizing that without each other, they would be helpless and had to stick together, even though they could barely move their legs. Hunter Aegon, who was in the watchtower, noticed that someone had entered the trap zone. He assumed it was some group of hungry travelers, because they were barely walking and staggering from side to side. Aegon saw King Leotan's bodyguard at the head of the group. It was unclear why he was walking there, since the guy should know the safe route. Aegon began waving his arms and shouting at Lutan, trying to warn his comrade. The hunter shouted, "Don't take another step forward. It could be very dangerous." He warned that the area was extremely dangerous, that they couldn't stay there, and that they needed to return the way they came. The people from the mountain tribe realized they'd been spotted and decided that, while it wasn't too late yet, they needed to retreat and go back. Lutan was upset. He didn't understand why he had such bad luck, since the sharpest-eyed hunter was on patrol today. If someone else had been there, Lutan wouldn't even have tried to save these strangers. Aegon was too kind. He didn't call out a patrol to arrest the traitors and enemies. Lutan realized that now he could only count on the traps. He was desperate and knew he had to set off at least one trap by any means necessary. Fortunately, his foot caught on a rope stretched low near the ground. As a result, the floor began to shake and collapse, and the people nearby began to fall through with it. The entire group of men found themselves trapped in the pit of stakes. For some, the fall proved to be extremely tragic. Lutan understood it was enough to leave a single witness, and then the king would find a way to appeal to the mountain tribe. A sharp spear protruded from Lutan's heart. He hoped a patrol would appear soon. The young man was already dying, and before his eyes closed forever, he managed to see his king, Chen-Li. Some time passed before all the wounded were pulled out of the pit, laid out under the trees, and the king set about treating and tending to them. Xiaowang was also by her husband's side, watching his actions with interest. The queen suggested binding the people of the mountain tribe, but Chen-Li said there was no need for that because he hadn't healed them completely. Even if these people woke up, they wouldn't have the strength to attack. The queen was upset and said that Chen-Li could do whatever he wanted with these people. Perhaps in time, they would even serve him. However, she wanted to deal with the traitor personally, She glared with hatred at Liu Tan, who lay unconscious. Xiao Wang was furious and swung her whip, preparing to strike the traitor. But Chen Li held his wife back, saying it wasn't worth doing that yet. He wanted to speak with Liu Tan himself. "Don't jump to conclusions. We need to wait until Liu Tan wakes up and tells us everything himself," said the king. He Hu believed that a couple of people would suffice for the interrogation, and that there was no need to spare everyone's lives. Shigu also believed that medicine shouldn't be wasted on healing enemies. Deep down, Chen Li agreed. It wouldn't be easy to force these arrogant types to betray their tribe. Even if they were treated like slaves, that didn't mean the men were ready to be traitors. On the other hand, there was a strong bond of kinship among all these people. They had supported one another all along the way. Chen Li believed that if he saved the other warriors, the former leader of the mountain tribe would submit out of gratitude. Moreover, during the last battle, the king of the mountain tribe had promised not to kill the people of the newcomers' tribe if their king were to die. So now Chen Li had to spend a fortune on medicine to treat these savages. Of course, he'd like to hear their thanks. The king ordered that Liu Tan be carried into the house, treated there, and that Chen Li be summoned immediately when he wakes up. Ayu leaned over the body of the mountain tribe chieftain lying there. It soon became clear that the chief had woken up and could be spoken to. Chen Li understood from what he heard that none of the mountain tribe's inhabitants had actually ever seen the witch. All information was usually relayed through the little girl. The king of the mountain tribe confirmed this. Even the most important sacrifices were performed by this girl. She claimed to be a witch's messenger and that the curse had no effect on her. Chen Li asked for clarification on what curse was being referred to. According to the girl, the witch's body was shrouded in a curse, and anyone who approached her would die instantly. Since the villagers had witnessed divine power in action, no one dared to doubt the girl's words. There wasn't even a guard near the witch's cave. Chen Li realized, judging by what he had heard, he had a real chance to carry out an operation to neutralize the witch. Because the newly appointed chief of the mountain tribe was behaving very aggressively, and he was not easy to deal with. The former king of the mountain tribe listened to Chen Li and surmised that the young man was worried about Collapse. It turned out that Collapse was the name of the current leader of the mountain tribe, and no one could match his power. Especially after receiving divine power, he became so powerful that nothing stood in his way. To this day, this power relies on a daily ritual of sacrifice. During the ritual, a fire must be lit, so it is not performed on rainy or windy days. This means that on such days, no one receives the divine power, and the chief and his tribe become most vulnerable. Chen Li understood that the mountain tribe had many weaknesses, but no one else knew this. It turned out to be primitively simple. On rainy days, it is extremely difficult to move along the mountain trails, and even the locals try not to go into the mountains. Moreover, strong winds usually accompany a downpour, so it's very easy to slip off a cliff. Chen Li listened intently to the former king, realizing that other people certainly couldn't know this information. He held out his hand to the mountain king and said that he was now a traitor and would no longer be accepted back into the mountain tribe, so he was invited to join the tribe of newcomers. But the former king jumped to his feet and declared that no matter who asked, he would never reveal secret information. Nevertheless, while speaking with Chen Li, the mountain king answered questions honestly, making no attempt to hide anything. Chen Li said that perhaps this was a sign from above, and that they sensed strength and mutual respect in one another. He wanted to believe that he truly respected and, to some extent, loved his former enemy. The man thanked Chen Li for questioning him without unnecessary witnesses, and for ensuring that no one would find out about his betrayal, but he could not join the tribe of newcomers. That answer didn't quite satisfy Chen Li, but he didn't press the issue and simply smiled kindly. He said that as soon as his men had recovered and were fully healed, they could leave for wherever they wanted at any time. Chen Li expressed the hope that by the time they met again, they would no longer be enemies. Of course, being friends wasn't possible yet, so at least not being enemies was already a good start. 5 days passed. Everyone went about their usual chores, making weapons, building houses, and developing agriculture. Luden worked with the king on making charcoal. Chen Li explained that they needed to gather charcoal, sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo stalks. There had to be plenty of charcoal. Ayu quietly asked the king if he had forgiven Liu Tan, and he replied that the bodyguard had only pretended to be a traitor to dispel the rumors. Ayu doubted that perhaps Liu Tan was deceiving them, but Chen Li was certain. Liu Tan had nearly lost his life for the king's sake, and he didn't have the brains for such complex schemes. Of course, one had to keep in mind that Liu Tan was good at pretending. Ayu reported that the former king of the mountain tribe had left the camp that morning along with his men. They had received food, water, and weapons. It was assumed they would have to wander through the forest for some time. Chen Li was certain. Nothing was required of them now. All that remained was to wait. The rest depended on the mountain dwellers. He figured that almost everything was ready. Weapons, shields, armor, poison, food, firecrackers. All that was left was to wait for the storm. The people in the settlement continued to work in their respective fields. Now they knew that labor ennobles and turns a monkey into a human. Chen Li decided to check the statistics and the state of the warehouse. It turned out that the 3 vials of medicine spent on healing the warriors had cost a whopping 70 technology points. Prices for items were unstable. After every transaction, they doubled. There was a knock at the door, and the king's chief aides and Nadezhda appeared before him. Chen Li said he had summoned them to explain everything honestly and frankly. He decided to get straight to the plan without beating around the bush. He proposed dividing all the soldiers into 4 squads, each of which would be responsible for its own area. Heihu was to take 3 trusted subordinates and head to the mountain to rescue the prisoners. Afin had discovered the prisoners' location a few days earlier and was to guide Heihu there to rescue them. Shigu was responsible for leading and commanding the main unit. They spent the entire night discussing the details, strategies, and tactics of the military operation. Chen Li noticed that his wife, Queen Xiaowang, was not particularly enthusiastic about the plan. The girl wasn't sure she could trust Shigu, so she didn't want to give him the treasures. At the same time, they couldn't leave the rebel at home to guard the house. Chen Li replied that the entire group would be heading out on the military operation, so the women, children, and elderly would need protection in the settlement. Luton's wounds hadn't healed yet, so it would be ideal if he stayed behind to guard the camp. Chen Li understood that many, including the queen, were angry with him, and he had to prove his loyalty. He wanted to show Liu Tan his regard for the tribe's people, because he was certain that Liu Tan was no traitor. Xiaowang didn't argue with her husband, but she stuck to her opinion. If Liu Tan did anything suspicious, she would be proven right. Besides, the next battle would be against Liu Tan's former clan. It would be too cruel to force him to fight against his former comrades. At that moment, Ayu ran as fast as she could toward the royal palace, and braving the strong wind, delivered the excellent news to the king. Chen Li stepped outside and indeed felt a hurricane-force storm wind. This wind was bound to drive away the clouds, and rain would soon begin. There was little time left to prepare. Chen Li addressed the people who were resting and told them they needed to pack up immediately and set off. One of the groups was standing near the waterfall. The people were gazing in wonder at the towering waterfall and the raging mountain river. Chen Li explained that Alana was already lying in wait nearby. If anyone fell into the water, she would be responsible for rescuing them. In addition, Bearwoman Zunda would be there to watch over the girls and, just in case, protect them. The rest of the warriors would first cross the river and climb the cliff to the mountain summit. The king would go alone. Everyone must strictly follow the plan and not forget a single detail. Chen Li looked around, continuing to analyze the situation and trying to recall what he might have overlooked. All the groups of warriors were lying in ambush where they were supposed to be, armed and fully focused on victory. Shigu estimated the time. The leader and the others should have already reached the spot. He held out the flare and asked his comrade to light the fuse. Once the fuse was lit, Shigu threw the grenade and ordered his men to get out of there quickly. The grenade exploded with a powerful blast, terrifying the guards from the mountain tribe. Moreover, it blew a hole in the rock. The squad led by Shigu immediately launched an attack on the mountain dwellers. The mountain tribe members were terrified after the explosion, and it turned out not to be all that difficult to deal with them. A burly man appeared at the top of the mountain, most likely the new leader of the mountain tribe. Shigu was pleased. His task was to draw in as many enemies as possible. Soon the entire cliff was swarming with warriors from the mountain tribe. Shigu ordered his men to form a defensive line, and they all regrouped immediately. The men took cover behind their shields and parried the arrows and spears raining down on them. There were too many enemies, and even Huanxi suggested that it wasn't too late to retreat. But Shigu was adamant. They had to hold their ground because the tribe's chief was still standing at the summit and hadn't begun to descend. At that moment, a subordinate approached Collapse and asked if they should send reinforcements, since these people were no easy foe. But Collapse gave a negative answer. He hadn't received divine power today, so the captives must first wear down the uninvited guests, and then he would join the attack. On the other side of the cliff at that time, the captive members of the Water Tribe were working under the supervision of their jailers. Heihu was already nearby. He was delighted that he would soon free his friends and comrades and avenge the blood that had been shed. All the warriors from the tribe of newcomers fought bravely and were ready to give their lives for victory. Collapse, the chief of the mountain tribe, looked at them and thought that these lads were quite brave. They were holding their ground and hadn't turned to flee. He didn't understand why the prisoners who were supposed to fight hadn't been brought in yet. But there was no more time to wait, and Collapse, along with his entourage, rushed into an attack on Shigu and his men. Judo said that the chief was finally approaching. Shigu ordered the wounded to be taken away and the retreat to begin. Before he could do anything, a huge and powerful opponent appeared above him, raised his club high above his head, and prepared to strike. At the last moment, the boy spun around and raised his shield. The blow struck it squarely. Jutao was holding a small jar of medicine, and he immediately decided to treat himself. The young man drank the entire contents and was once again full of strength to continue the battle with Collapse. Finally, a group of armed captives appeared, who were supposed to fight on the side of the mountain tribe. The girls stood in front of them. They deftly wound their slings and were ready to throw at a command. This time the girls were throwing not stones, but grenades with lit fuses. The grenades landed right where the mountain tribe warriors were, and powerful explosions rang out. Shigu noted that almost all the enemies had been wounded. It was necessary to immediately reorganize the formation, because the next battle would be decisive. Chen Li ran to the edge of the mountain and peered into the gorge. He saw a huge rock with letters carved into it. There were no enemies nearby, the wind began to die down, and rain was about to fall. The young man approached the cave where the witch was said to live and smelled a sweet scent wafting from inside. Chen Li boldly entered the cave, and when his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw something resembling barrels. The young man decided to go deeper to get a better look and stepped on a dry stick, which cracked loudly under his foot. The boy froze and heard a voice. "You fools, you finally brought the witch some honey." "Well, I couldn't wait." Chen Li didn't understand the words, but he heard the rest. "Idiot, don't come any closer, put it back where you found it and leave. Aren't you afraid of the witch's curse at all?" The young man realized the voice was female and roughly determined where it was coming from. Chen Li walked past the barrels but saw no one. Suddenly, one of the barrels swung open and a girl jumped out. She thought the guy was a complete fool, and on top of that, deaf. She didn't understand who had sent him here and demanded that he leave the cave immediately. Chen Li was very surprised and couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at this little girl. The young man thought that perhaps the witch was just an overly talkative and scandalous girl. In the end, annoyed, Chen Li lunged forward and applied a painful hold, knocking the girl out with a single blow to the neck. Chen Li looked at this little lost girl, realizing that the mountain tribe had never seen what their witch looked like. So even if he announced that he had killed her, they would never believe him. He needed to bring some kind of proof to convince these strong but primitive people. However, if none of the mountain tribe's inhabitants had seen the witch, he could try to blackmail them. The rain was getting heavier, and the battle between the tribes continued fiercely and relentlessly. Shigu told his comrades not to panic. All the wounded were in the rear, and there was enough medicine for absolutely everyone. At that moment, a new group of reinforcements, healthy and strong warriors, appeared from behind a rock. Shigu was even a little frightened. But as they drew closer, it became clear that they were their own people. Heihu, Afin, and former captives from the Sea tribe. It soon became clear that the mountain dwellers were completely surrounded. Representatives of the tribe of newcomers surrounded them on all sides. Chen Li climbed to the top of the cliff and announced to everyone present that the battle was over. The king held the girl's lifeless body in his arms and declared that the witch was dead. Horror and panic were etched on the faces of the mountain tribe warriors. They had relied on the witch's divine power and aid. What would they do now? The men began to scatter in panic, trying to hide and realizing that there was nothing they could do. Collapse tried to stop his men and force them to return, but Queen Xiao Wang declared that it was useless. The girl announced that Collapse must prepare for death. She swung her whip and sharp spikes pierced the giant's arm. Collapse managed to hurl his massive club, which flew at the queen at tremendous speed. But Shigu proved to be agile and quick. He raised a massive shield made of a cauldron and parried the attack. The queen said there was no need to worry and ordered Shigu to catch up with the warriors of the mountain tribe. But Chen Li wouldn't let them run after them and said they should be let go. Everything had already been resolved. Most of these warriors were severely wounded and unable to continue fighting. The battle had been won, so they could stop. By morning, all the warriors had returned to the newcomers' settlement. Among them were many wounded and weakened. The last vial of healing ointment which the king had kept on hand just in case had to be used. This wasn't a problem, since it saved people's lives. Lutan reported to the king that 5 men had died on the battlefield, and 4 more prisoners had also passed away. The king ordered them to be buried in the north at the foot of the mountain. In war, casualties are inevitable. Chen-Li checked the game statistics and, taking into account the population losses, found that the tribe had grown by 20 people. Newcomers from among the mountain dwellers had joined the tribe. In the future, enemies would only grow stronger, so casualties would also increase. At that moment, the king was informed that the girl from the cave had woken up, and he immediately went to visit her. The little troublemaker was tied up with ropes and hung from a tree, where she continued to scream and curse loudly. Upon seeing the king, the girl screamed that she recognized him. "That's the very scoundrel who dared to hit me on the head. If he unties me, I'll immediately show him the full power of a witch." Chen-Li realized that only someone with diplomatic skills could handle this screamer, so he left the girl in Ayu's care. Some time passed before Ayu found the king again and reported that the girl had calmed down. The king approached the tree again. The girl's hands and feet were bound, and her mouth was stuffed with leaves. She spat out the remains of the treat and demanded more, because the sweetness of this herb fades quickly. Ayu explained that it was licorice root, which grew in abundance here, but the girl had to promise to be obedient. After that, Ayu said that now the king could come closer. Chen-Li was holding a few licorice leaves in his hands, but first he wanted to ask a few questions and get answers, and only then treat the girl. However, the girl didn't wait and grabbed the leaves, biting the king's fingers. The little troublemaker started screaming that the king was trying to trick her with grass. That wouldn't do for her. The girl wanted only honey, lots of honey. Chen-Li stroked the girl's cheek, saying that in the future she would get as much honey as she wanted. These strokes felt very pleasant to the girl. She said that the local king was strange, but decided to stay here. It wasn't long before the cheeky girl climbed onto the king's head and cheerfully kicked her legs in the air. She thought that this was, of course, not the most comfortable place, but she could get used to it. The main thing was that no one would send her back to her father. The girl didn't want to have anything to do with her smelly relatives. Soon the girl told the king that her father was the great sorcerer of the werewolf clan, and that she had learned magic from him. He is so powerful that he can turn a person into a wolf. The girl said that her real father had been turned into a wolf by her new sorcerer father. Chen-Li was in shock. It turned out that all the werewolves he had encountered in the forest had once been ordinary people. Only a few girls remained in human form. They had been selected to serve the great sorcerer, while all the others had been turned into beasts. The girl's name was Xiao Yu. Chen-Li hadn't expected to hear such a thing. It seemed best not to provoke the werewolf tribe living on the opposite side of the river. In any case, one had to hope that the werewolves weren't planning to act aggressively. He couldn't wait for evening to come so they could start dinner. That evening, a large bonfire was lit in the center of the settlement. Everyone gathered around it, warming themselves, resting, eating, and spending time together. Chen-Li advised the little witch to get some good rest while she had the chance. Shanglin was sitting by the fire. She noticed that Ayu was dressed up very nicely today. The girl said that once the chief went to rest, Shanglin would find out everything. Shanglin broke into an understanding smile. As a woman, she understood Ayu, who wanted to seize the moment while the king was happy. After saying this, Shanglin jumped to her feet and declared that the first one wouldn't be the one with flowers on her head, but the one who ran to him first. After that, Shanglin ran off shouting, "Chief, here I am," and flew toward the king. This time, Chen-Li didn't have time to do anything to defend himself. He only had time to think, "Mom, not this. No, please, Mom. Help." Everything.